Chapter 932. Two flowers bloomed, one on each side. Qin Baixing sacrificed himself to create the winds of assimilation, causing Feng Jioge, Ling Mei, and Ao Shui to fall into danger. Jian Yu and the other four immortals tried to break out. Just as they were about to break out, He Qing was struck down by a killer move. His face was pale as he screamed for help. However, every second mattered when escaping. At the crucial moment, a slight delay could lead to the difference between heaven and hell. The immortals ignored him, they only pushed their speed to the limit. Fairy Jian Yu was even more ruthless, she directly abandoned He Qing, ignoring his life and death. The hope of escaping was right in front of them. He Qing fell behind. Wouldn't he be able to stall the Central Continent Gu immortals? Only he had the immortal Gu House Dark Prison. After He Qing died, it would fall into the hands of the Central Continent Gu immortals. This made Jian Yu and the rest feel some regret. But regret was regret. Compared to the immortal Gu House, their own lives were more important. Heh, all of you go and play. Your father, will make a move first. In the process of breaking out, Hui Fengzi suddenly laughed loudly. Immortal killer move, wind escape. His speed rose by a huge margin. In a few breaths of time, he left Jian Yu and the rest behind. Under the furious gazes of Jiang Yu and the rest, Hui Fengzi was about to escape. Cooperate with me! Hong Qiming shouted. 7 long 7 wind 7 tech 7A Gu formation at the periphery activated, giving off a dazzling light. After the 100 Days battle, the Central Continent Gu immortals had developed a tacit understanding. Where are you going? Chen Jinqi and Bufei Yan moved together. Using the unique Gu formation at the periphery, they caught up. They blocked Hui Fengzi. Hui Fengzi was the fastest in northern plains, he moved like the wind. This was something the Central Continent Gu immortals had to admit. Just Chen Jinqi or Bufei Yan alone would not be able to stop Hui Fengzi. But now, the two cooperated. They had a tacit understanding. At once, no matter how Hui Fengzi moved, he could not shake off Qingjin and Bufei Yan. His speed fell as he failed to break out. He deserves it! Jian Yu and the rest felt great joy. They turned around and tried to break out of the encirclement. Go down! Kenyang Laojun snorted angrily, using his signature killer move life-chasing fire. Qi Hongming added insult to injury. One more hit. He Qing's entire body was on fire. With a miserable scream, he fell from the sky. With a bang, he smashed onto the ground. He had just spat out a mouthful of blood when countless vines sprouted from the ground, binding him tightly. At that moment, He Qing was trapped. Hui Fengzi was obstructed. Hong Qiming gave up on He Qing and chased after He Langzi. He activated his killer move and mercilessly attacked He Langzi. He Langzi had no choice but to use his transformation path killer move. He transformed into a giant lightning wolf to defend himself. Fairy Jian Yu and the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal had not escaped far. He was intercepted by Kenyang Laojun and Old Man Tianlong. Without any nonsense, the four immortals began to fight. All of a sudden, the wind and clouds surged and thunder boomed. The four immortals displayed their abilities. The battle shook the heavens and the earth, and it gave rise to a wave of violent waves of air that caused mountains to collapse and rocks to crack. Kenyang Laojun was a famous rank 7 Gu immortal expert. When Dongfang Naganori faked his death, he fought against Free Scholar, Fan Yuan, and Pai Shuihan. He had incredible battle strength. Old Man Tianlong's strength was similar to Kenyang Laojun. The former was a supreme elder of Black Heaven Temple. The reason why he was sent here was because Black Heaven Temple wanted to use him to restrain the Sound Path Gu immortal Feng Jioge. In contrast, on Shadow Sect's side, the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal was strong, but Fairy Jian Yu was slightly weaker. After more than 10 rounds, Kenyang Laojun and Old Man Tianlong had the upper hand. They found a good opportunity to attack. Immortal killer move, life-chasing fire. Oh no! Fairy Jian Yu's soul almost left her body. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Retreat, let me do it! At the crucial moment, The mysterious black-robed Gu immortal used a method to switch with Fairy Jianyu, using his body to block the life-chasing fire. Strange. Kenan Laojun was slightly stunned. The mysterious black-robed Gu immortal was hit by the life-chasing fire, but he seemed to be unaffected. Sneaky fellow, show your true appearance! Old man Tianlong shouted. He pushed his palms together, causing blades to fly in the sky. The mysterious black-robed Gu immortal blocked them in a sorry state. His black robe was torn apart. His true appearance was finally revealed. Kenan Laojun was stunned. You actually have the blazing glory lightning brilliance physique. One of the 10 extreme physiques. Blazing glory lightning brilliance. What are you afraid of? He is just an immortal zombie. Old man Tianlong shouted, his attacks becoming even more intense. The mysterious black-robed Gu immortal's true identity was a rank 7 immortal zombie. But different from other immortal zombies, he had a special identity. He was an immortal zombie with the blazing glory lightning brilliance physique, one of the 10 extreme physiques. Humph! Since I am discovered, there is no point in continuing my disguise. The mysterious black-robed Gu immortal tore off his tattered black robe and pounced at Kenan Laojun. Kenan Laojun was a fire path Gu immortal. He was countered by the blazing glory lightning brilliance physique. He was at a disadvantage. Old man Tianlong wanted to help, but Fairy Jiangyu risked her life to stall him. Quickly leave! Fairy Jiangyu screamed. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie snorted angrily. After forcing back Kenan Laojun, he did not even look back as he left Luopa Valley, escaping. Where do you think you are going? Kenan Laojun shouted. He wanted to chase, but Fairy Jianyu, who was covered in blood, miraculously blocked him. It seems that you do not want to live anymore. Is this immortal zombie your lover? He is worth your sacrifice? Old man Tianlong had a cold expression. He descended from the sky and hit Fairy Jianyu's back with both palms. Boom! Fairy Jianyu was already at the end of her rope. She could no longer defend. Her chest was blasted apart. A huge hole was exposed. One could see her back from the front. Her beautiful eyes dimmed slightly. Her purple dress fluttered in the wind. She was like a butterfly, descending from the sky. 10 breaths of time later, Fairy Jianyu's corpse fell to the ground. Her bones were broken. Her flesh was badly mutilated. Fairy Jiangyu was dead. At this point, Shadow Sect's momentum was gone. Kenan Laojun and Old Man Tianlong were freed up to deal with Yilang Zi and Hui Fengzi. Hong Qiming focused on restraining He Qing. A moment later, Yilang Zi let out an earth-shattering howl. The giant wolf form was cut in half at the waist. The corpse slowly turned back into a human body. Blood flowed on the ground. His internal organs were scattered everywhere. It was a horrible sight to behold. He Qing had no choice but to activate the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison again. Immortal Gu Houses were powerful, but they expended a lot of immortal essence. After the 100 Days battle, He Qing was already bankrupt. He had little immortal essence left. The Immortal Gu House Dark Prison did not have enough immortal essence to activate. It had less than 1% of its power. Hong Qiming used a Gu formation to stall it. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Hui Fengzi was finally defeated. He was extremely fast and slippery. But during the 100 Days battle, both sides knew each other's abilities. There were no special moves. The Central Continent Gu Immortal's defensive formation was like an impenetrable net. Hui Fengzi was like a fish in a net. Even though he was struggling, it was only a matter of time before he was captured. Spare my life, I surrender. At the moment of death, Hui Fengzi's expression was pale. He admitted defeat. The Central Continent Gu Immortals looked at each other. They could see the joy in each other's eyes. Between life and death, there was a huge terror. A wise man submits to circumstances. Hui Fengzi admitted defeat. The Central Continent Gu Immortals could understand this. Don't play tricks! Hand over the Immortal Gu first! The Central Continent Gu Immortals did not relax. They surrounded Hui Fengzi tightly. Hui Fengzi had no chance at all. He raised his head and sighed. He had to hand over the Immortal Gu. Without the Immortal Gu, he was like a tiger without its claws and teeth. his threat was greatly reduced. Until he was completely controlled, his life and death could be decided with a single thought. The Central Continent Goo Immortals let out a sigh of relief. Energized, they started to deal with the Immortal Goo House Dark Prison again. Hui Fengzi's surrender. The Central Continent Goo Immortals saw hope. The 100 Days battle expended a huge amount of immortal essence. The Central Continent Goo Immortals suffered heavy losses. They were under great pressure. After capturing Hui Fengzi, they would obtain immortal goo that could make up for their losses. If they could also control the Immortal Goo House Dark Prison, they would make a huge profit. 15 minutes later, Dark Prison was broken through by the Central Continent Immortals. However, what was unexpected was, where is He Qing? Such decisiveness! He actually gave up on the Immortal Goo House and escaped. While we captured Hui Fengzi, he actually escaped using Earth Escape. He really found a loophole. Humph, a coward who is at death's door, there is no need to fear him. At this point, Shadow Sect's side broke out of the encirclement. The dust had settled. Qin Baixing and Fairy Jianyu were sacrificed, He Langzi died, Hui Fengzi surrendered, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie escaped with the crucial Immortal Goo, while He Qing, who had weak battle strength, abandoned the Immortal Goo House Dark Prison and escaped with his life. A few months ago, when these people attacked Lang Iblis land, they were in high spirits. 100 days later, some died, some were injured, some escaped, and some surrendered. Even someone as strong as Qin Baixing was sacrificed in Luopa Valley. It could be seen how cruel goo cultivation was. Even at goo immortal level, there was the danger of dying at any moment. More than 10 days later, a mysterious figure entered Earth Trench. This Earth Trench was controlled by the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. Dark Flow Giant City was guarding it. However, this mysterious figure came and went with ease, and no one noticed him at all. After entering the Earth Trench, the mysterious shadow seemed to be very familiar with the terrain of the Earth Trench. He quickly followed a certain path and went deeper. A few days later, a huge graveyard appeared in the eyes of the mysterious figure. "I'm finally here." The mysterious figure stopped, showing his true appearance. It was the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie that broke out of Luopa Valley. It turned out that Shadow Sect's backup plan was hidden here. Back then, when Central Continent attacked Luopa Valley, Jianyu and Qin Baixing had thought of breaking out of the encirclement and coming here to activate the backup plan to resolve Luopa Valley's crisis. But this backup plan was extremely important. If they activated it rashly, they might ruin Shadow Sect's plan. Qin Baixing and the rest hesitated. By the time they made up their minds, the battle was already very intense. There were no more chances. If they forcefully used the plan, the Hairy Man Goo Immortals would be sacrificed instead. Right now, Luopa Valley was already occupied by Central Continent. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie came here not to take revenge, but to activate Shadow Sect's backup plan. Instead, he wanted to conceal himself and place the crucial Immortal Goo here for safekeeping. This Immortal Goo was related to Shadow Sect's plan. It could not be lost. For this, Qin Baixing and Jianyu sacrificed their lives. Just a little more time. Just a little more time. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie was filled with anger. He brought the Immortal Goo and entered the graveyard. This was an Immortal Zombie graveyard. And he was an Immortal Zombie himself. It was too easy to disguise as one of them. But just as the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie thought that this was over and that he was safe, a figure appeared. Interesting. I can actually meet a 10 extreme Immortal Zombie here. The person looked at the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie as he commented with interest. His rank 8 aura was faintly discernible. At this moment, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. His heart was filled with despair. Chapter 933. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Underground Cave. The Bloodji Forest had already grown. Unknowingly, it had expanded to around 50 square meters. At the center of the Bloodji Forest, the dark red light that was emitting from the Ji Forest had already been pushed away by the dazzling light of wisdom. At this moment, Fan Yuan was bathed in the light of wisdom, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. His expression was calm, he was like a statue, but his mind was moving rapidly, countless thoughts were colliding with each other, it was like a meteor shower or a volcano eruption. A muffled snort. Fan Yuan's body shook, he slowly opened his eyes. The storm of thoughts in his mind stopped abruptly. He frowned, he did not speak. 2 streaks of blood slowly flowed down from his nostrils. The blood of an immortal zombie was a pale green color, there was no warmth at all, it was extremely cold. Fan Yuan wiped the 2 traces of blood off his nose indifferently, he evaluated. It seems that my newly created goo formation still has many flaws. Ever since he became a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, he had countless inspirations. He had many new ideas on how to use Wisdom Goo. This goo formation was something he had created not long ago. Previously, his Wisdom Path attainment level was insufficient, he could only use the light of wisdom directly. But with this goo formation, he could accelerate the process of thoughts colliding in his mind. Even though it could not increase the efficiency of deductions, it saved a lot of time. Wisdom Goo was rank 9, Fan Yuan was just a rank 6 immortal zombie. It was already very difficult for him to use the light of wisdom. This goo formation. It could already be considered a rare and precious breakthrough. And this goo formation was no longer the original version, it had been modified several times. The previous few times, it showed all sorts of flaws, once, the goo formation even exploded in Fan Yuan's body. This time, it was used. Fan Yuan suffered the backlash of the goo formation, he was lightly injured. The goo formation still needs to be modified, but that is not the main point. The problem now is the modification of Star Thought Immortal Goo's recipe. Fan Yuan's frown deepened. Many days ago, Blazing Heaven Demoness summoned Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan used this chance to request to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo. Both sides came to an agreement. Blazing Heaven Demoness funded Fan Yuan. It was very generous and straightforward. The materials needed to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo. She even took the initiative to find it for Fan Yuan and sent Budan to deliver it. These immortal materials were extremely rare. Not only would it cost a lot of money, but if Fan Yuan were to personally collect them, it would definitely take a lot of time. Only Blazing Heaven Demoness had rank 8 cultivation level and her position in Zombie Alliance. He also had an extremely deep foundation to be able to help Fan Yuan gather a total of 3 sets of immortal materials in such a short period of time. Fan Yuan had everything prepared, he started to refine goo. However, he tried 3 times in a row, and all of them failed. Fan Yuan was already mentally prepared for failure. After all, he did not have the help of the Refinement Path Convention's success Dao marks, he could only rely on his own strength and luck. Relying on strength was understandable. Why did he have to rely on luck? Take Star Thought Immortal Goo for example. During the refinement process, there was a step that required 2 sets of immortal materials. One was pale flame white bones, the other was green beetle water lotus. The former was a fire path immortal material while the latter was a water path immortal material. At this step, these 2 immortal materials needed to be processed at the same time. Water and fire fused, turning into a clear liquid. But this step was very difficult. Pale flame white bones had fire path down marks, while green beetle water lotus had water path down marks. To successfully process and form a clear liquid, the amount of fire path down marks and water path down marks had to be the same. Even if they were not the same, the difference had to be extremely small. Only then could the water and fire offset each other. If one side had more than the other and exceeded the allowable limit, the liquid would be extremely turbid. This turbid liquid could not be used. But the liquid could not be stored for too long, it needed to be processed immediately. Fan Yuan did not have a time path immortal goo that could freeze the time of the liquid. This caused Fan Yuan to have to process the immortal materials and synthesize the liquid during the process of refining the immortal goo. And the difference between Dao marks was too small. Even if Fan Yuan used his methods and thought, he could not see through everything, he could only make a rough estimate. Fan Yuan was not a fire path or water path Gu immortal, he had already reached the limits of his investigative abilities. Precisely so, the immortal Gu recipe strictly stipulated the age of the green beetle water lotus, as well as the amount of pale flame white bones. But even so, green beetle water lotuses of the same age would have different water path Dao marks depending on their growing environment. If the pale flame white bones were damaged, the Dao marks would fade. All of the Gu refinement materials had been inspected by Fan Yuan, they met the requirements of the immortal Gu recipe. But failure was unavoidable in practice. In order to refine a crystal clear liquid, one had to have a bit of luck involved. And in the entire process of immortal Gu refinement, there were many examples of water and fire fusing. It was not difficult to do it well once and succeed twice. What was difficult was that these examples had to succeed every time. Thus, the success rate of immortal Gu refinement was extremely low. Many Gu immortals spent their entire fortune to refine immortal Gu without success. Immortal Gu were extremely beneficial to Gu immortals. Because of the existence of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, Gu immortals had an intense need for immortal Gu. But in the history of Gu cultivation, failures in immortal Gu refinement were everywhere, there were bloody lessons and pitiful outcomes. Currently, many rank 6 Gu immortals did not even have a single immortal Gu. Gu immortals would rather capture wild immortal Gu than take the risk of refining immortal Gu themselves. Of course, there was another reason. The refinement path attainment of Gu immortals was uneven. Many Gu immortals did not have the confidence to refine immortal Gu themselves. Especially the higher the rank of the immortal Gu, the less confidence the Gu immortals had in refining it. Back then, Giant Sun and Thieving Heaven had to ask Long Hair Ancestor to refine immortal Gu and immortal Gu houses for them. Fan Yuan modified the immortal Gu recipe by modifying these areas. When he became a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, his Star Path attainment level also rose to Grandmaster. This gave him the ability to modify Star Thought Immortal Gu's recipe. Including this deduction, he had already modified many areas of the original Immortal Gu recipe. There were at least 11 steps like the fusion of fire and water, they were all replaced with more stable and easier methods. Looking at the time, Blazing Heaven Demoness is about to send the 4th batch of Gu refinement immortal materials. With Blazing Heaven Demoness' help, Fan Yuan's financial predicament was completely dispelled. Blazing Heaven Demoness wanted to take down Yulu Blessed Land. She had the attitude that she would not give up until Fan Yuan refined Star Thought Immortal Gu. However, she was not easy to fool. If Fan Yuan wanted to use the excuse of failure to deceive Blazing Heaven Demoness and cheat her of the Gu refinement immortal materials, that would be impossible. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed to help Fan Yuan, they had made an agreement earlier. The immortal materials that she used were what Fan Yuan owed to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Whether Fan Yuan succeeded in refining the immortal Gu or failed, Fan Yuan had to repay the debt. And the longer it dragged on, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have to collect interest. If Fan Yuan succeeded in refining the immortal Gu but did not repay the debt within 100 years, Blazing Heaven Demoness would take any immortal Gu from Fan Yuan as compensation. If it were Shark Demon, Fan Yuan would not agree to such conditions, he would ask for more benefits. But facing the domineering Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fan Yuan wanted to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu as soon as possible. He could only accept it. Thus, Blazing Heaven Demoness' help was not so easy to obtain. Fan Yuan had failed 3 times, it was his loss, he already owed Blazing Heaven Demoness a huge debt. Fan Yuan knew a thing or two about Blazing Heaven Demoness' scheme. Even if Fan Yuan could not repay the debt in the future, he would still have his Wisdom Path attainment. Blazing Heaven Demoness could use this to threaten Fan Yuan and make Fan Yuan work for her. After all, Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were rare. A Wisdom Path Gu Immortal with Fan Yuan's attainment would be an excellent subordinate. If Fan Yuan succeeded in refining Star Thought Immortal Gu, Blazing Heaven Demoness would be even happier. Because she could use this to take down Yulu Blessed Land. All in all, Blazing Heaven Demoness would not lose anything. After failing 3 times, the pressure was all on Fan Yuan. With my current situation, I can refine 7 times at most. I have already failed 3 times, I have 4 chances left. In terms of Gu refinement, I have already reached the limit. I can only put in more effort in the aspect of luck. Fan Yuan started to think. He had connect luck immortal Gu. It could connect to people with strong luck and raise his own luck. But this had its drawbacks. Even though Fan Yuan had connect luck, he did not have break luck immortal Gu to use it. He could only connect, not break. If the target of connect luck got unlucky, they would drag down Fan Yuan's side. Thus, Fan Yuan had chosen some targets carefully. These people's luck was extremely strong, and it was continuous and unending, lasting for a long time. But such people were few and far between. In the entire 5 regions, there were only a few of them left in his previous life. Fan Yuan calculated in his mind. Most of the remaining few have yet to be born. Among them, Li Xiaoyao on the nameless island has already been killed by Song Yishur. His ancestor cannot appear in this life. The closest target is Fairy Black Moon. Fairy Black Moon was very impressive. She was the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House in the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life. She represented the most outstanding person in Spirit Affinity House. Her status was the same as Mo Yao in history, or even higher. This was because in the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, it was a grand era with great momentum. There was an unprecedented chaotic war in the 5 regions. The appearance of dream realms broke the old structure of forces. A brand new Gu cultivation path, Dream Path, was born. All of this indicated the birth of Great Dream Immortal Venerable. In this great era, heroes were born, valiant and ambitious people emerged, dragons and snakes rampaged. Fairy Black Moon could still represent Spirit Affinity House, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Her innate talent was definitely first-rate in the 5 regions. Moreover, Fairy Black Moon led the Central Continent Gu Immortals to attack Imperial Court Blessed Land. She obtained shocking results. Her battle strength was outstanding and her methods were superb. Ever since Fairy Black Moon made her debut, she had been getting stronger and stronger. It was a blessing in disguise. Her luck was very strong. Chapter 934. It is a pity that Fairy Black Moon is wearing a mask and has a mysterious identity. I do not know her true identity. In my previous life, she was like the rising sun. Her radiance was dazzling and dazzling. She did not leave any records. Maybe she is still an ordinary disciple of Spirit Affinity House now, or maybe she is the descendant of a Gu immortal. All in all, I have too little information. I can't even find anything. Since Fairy Black Moon could not be found, there were only the secondary targets left. These people were all influential people. However, they were all temporary strong luck. Strong luck lacked momentum and could not last forever. Some of them had huge ups and downs, and some even had great fortune followed by great calamity. They died. If I connect luck to them, my luck will be extremely strong for a short period of time. It will definitely help me refine Star Thought Immortal Gu. But I do not have bad luck. If they are unlucky, I will be unlucky as well. In exchange for immediate benefits, sacrificing the long term, is this worth it? Fan Yuan hesitated. If he had break luck immortal Gu, he would not need to consider this problem. But whether he could obtain break luck, Fan Yuan had no confidence. And if he had no confidence in doing something, he would not do it unless necessary. Placing his hopes on luck, Fan Yuan would not do that. He could take risks and had a gambling nature, but the truth was that he was more careful and cautious. If not for that, he would not have gotten to where he was today. A few days later, Blazing Heaven Demonis sent over a sufficient amount of Gu refinement immortal materials. But Fan Yuan did not have the mood to refine Gu anymore. An explosive piece of news. It reached his ears. Not long ago, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's branch was infiltrated by old ancestor Shui Hu. The latter went deep into Earth Trench and secretly plundered many precious immortal Gu and immortal materials. If old ancestor Shui Hu was not discovered, Zombie Alliance could only accept their defeat. But the worst part was, the intense battle exposed old ancestor Shui Hu's location. Zombie Alliance had to react. Zombie Alliance was a huge organization that spanned across the 5 regions. Someone infiltrated their own garden and plucked their fruits and flower buds. How could they tolerate that? If they did not punish such a scoundrel, Zombie Alliance's reputation would be tarnished. Their reputation would be severely damaged. If they were looked down upon by all the forces, how could they establish themselves in the goo immortal world? How could they compete with the other forces? For any organization, face represented a certain degree of benefits. Moreover, old ancestor Shui who was discovered in the immortal zombie graveyard. This touched the nerves of the immortal zombies in Zombie Alliance, making them extremely angry. An immortal zombie's body contained an abundance of Dao marks. It was indeed a top-tier goo refinement immortal material. But when an immortal zombie's immortal aperture died, they placed more importance on their body. This was the remaining pride of an immortal zombie. Thus, immortal zombies placed more importance on their bodies than ordinary goo immortals. The immortal zombie graveyard was an inviolable holy land in the Zombie Alliance. In the end, the holy land in his heart was destroyed by old ancestor Shui Hu. Old ancestor Shui Hu has gone too far. This has severely violated Zombie Alliance's bottom line. It seemed that he was going all out to refine immortal goo fortune, not hesitating to become a thief and steal an immortal zombie body. Fan Yuan estimated. He thought back to his previous life. 500 years ago. But there was no such incident. In my previous life, Ma Hongyun was living well. Old ancestor Shui who could not obtain him, he naturally could not refine immortal goo fortune. It seems that in this life, because of my rebirth, my influence has increased, everything has changed. Old ancestor Shui who has suffered because of me. Old ancestor Shui whose suffering was an unexpectedly good thing for Fan Yuan. Dark Flow Giant City was guarded by 3 rank 7 immortal zombies, Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quan Wen. How could they be old ancestor Shui whose match? After the incident, they could only watch as old ancestor Shui who flew away. This matter could not be tolerated. The 3 immortal zombies could only request reinforcements from Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters were furious. They decided to send 3 rank 8 immortal zombies and 10 rank 7 immortal zombies to punish old ancestors Shui Hu and maintain their prestige. Among these 3 rank 8 immortal zombies, Blazing Heaven Demoness was among them. They needed her. Why? Because Blazing Heaven Demoness was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. She should have been guarding Dark Flow Giant City. Now that this matter happened, Blazing Heaven Demoness, who was in Eastern Sea, naturally had to take responsibility. Something happened to the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. She had to return and carry out her duties. Once Blazing Heaven Demoness left, the mission of attacking Yulu Blessed Land fell back to Shark Demon and Subai Man. The mysterious and unpredictable changes of fate were truly unexpected. They were caught unprepared. Originally, Shark Demon and Subai Man had no hope. But after old ancestors Shui whose matter, Zombie Alliance placed their focus on maintaining their prestige. Blazing Heaven Demoness returned to Northern Plains, the ones most suitable for attacking Yulu Blessed Land in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance were Shark Demon and Subai Man. After Blazing Heaven Demoness forcefully took away the mission of attacking Yulu Blessed Land, Shark Demon and Subai Man's days were not good. They were deserted by everyone. But now, the situation was reversed. After all, Yulu Blessed Land only had one last round left. Shark Demon and Subai Man's rise was imminent. Many goo immortals took the initiative to befriend them, trying to mend the previous cracks and so on. This made Shark Demon and Subai Man feel deeply moved. Fan Yuan had no time to care about their feelings. Shark Demon hated Fan Yuan for joining Blazing Heaven Demoness so decisively. This time, he did not even invite Tai Bai Yunxing. Fan Yuan did not care. Attacking Yulu Blessed Land would not give him the main benefits. It was not as important as refining Star Thought Immortal Goo. And refining Star Thought Immortal Goo was just icing on the cake. It was not as important as sneaking into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. After all, long ago, Fan Yuan had been thinking about the inheritance in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. That was the inheritance of an immortal zombie great expert. It was a great help to Fan Yuan in getting rid of his immortal zombie body and regaining life. In the 500 years of his previous life, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance obtained this inheritance. Their overall strength rose rapidly, even surpassing Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Fan Yuan disguised as immortal zombie Sha Huang and tried to sneak into Earth Trench to obtain the inheritance. Regretfully, he failed. Feng Jioga's group foiled his plans. Without a choice, Fan Yuan could only give up for now. After going through many trials and tribulations, he participated in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention and attacked Yulu Blessed Land. He obtained 2 or 3 immortal zombie revival methods. Instead, he did not achieve his initial goal. And now, it was the best time to sneak into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Fan Yuan did not even have the intention to go with her, but Blazing Heaven Demoness asked Fan Yuan to return to Northern Plains with her. In the letter, Blazing Heaven Demoness' words were still domineering, giving a reason. It was also very tempting. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance Branch. This was Blazing Heaven Demoness headquarters. There were many immortal materials stored inside. Fan Yuan could refine Star-Thought immortal goo many times. Or maybe she was worried about letting Fan Yuan stay in Eastern Sea. After all, the 5 regional walls were hard to break through. The higher one's cultivation level, the more difficult it was to cross regions. 100 years ago, when Blazing Heaven Demoness went to Eastern Sea from Northern Plains, most of her assets were expended. She was also heavily injured. After recuperating for 8 years, she finally recovered. And this time, against a strong enemy like old ancestor Shuehu, who knew how long Blazing Heaven Demoness would take. Keeping Fan Yuan by her side would make her feel more assured. At the same time, Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Xing Xiangzi might even be able to help Blazing Heaven Demoness in the process of dealing with old ancestor Shuehu. Because of all these reasons, Fan Yuan racked his brains and waited for this opportunity. It suddenly arrived. Fortunately, old ancestor Shuehu was discovered. Fan Yuan even felt some gratitude towards old ancestor Shuehu. Several days later, Northern Plains, the deepest part of Luopa Valley. The atmosphere was heavy. 5 Central Continent Gu immortals had solemn expressions as they looked at an inconspicuous place in front of them. The battle to break out of the encirclement had ended. Only 2 people from Shadow Sect managed to break out. And they secretly came to Northern Plains. The Central Continent Gu immortals who were in high spirits had also suffered heavy casualties. Only 5 were left now. To think that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's true inheritance was hidden deep inside Luopa Valley. Buffet Yen sighed. These last days they had controlled Luopa Valley, staying vigilant while trying to save Feng Jioga, Ao Shui, and Ling Mei. In the end, they confirmed that it was Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, but they could not find a way to enter. It is a pity that our sect does not know anything about Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. It will be extremely difficult to enter. It is not something that can be solved in 2 to 3 years. Hong Qiming said solemnly. He was the most skilled in Gu formations among the 5 immortals. Now that Ancient Soul Sect's old oracle was dead, Hong Qiming had the most say in this matter. Not to mention 2 to 3 years, the 5 Central Continent immortals could not even wait for 2 to 3 months. In fact, staying in Luopa Valley for these last few days was extremely dangerous. After all, 2 Gu immortals had successfully broken out. If they attracted other people and returned, they would not be able to survive. Actually, even if we know the way to enter, we might not be able to save the 3 of them. After all, this was personally arranged by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Lord Feng Jioga is so powerful, but he is trapped inside without any commotion. This shows how dangerous it is. If we go in, it will be even more dangerous. Qin Baixing schemed to trap Feng Jioga here. If we rashly go and save them, I'm afraid. The Central Continent Gu immortals discussed. Their tone became deeper, their gazes flickered with uncertainty. Even though Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects originated from Celestial Court, they were not harmonious with each other, they competed with each other constantly. If a person like Feng Jioga, who appeared once in 1,000 years, died here, the other 9 sects would let out a sigh of relief. And Ao Shui and Ling Mei had immortal Gu. If they died, Heaven's Ending Manor would lose its signature killer move, Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. This was not a small loss for Heaven's Ending Manor, which had deep foundations. The enemy was gone. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Countless years of conflict erupted on the 5 Central Continent immortals. We infiltrated Northern Plains to investigate the truth behind the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Even though we took down Luo Pavali, Old Oracle is dead, Feng Jioga is also trapped, this mission can only come to an end. That's right, after this battle, we have expended a lot of our strength, we need to recuperate. In my opinion, the most important thing is to return everything that happened here and the results of our investigation to the sect. That makes sense. Don't forget, we still have the captive Hui Feng Zi and the immortal Gu House Dark Prison. These spoils of war are all priceless, we need to handle them properly. After conversing like this, the remaining Central Continent 5 immortals laughed silently. Why did they save Feng Jioga and the rest? Was he trying to suppress him after rescuing him? Save them to split the spoils of war? But as Righteous Path members, they had to keep up appearances, otherwise they would be exposed. Chapter 935. After passing through the regional wall, Eastern Sea's group finally stepped into Northern Plains. I'm finally back. Fan Yuan sighed. He was using Xing Xiangzi as a disguise. As he stepped on the grassland, his emotional tone was not entirely in act. In front of him, the blazing heaven demoness eyes flickered as she murmured, "Yes, he's back." She was even more emotional than Fan Yuan. Even though Fan Yuan was a Northern Plains Gu immortal, he only became an immortal in Northern Plains, he was born in Southern Border. As for blazing heaven demoness, she was a Northern Plainsman. After 100 years, she had finally returned home. The terrain of the 5 regions was very different. The East Sea had countless strange seas, while the North Sea was flat, with various grasslands, wastelands, and hills. The grassland beneath the sky-scorching demoness feet was a barren wasteland, with only a few green spots on the yellowish-brown soil. However, the blazing heaven demoness felt a sense of closeness in her heart. Other than Fan Yuan and blazing heaven demoness, the other Gu immortals were frowning slightly. They were all Eastern Sea Gu immortals. They were curious and unfamiliar with Northern Plains. Coming from his hometown to a foreign land, his heart was filled with a feeling of being ostracized, and he seemed to be incompatible with the surrounding environment. The ones with the strongest aura were 2 immortal zombies. They had rank 8 cultivation level. These Gu immortals from Eastern Sea were almost all immortal zombies. There were few living people. Including blazing heaven demoness and Fan Yuan, there were 3 rank 8s, 6 rank 7s, and 4 rank 6s. The lineup was strong, and they had the advantage in numbers. Old Ancestor Shui, whose actions thoroughly angered Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. He did not hesitate to mobilize such a powerful force to rush to Northern Plains to regain his face. But now, the Gu immortals were all injured. Rank 6 Gu immortals had light injuries. Rank 7 Gu immortals had even heavier injuries. They were in a pathetic state, while the 3 rank 8s were even weaker. Their bodies were in tatters, some had broken arms, some had broken legs. His body swayed in the breeze, as if he was on the verge of collapse. At the edge of the 5 regions, they all had boundary walls. Surrounding Northern Plains was the Licorice Regional Wall. Surrounding the East Sea was the Blue Water Boundary Wall. It was precisely because of the existence of the boundary wall that the 5 regions were isolated from each other. Moreover, the higher the level of the world barrier, the stronger the obstruction. It was 10,000 times more difficult for a rank 8 Gu immortal to pass regional walls than a rank 6 Gu immortal. Eastern Sea immortal zombies wanted to enter Northern Plains from Eastern Sea. They had to pass through 2 regional walls. The 3 rank 8s were heavily injured. 4 rank 7 immortal zombies lost their lives in the regional wall. In contrast, rank 6 Gu immortals felt less pressure. Among everyone, Fan Yuan was the most relaxed. Because his cultivation level was the lowest, at the bottom of rank 6, and he was also a Northern Plains Gu immortal. He entered Northern Plains from Eastern Sea. Eastern Sea's regional wall repelled him and pushed him outwards, while Northern Plains' regional wall welcomed him and pulled him inwards. Similarly, among the 3 rank 8 immortal zombies, Blazing Heaven Demoness had the lightest injuries. Like wanderers returning home, Fan Yuan and Blazing Heaven Demoness were welcomed by Northern Plains. If not for the huge goo formation in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters, I'm afraid one of the 3 rank 8 immortal zombies would have been sacrificed, and half of the remaining rank 7 immortal zombies would have died. Fan Yuan observed without batting an eyelid. At the same time, he was secretly praising the deep foundation of East Sea Zombie Alliance. Before they left, dozens of immortal zombies from Zombie Alliance's headquarters had made a move. Activating the goo formation actually caused an earth tide. Every once in a while, an earth tide would occur in Eastern Sea. Boundless earth force would surge from deep within the trenches. It would stir up the seawater and form an earth tide. The earth tide was extremely powerful. It was easy for it to create a tsunami that was thousands of feet tall. The earth tide charged at the regional wall, causing it to weaken. Every year, during the earth tide, many goo immortals from other regions would enter Eastern Sea. By the time Fan Yuan and the rest set off, the earth tide had already passed. To think that Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters had a method to create an artificial earth tide. In a short period of time, an area of Eastern Sea's regional wall was weakened. If not for this help, Fan Yuan and the rest would have suffered even greater losses. What do we do now? After resting for a while, a rank 8 immortal zombie broke the silence. The other goo immortals focused their gazes on Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness was the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Among the 3 rank 8 immortal zombies, she had the strongest battle strength, thus, she was the leader of this operation. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not hesitate, she smiled. According to reliable information, old ancestor Shui Hu has already returned to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. We should not rush back, we should rest and recover our battle strength first, that is the best choice. The immortal zombies nodded, they had no doubts. They had just passed through the regional wall, their strength had fallen to rock bottom, they needed to rest and recuperate. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not even return to Dark Flow Giant City, she chose a hidden location. The Eastern Sea Goo Immortals concealed themselves and recuperated. This was the same as when the Central Continent Goo Immortals first infiltrated. There was no other way, after all, the expenditure of passing through regions was too huge. In Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, snow was falling. The 3 main peaks and countless subsidiary peaks stood tall in the heavy snow, like frost giants standing in silence. Among them, the first main peak was tall and majestic. It was old ancestor Shui Hu's residence. At this time, in a certain room on the first main peak, a huge goo formation was shining with dazzling golden light. Outside the goo formation, an old man was standing. It was old ancestor Shui Hu. But the one controlling the goo formation was not him, but a female immortal. This female immortal was in her 20s, she was beautiful and had a graceful aura. She was the second leader of Snowy Mountain, Lady Wan Shou. Lady Wan Shou was old ancestor Shui Hu's wife. She looked younger than him, but she was actually much older than him. Lady Wan Shou had once seized a fortuitous encounter and obtained Goo Immortal Wang Jiu's inheritance. Not only did she obtain several lifespan Goo, she even obtained many lifespan extension methods. These lifespan extension methods had their own disadvantages compared to lifespan Goo. But lifespan Goo were rare and hard to find. Lady Wan Shou's lifespan extension methods were still very popular among other Goo Immortals. When Lady Wan Shou was still cultivating, many Goo Immortals came to her. They paid a huge price to ask her to extend their lifespan. As time passed, Lady Wan Shou helped more and more Goo Immortals. Her lifespan extended by more than 1,000 years. Not only did she obtain countless cultivation resources, her strength rose rapidly. She even built up a network and became very popular. There were even flatterers who offered Wan Shou to her. Many Goo Immortals had requests from her. They did not dare to offend her. They cheered her on, and her name spread far and wide. Lady Wan Shou was not only skilled in lifespan extension, she was also a Refinement Path Quasi-Great Grandmaster. She was one of the 4 Refinement Path experts in Northern Plains Goo Immortal World. quasi-great grandmaster was only a step away from great grandmaster. In terms of refinement path, Fan Yuan could not compare to Lady Wan Shou. Old ancestor Shui, who was skilled in ice and snow path, he was also ashamed of his inferiority. Thus, whenever old ancestor Shui who wanted to refine Gu, he would ask Lady Wan Shou to do it. But at this time, Lady Wan Shou was activating the refinement path Gu formation. She was not refining Gu, but refining an immortal material. This immortal material was dug out by old ancestor Shui who from the depths of Earth Trench, the deepest part of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's immortal zombie graveyard. It was only the size of a palm, its whole body was shining with purple gold light, its texture was like a rock. The refinement path Gu formation shone brightly, its aura was rumbling. After a long while, the Gu formation slowly stopped, the light it emitted also gradually extinguished. The mysterious purple gold rock that had been refined until it was bright red soon cooled down, its fire dissipated, and it returned to its original dark and gloomy appearance. Old ancestor Shui who looked at Lady Wan Shou with an expectant gaze, this was a silent question. Lady Wan Shou frowned slightly, shaking her head. Even you cannot tell the origin of this mysterious purple gold rock? Old ancestor Shui who was somewhat surprised. This immortal material is indeed extraordinary. My Gu formation has been activated completely, but I still cannot refine it. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation. I need to research it properly. Saying so, Lady Wan Shou's tone changed. Husband, you were careless this time. It would have been fine if you had not been discovered stealing immortal zombies. But this time, you have crossed Zombie Alliance's bottom line. They will definitely take revenge. You need to be careful. Old ancestor Shui who nodded, saying solemnly, I was too careless this time. My original plan was going smoothly. I had almost cleared out the immortal zombie graveyard, but suddenly, a blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie appeared. This is the best immortal material to refine Fortune Gu. I was excited and tried to capture it. But to think that the other party had already set up a Gu formation in the graveyard, due to my carelessness, I could not conceal the sounds of battle and alerted Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Sigh. Old ancestor Shui who heaved a long sigh. Now that I think about it, it might have been the interference of Fortune Immortal Gu. Lady Wan Shou said solemnly. Fortune Immortal Gu is rank 8, it is normal for even you to be affected by it. This is Giant Sun Immortal's core Immortal Gu. Recently, I have been failing frequently in Gu refinement, it is likely due to Fortune Immortal Gu. But husband, you have obtained so many immortal zombie bodies this time, it has greatly increased the speed of gathering immortal materials. As long as we can refine Fortune Immortal Gu quickly, all of this will be worth it. Ever since old ancestor Shui who bought Ma Hongyun, he wanted to use the latter as the main material to refine rank 8 Fortune Immortal Gu. This was naturally disadvantageous to Ma Hongyun, thus, old ancestor Shui Hu, Lady Wan Shou, and the rest faced the backlash of Fortune Immortal Gu. Not just the two of them, many of the Gu immortals in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land who received old ancestor Shui Hu's mission to gather immortal materials had bad luck, accidents happened frequently. Actually, before this, old ancestor Shui Hu had already suffered a backlash from luck path. That time, Fairy Li Shan obtained Minuscule Mountain, Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu attacked. Old ancestor Shui Hu fought against 2 rank 8 Gu immortals, forcing them to retreat. Luck path was not invincible. Old ancestor Shui Hu relied on his immense strength to resist the backlash of luck path. This time, when he stole the immortal zombie body, he was very confident, but because of the backlash of luck path, he was careless and caused a huge commotion. The harder it is to refine Fortune Immortal Gu, the more powerful this Immortal Gu is, it makes me even more determined to refine it. Don't worry, I have already tightened my surveillance in Dark Flow Giant City. If there is any commotion, I will know. We will deal with it when it comes. I want to see if Zombie Alliance has any great plans. Chapter 936. Rex. The huge Dark Flow Giant City lay on the desolate land. Darkness shrouded it. The giant city was like a sleeping beast, silent and silent. Ever since old ancestors Shui, who wreaked havoc in the immortal zombie graveyard, Dragon Commander Yicha and the other two leaders sealed Dark Flow Giant City, acting like they were waiting for reinforcements. Dark Flow Giant City was heavily guarded. No matter how hard the other forces tried to investigate, they could only obtain some information from the periphery. Night fell. Blazing Heaven Demonis led the Eastern Sea immortal zombies back to Dark Flow Giant City secretly. Subordinates Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, Huang Quanwing, greet leader, greet the two lords, greet our comrades. The three leaders of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance bowed, unable to conceal their excitement and unease. Get up. The other party is old ancestor Shui Hu, it is not your fault. Blazing Heaven Demonis spoke first. Yin Lu Gong and the rest let out sighs of relief. A huge burden was lifted from their hearts. These last days had been very difficult for them. On one hand, they were waiting for reinforcements from Zombie Alliance's headquarters. On the other hand, they were worried that the headquarters would punish them for their negligence. Old ancestor Shui Hu is too arrogant. We must make him pay the price. Our Zombie Alliance is not easy to bully. Another rank 8 immortal zombie said. The surrounding immortal zombies looked at him in awe, agreeing with him. This rank 8 immortal zombie was called Corpse Detonation King. He was most proficient in using the smallest price to detonate his immortal zombie body, causing a terrifying explosion. He had a bad temper and was ruthless. When he passed through the regional wall, he attacked wantonly, killing all those who opposed him. Of the 4 rank 7 immortal zombies that died, 3 were killed by him. Their corpses were all blasted to smithereens, forming a huge explosion that destroyed the regional wall, opening a path for Corpse Detonation King. Leader, when will we counterattack? When we counterattack, please let this old man be the vanguard. Yin Lu Gong and Huang Quanwang saw the large-scale reinforcements from Eastern Sea. Their morale surged as they asked for permission. Blazing Heaven Demonis was not anxious, she spoke slowly. This matter is important. Let's investigate the scene first. Seeing is believing, let's collect the evidence. Right, through these traces, we might be able to deduce some of old ancestor Shui Hu's methods. Another rank 8 immortal zombie, Pu Wan Dao, nodded in agreement. Although they had the advantage in numbers. But they were immortal zombies after all, they had many disadvantages compared to living Gu immortals. More importantly, the other party wasn't an ordinary person that could be easily bullied. His opponent this time was a terrifying person who fought 1 against 2, forcing Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu to retreat. He was the publicly recognized number 1 demonic path Gu immortal in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Next, the immortal zombies did not stop. He secretly went to the Earth Trench to survey the battlefield. The battlefield was well protected by Yin Lu Gong and the others. The immortal zombie graveyard was in a mess. Large amounts of frost covered the surface. Some of the holes were still burning with flames. Everyone displayed their abilities and began to scout. Fan Yuan was also among them, but his mind was elsewhere. His eyes scanned the surroundings, but his mind drifted into the distance. The treasure that he was searching for was not hidden in the immortal zombie graveyard, but deeper in the Earth Trench. How can I do it without anyone noticing? How to open this treasure? I have a feeling that this inheritance will be of great help to me. I will be able to get rid of my immortal zombie body and revive. I will have to rely on it. Fan Yuan was filled with anticipation. Unfortunately, he had no choice now. He could only follow everyone and leave Earth Trench, returning to Dark Flow Giant City. After surveying the battlefield, the immortal zombies had ugly expressions. Even Corpse Detonation King and Pu Wan Dao. They had solemn expressions. Even if they did not personally fight, just by looking at the traces, they could deduce old ancestors Shui Hu's overwhelming might. But what made everyone feel strange was the person who fought old ancestors Shui Hu. Who is this person? He has rank 7 cultivation level, but his battle strength is outstanding. He even set up a Gu formation in the graveyard. He seems to be an immortal zombie, but why is there no record of him in my list? Blazing Heaven Demonis frowned, asking Yin Lu Gong and the others. Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quanwang smiled bitterly, apologizing in unison. We did not do our job well, we were kept in the dark, we did not know such a capable person was hiding in Earth Trench. Blazing Heaven Demoness snorted, her expression was cold. Investigate thoroughly. I feel that this is not simple. Old Ancestor Shui who appearing here is understandable. After all, he wants to refine fortune immortal goo, but lacks immortal materials. But why would this mysterious immortal zombie appear in the graveyard of our Northern Plains Zombie Alliance? Looking at this situation, he has been living here in seclusion for a long time. No need to investigate. At this time, Rank 8 Goo Immortal Corpse Detonation King interjected. This person is a member of our Zombie Alliance. The reason why we came here this time and made such a big fuss is to rescue him. At the side, Pu-Wan Dao added. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, everyone from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, please forgive us. This person has an extraordinary background. He is a 10 extreme immortal zombie. He has outstanding battle strength. Because he is carrying out a secret mission from our Zombie Alliance headquarters, to be safe, he has been kept a secret. Zombie Alliance headquarters has given the highest order. We need to work together to save this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. So it is like this? The immortal zombies showed astonished expressions. Yin Lu Gong and the other two leaders' expressions sank after the astonishment. Dragon Commander Yi Cha cupped his fists at the Eastern Sea people, asking, I wonder what secret mission this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie is carrying out. Why did he have to be in the most important immortal zombie graveyard of our Northern Plains Zombie Alliance? In the end, Corpse Detonation King replied coldly. This is not something you can know. All right. Blazing Heaven Demoness stood up, easing the situation. Our current enemy is Old Ancestor Shui Hu. Since that immortal zombie is one of us, let's save him as well. Yin Lu Gong and the rest quickly agreed. Fan Yuan watched coldly from the sidelines. Even Blazing Heaven Demoness was kept in the dark about this secret. She was a Northern Plains Goo immortal after all, even though she had been in Eastern Sea for many years, there was still a gap between her and the true core of Zombie Alliance headquarters. At the same time, Fan Yuan came to a sudden realization. Zombie Alliance mobilized such a huge force not only to teach Old Ancestors Shui Hu a lesson, but also to save this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. Fan Yuan watched the show as he laughed internally. Hee, if this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie is a spy sent by Zombie Alliance headquarters to monitor the Northern Plains branch, that would be fun. Earlier, what Yin Lu Gong wanted to ask was this, right? Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, as expected of the pillar of Zombie Alliance. If the others had the same resolve as you, why would Zombie Alliance not be able to prosper and even dominate the 5 regions? Ha! Corpse Detonation King Wangda laughed. Blazing Heaven Demoness was kept in the dark. Only now did she know the true content of the mission. But she was shrewd, she did not show any dissatisfaction, instead saying, Next, let us discuss how to teach Old Ancestor Shui Hu a lesson and save the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. Corpse Detonation King immediately said, The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie has abundant and profound fire and lightning path Dao marks. They are most suitable for Goo refinement. There is no time to lose, it is best to directly attack them. Attacking them is just a reckless move. Blazing Heaven Demoness retorted directly, not giving any face to Corpse Detonation King. Corpse Detonation King stared and was about to say something, but Pu-Wan Dao also supported Blazing Heaven Demoness. That's right. Since they captured the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie, they have hostages. If we attack them and suppress Old Ancestor Shui Hu, they will use the hostages to threaten us. We will have to hold back. No matter how big our advantage is, we will lose everything. Then we will sneak into Snowy Mountain blessed land and save the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. Corpse Detonation King added. Blazing Heaven Demoness snorted coldly. There are countless spies outside Dark Flow Giant City. There are definitely Snowy Mountain blessed land spies among them. Just this point is enough to prove Old Ancestor Shui Hu's vigilance. Snowy Mountain blessed land's defenses are definitely tight. Sneaking in is not realistic, it is like walking into a trap. Of course. Corpse Detonation King, you are extraordinary, you are more skilled, since you are interested, why don't you go? I believe with your strength, it will be easy. You. Corpse Detonation King was speechless. He showed a look of anger and embarrassment. Then what do you think we should do? Puwan Dao placed his hand on Corpse Detonation King's shoulder. His gaze was like lightning as he asked Blazing Heaven Demonis. Blazing Heaven Demonis smiled proudly. Old ancestor Shui Hu is strong, even though Snowy Mountain Blessed Land has tight defenses, it cannot conceal his greatest weakness. Someone asked. Oh? What weakness? Blazing Heaven Demonis looked around, saying, Fortune Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan was not interested in how to deal with old ancestor Shui Hu. While the immortal zombies were excitedly discussing their schemes, he was thinking about how to take away the treasures deep in Earth Trench. After a verbal exchange, Blazing Heaven Demonis regained the authority to command. The immortal zombies decided on a plan overnight, each going to their own tasks. Blazing Heaven Demonis did not let Fan Yuan go out. The only task she gave to Fan Yuan was to continue refining Star Thought Immortal Gu. She even gave Fan Yuan a token. It could represent her will to the greatest extent. With this token, Fan Yuan could freely enter and exit Dark Flow Giant City, as well as all the resource points controlled by Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. He could even enter the important warehouses. The precious immortal materials inside were all for Fan Yuan to use. As long as they were useful for refining Immortal Gu, he just needed to register them. The environment was relaxed and the conditions were good. Fan Yuan could not help but feel surprised. Is Blazing Heaven Demonis still thinking of attacking Yulu Blessed Land? That is unlikely. Not to mention old ancestor Shui Hu's matter. Who knows when it will be resolved? Shark Demon and Subai Men will definitely make use of their time to invite Wisdom Path Gu Immortals to attack Yulu Blessed Land. But once I have Star Thought Immortal Gu, along with my Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level, I can deduce many things. Maybe Blazing Heaven Demonis wants to scheme against old ancestor Shui Hu, so she values my ability in this aspect? Chapter 937. Boom! There was a loud sound, but the explosion was not huge. The starlight in the sky was like fluttering butterflies, fluttering in the secret room. Under such a beautiful scenery, Fan Yuan's expression was very unsightly. I failed again. This time, I did not even complete a third of the refinement of Star Thought Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan sighed as he waved his sleeves. The clouds and rain dispersed, the starlight vanished without a trace, the huge secret room returned to its previous tranquility. This was the secret room of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Here, Fan Yuan obtained sufficient immortal materials. He tried to refine Gu again, but tasted the bitterness of failure again. Even though I use the Immortal Killer move Time Assist Luck every time I refine Gu, the effect is not huge. There is no suitable target for Connect Luck. Forget it, I have done enough on the surface. I should try to enter Earth Trench and get that inheritance. Fan Yuan wanted to get the inheritance as soon as possible, but there were many things that could not be done quickly. If he did not refine Star Thought Immortal Gu and wanted to enter Earth Trench in a hurry, it would be too obvious. Others would see through it, so he could not do it. Even though Fan Yuan had joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, the problem now was that he was not free. He was heavily guarded by two immortal zombies. Fan Yuan understood that this was also a form of surveillance. After all, Fan Yuan had failed many times in Immortal Gu refinement. He already owed Blazing Heaven Demonis a huge debt. If they did not monitor him, what if Fan Yuan escaped? Even though this agreement was made, Blazing Heaven Demonis had already used information path methods and Immortal Killer moves to restrict both sides. But at Blazing Heaven Demonis level, the older one was, the more cowardly they were. The more knowledge they had, the more careful they were. Who knew if Fan Yuan had a method to break it? Fan Yuan really did. The 500 years of memories allowed him to know many methods to break immortal information path restrictions. But he did not have the corresponding Immortal Gu. He could not break this agreement. He sincerely wanted to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu. That was why he cooperated with Blazing Heaven Demonis. But now, he wanted to steal the treasure even more. During these days in Dark Flow Giant City, Fan Yuan tried to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo. To make the blazing heaven demoness feel at ease, he was also secretly gathering information. Actively prepare yourself for action. Compared to before, Dark Flow Giant City had opened its gates and resumed communication with the outside world. The immortal zombies' morale was rising, they were full of energy. So, Blazing Heaven Demoness led the group to deal with old ancestor Shui Hu. She used a rather smart strategy. She did not directly attack, but instead grasped old ancestor Shui Hu's greatest weakness and restrained him. What was old ancestor Shui Hu's greatest weakness? Almost all the Northern Plains Goo immortals knew about it. Fortune Immortal Goo. Old ancestor Shui Hu wanted to refine Fortune Immortal Goo wholeheartedly, but he lacked immortal materials. Even though he had the main material, Ma Hong Yun, it was related to a rank 8 immortal Goo. He also had to prepare more materials to increase the possibility of success. Hence, his demand for immortal materials was extremely huge. The demonic path Goo immortals in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. They were tormented by old ancestor Shui Hu to the point of being miserable. Even old ancestor Shui Hu had to lower his status and personally sneak into the immortal zombie graveyard in Earth Trench to do that thing. This showed old ancestor Shui Hu's extreme desire for immortal materials. Blazing Heaven Demoness saw this point and actively made arrangements, using ambushes, plots, destruction, and other methods. She especially opposed the demonic path Goo immortals in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. These demonic path Goo immortals had a hard time gathering immortal materials. And because of the backlash from Luck Path, the immortal zombies relied on luck to move, thus the success rate of every operation was very high. The more such operations succeeded, the more Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's morale fell, while the morale of zombie alliances side gradually rose, sweeping away the dejection from before. Fan Yuan had an ashen expression as he opened the secret room's door. There were 2 rank 6 immortal zombies at the door. Seeing Fan Yuan, one of the immortal zombies, Dr. Yin Xian, immediately greeted. Sir, you have come out of closed cultivation. I wonder if the Goo refinement this time. Fan Yuan gave a muffled snort, waving his hand in annoyance. Don't bother me. Saying so, he directly left. Humph, who do you think you are? You dare to be so arrogant in our territory. The other immortal zombie, Landlord Lei Yu, looked at Fan Yuan's back, his eyes shining with a sharp light. He was extremely dissatisfied. But that yin-yang doctor did not seem to care even though he was rebuffed. He grinned and chased after Fan Yuan, following closely behind him like a dog-skin plaster. Fan Yuan moved forward, turning left and right. He arrived at a large hall. This was the largest immortal material warehouse in Dark Flow Giant City. It was personally guarded by an immortal zombie. Seeing Fan Yuan, Dr. Yin Xian, and Landlord Lei Yu arrive, the immortal zombie guarding the warehouse nodded towards them familiarly. Knowing that Fan Yuan had come to collect immortal materials again, he smiled and handed an information path Goo worm to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan received the Goo worm and held it in his hand, pretending to look at the list of immortal materials inside, while scheming in his mind. Blazing Heaven Demoness, Corpse Detonation King, and Pu Wan Dao have already left Dark Flow Giant City 3 days ago to attack the demonic path Goo immortals in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. They have not returned yet. This is an opportunity, I might as well use it. Right at this time, the immortal zombie guarding the warehouse said enthusiastically. Sir Xing Xiang Zi, whatever immortal materials you want, you can take them. Leader has already instructed us, you only need to register them. You don't need to feel any psychological burden. But the moment he said so, Fan Yuan suddenly raised his head, staring fiercely at the immortal zombie. What burden do I have? Why would I have any psychological burden? I am fine. Fan Yuan was unkempt, his hair was disheveled, he had an extremely irritated expression. Seeing him like this, the immortal zombie guarding the warehouse immediately knew that Fan Yuan's Goo refinement had definitely failed. This immortal zombie was dazed, thinking, I really deserve it, why am I being so talkative? Whether he succeeds or fails, what does it have to do with me? He immediately calmed the matter down, remaining silent. But Fan Yuan was not willing to let the matter rest. He crushed the information path goo worm in his hand. His hands were behind his back, his head lowered as he paced. At the same time, he mumbled, "Damn it. Why is it still not working? Why do I keep failing? I have already failed 4 times. Why is it like this? Why?" Dr. Yin Xian and Landlord Lei Yu glanced at each other, tactfully not going to provoke Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan, however, was getting more and more anxious. He clenched his fists and cursed fiercely. His words were extremely vulgar, and he occasionally mumbled. He did not know what he was talking about. Dr. Yin Xian tried his best to decipher it, but could only hear some fragmented content. Do I really have to use that method? No, the price is too high. Damn it, this damned immortal goo. Why can't I succeed? Fan Yuan showed an expression of endless hesitation, as if he had fallen into an important and difficult decision. Right now, his eyes were bloodshot. He looked like a gambler who had already lost most of his assets, but decided to stake it all on one throw, trying to make a comeback. Damn it, I will go all out. I can definitely succeed this time. I can definitely do it. Right, I can definitely succeed. The 3 immortal zombies looked on coldly. Seeing Fan Yuan's restless expression, the disdain and disgust in their hearts dissipated a little. Instead, they felt a trace of pity. Many goo immortals were in such a situation. In order to refine an immortal goo, they paid a huge price, but still gained nothing, and even went bankrupt. It was like stepping on a path of no return, seeing the resources they had accumulated for decades, or even centuries, go to waste. Inevitably, their eyes turned red from the loss, and they wholeheartedly pursued success. In the end, there was no turning back, and they walked further and further down the path of failure. Fan Yuan suddenly stopped and turned around, his gaze like lightning staring at Dr. Yin Xian and Landlord Lei Yu. I have decided. You 2 pack up and follow me into Earth Trench. Fan Yuan's words shocked the 3 immortal zombies present. Enter Earth Trench? Dr. Yin Xian's expression changed. Earth Trench was a dangerous place. Fierce beasts roamed freely inside, the terrain was treacherous, and countless lives were buried there. Blazing Heaven Demonis had told them to look after Fan Yuan. It was naturally to protect him. Hearing Fan Yuan say he wanted to enter Earth Trench, how could Dr. Yin Xian agree? Landlord Lei Yu also did not agree, saying stiffly, "What immortal materials do you need? We will gather them, sir. You don't need to take the risk." "What do you know?" Fan Yuan raised his voice and glanced at them, showing an arrogant expression. "We have received orders from our leader to protect Sir's safety. If Sir enters Earth Trench and something happens, how can we explain it to our leader? Please don't make things difficult for us." Dr. Yin Xian smiled bitterly, his expression sincere. Fan Yuan did not care about his sincerity. He waved his arms and shouted, "Your difficulties have nothing to do with me. I only care about refining goo. I only know I need Earth Shell Snails Star Night Mucus." "Earth Shell Snails Star Night Mucus?" "Sir, don't be impatient, let me check," Dr. Yin Xian immediately said. He also had information path goo worms in his possession, which covered most of Zombie Alliance's immortal materials. Very quickly, a hint of joy flashed across Dr. Yin Xian's face. He retracted his mind and said to Fan Yuan, "Earth Shell Snail's mucus is the body fluid left behind by the desolate beast Earth Shell Snail as it slowly crawls on the ground. We have it, we have it. Currently, we have 3 tails of it in warehouse number 6, is it enough? If not, we will immediately issue a mission and gather immortal zombies to collect it." Fan Yuan shouted angrily, pointing at Dr. Yin Xian's nose and scolding, "Are you deaf, or is there a hole in your brain? Didn't you understand what I said earlier? Earth Shell Snails Star Night Mucus, Star Night Mucus. It is not ordinary mucus, do you understand?" He then shouted anxiously, "Earth Shell Snail's mucus needs to be collected and sealed within 10 breaths of time, otherwise, the mucus will dry up and lose its effectiveness. Star Night mucus will be processed on the spot. I have to use my unique method to process ordinary mucus. The processing process will take 7 breaths of time. Even if it is processed into Star Night mucus, there is a complicated sealing method that needs to be completed within 3 breaths of time. That is why I have to enter Earth Trench. Can you do it without me? If you can, I will read my name backwards. Chapter 938. Earth shell snails lived in the deepest parts of Earth Trench. They were only suitable to live there. According to Fan Yuan, to collect the Star Night mucus, one had to go deep into Earth Trench and find the Earth shell snail, then immediately work behind it and process the mucus left behind by the Earth shell snail after it crawls. After processing, one had to collect the Star Night mucus in a short time. The difficulty of this was very high, and the danger was also very high. Earth shell snails had a docile nature. It was not hard to get close to them. One could even stand on their back and make light attacks. This desolate beast would not get angry. The danger was that the Earth shell snails were not the only creatures in Earth Trench. The deeper one went into Earth Trench, all kinds of fierce beasts, strange plants, and wild goo worms were everywhere. Earth Trench was unfathomably deep. The place where the Earth shell snails lived was at least 10,000 li away from the surface. Beside the Earth shell snails lived many strong fierce beasts, groups of desolate beasts, and even ancient desolate beasts were not rare. These fierce beasts and plants were the main threat. I will definitely go into Earth Trench. Since Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness wants you two to protect me, I will leave this to you. If you die, I have to live, do you understand? Fan Yuan used a matter-of-fact tone as he ordered. Landlord Lei Yu and Dr. Yin Xian gritted their teeth in anger, but they could not do anything to Fan Yuan. Now that Fan Yuan brought out Blazing Heaven Demoness, these 2 immortal zombies could do nothing. The two discussed for a while. Dr. Yin Xian said to Fan Yuan with a gloomy expression, "This is a serious matter. We need to report to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness first. We cannot decide." In the end, they could not get around Blazing Heaven Demoness. However, this was within Fan Yuan's expectations. Thus, he waved his sleeves, shouting, "Then go quickly!" He was not afraid of Blazing Heaven Demoness investigation. In fact, Star Night mucus was indeed a matter. This was one of the results of Fan Yuan's recent modifications to Star Thought Immortal Gu's recipe. The Starry Night mucus was developed by Fan Yuan himself. It had a wide range of uses and great potential. Not only could it be used to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu, it could also be used to refine other Star Path Immortal Gu. It was a rank 6 immortal material that was easier to obtain but had great effects. If I have an environment suitable for the survival of Earth snails, he could make an issue out of this and continuously refine more Starry Night mucus. If this immortal material were to be sold in jewel yellow skies, it would definitely be sold for a good price. In the short term, the benefits are comparable to the guts Gu. Fan Yuan calculated in his heart. But after a long period of time, the Starry Night sticky saliva's processing method would definitely be seen through, and even imitated. After all, these processed immortal materials could not compare to guts Gu. In the hands of Refinement Path or Wisdom Path Gu immortals, it could be easily broken. A monopoly business would not last long. Dr. Yin Xian stayed behind to accompany Fan Yuan. As for Tower Master Lei Yu, that unlucky fellow, with a heavy and uneasy mood, he went to a certain Gu formation in Dark Flow Giant City, using the Information Path Gu formation. Using the Information Path Gu formation, he sent a message to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fan Yuan was not worried that Blazing Heaven Demoness would obstruct him. In fact, Fan Yuan was quite confident. He believed that Blazing Heaven Demoness would agree. After all, refining Star Thought Immortal Gu would be of great help to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fan Yuan still owed Blazing Heaven Demoness a debt. If Blazing Heaven Demoness did not want Fan Yuan to die, she might even send other immortal zombies to protect him. Of course, there would not be many immortal zombies protecting Fan Yuan. After all, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's main focus was on how to attack the demonic path Gu immortals that were leaving Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, to obstruct them from collecting Gu refinement immortal materials and teach old ancestors Shui Hu a lesson. If Blazing Heaven Demoness does this, it will be more in line with my intentions. After all, I will go deep into Earth Trench and have more guards, it will be safer. When I get close to the inheritance, I will shake them off. If there are not many guards, it will be easier to shake them off. Sure enough, as Fan Yuan expected, Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed to Fan Yuan's idea and arranged for 5 immortal zombies to protect Fan Yuan. Among them, there were 2 rank 7s and 3 rank 6s. It was a strong lineup that slightly surpassed Fan Yuan's expectations. It showed Blazing Heaven Demoness' sincerity. 3 days later, the 5 immortal zombies gathered. After waiting for another 2 days, the immortal zombies borrowed some immortal goo to deal with this mission. As local tyrants, no one was more familiar with this earth trench than them. After making sufficient preparations, the group of people finally set off. What was worth mentioning was that earth trenches were not limited to northern plains. In fact, all 5 regions had earth trenches. Earth trenches were formed on the ground. Some earth trenches stretched for millions of li, some were millions of feet deep, bottomless. It was one of the most majestic natural wonders in the Goo Master world. Zombie Alliance's earth trench had always been guarded by Zombie Alliance. When Blazing Heaven Demoness was not in northern plains, Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quanwang, these 3 rank 7 immortal zombies, would send at least one to guard the entrance of Earth Trench. Earth trenches were rich in resources and had many desolate beasts. Back then, Dark Flow Giant City was built here to occupy this rich resource point of Earth Trench. Everyone knew that Northern Plains cultivation resources were lacking compared to the other 4 regions. But Earth trenches were deep underground, they had vast space and abundant resources. The only flaw was that the desolate beasts and desolate plants inside were very fierce and powerful. There were countless of them. Normally, only super forces could control resource points like earth trenches. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch was like this. Central Continent's Demon Expelling Sect was also like this. Demon Expelling Sect was a super force with 3 Goo Immortals guarding it. The earth trench they controlled was called Nzu Earth Trench. It was very famous in Central Continent. At night, Fan Yuan and the rest passed through the entrance and went deep into Earth Trench. Fan Yuan had planned for a long time. He naturally did not move stealthily. He was surrounded by 5 immortal zombies. He could be said to be walking openly and openly. The giant trench was like the bloody mouth of a ferocious beast. It silently opened in the thick darkness. Fan Yuan and the rest entered it. The trench gradually expanded by tens of times, to 100 times. After flying for several minutes, the interior of Earth Trench was already so vast that it could contain 70 to 80 dark flow giant cities. In the deep darkness, there were only flickering lights. Most of the cliffs on both sides were bare and steep. There were only a few needle-like plants on the surface, like sesame seeds. How deep was this Earth Trench? No one knew. Even the immortal zombies who had controlled this place for so many years had never found the true bottom of Earth Trench. Earth Trench was rich in resources. But the number of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts was unheard of. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch did not have the strength to advance. They could only try their best to control the area that was 150,000 feet from the surface. In today's world, although the human race has stood tall for a long time, fully deserving of being the overlord of the races. But they could not enter any corner of nature. Compared to the grandeur of nature, the human race seemed insignificant. The mysteries of heaven and earth were endless. They were deeply hidden. Even the powerful immortal venerables and demon venerables could only understand 1 or 2 of the laws of heaven and earth to the extreme. Humans were still an unreachable distance away from understanding the mysteries of heaven and earth. The group gradually went deeper. The Earth Trench was huge. It made Fan Yuan and the rest look tiny. At this point, they were already 150,000 feet from the surface. Mountains could not fill up this Earth Trench. It was endless darkness. It silently devoured everything. Everyone was silent. Fan Yuan observed the surroundings silently, using the corner of his eyes to observe the immortal zombies. 5 immortal zombie guards, 2 rank 7s, 3 rank 6s. Among them, the rank 7 immortal zombies were Dragon Commander Yi Cha and Granny Yuan. Among the 3 rank 6s, including Dr. Yin Xian and Landlord Lei Yu, as well as an enslavement path immortal zombie. His name was Lin Din Yao. 5 days ago, Fan Yuan had already obtained some information about them. He did not know nothing about them. Among the 2 rank 7 immortal zombies, Dragon Commander Yi Chao was the first. He was one of the 3 vice leaders of Dark Flow Giant City, and also the one with the strongest battle strength in this trip. What was worth mentioning was that he could use his immortal aperture to raise large numbers of Yiksha octopuses, part of the reason for Dragon Commander Yi Chao's fame. Immortal zombies' immortal apertures were already dead, but Dragon Commander Yi Chao still had a way to raise large numbers of Yiksha octopuses. This was quite puzzling. Countless immortal zombies were curious. The other rank 7 immortal zombie, Granny Yuan, specialized in defense. Dr. Yin Xian, from his title, he was a healing goo immortal. He naturally could not compare to Tai Bai Yinxing, but he was very skilled in healing immortal zombies. Landlord Lei Yu specialized in offense. He had vast attacks and a grand aura. The final immortal zombie, Lin Din Yao, controlled flying beasts. He was an enslavement path immortal zombie. From this, it could be seen that Blazing Heaven Demoness had spent a lot of effort in arranging these people to protect Fan Yuan. Granny Yuan could protect Fan Yuan, while Dr. Yin Xian could heal Fan Yuan's injuries at the crucial moment and save Fan Yuan's life. If they encountered a desolate beast group and the immortals could not match them, Lin Din Yao could sacrifice his birds to stall for time for the immortals to retreat. The deeper they went, the wider the earth trench. There were steep cliffs on both sides, there was a huge space in the middle, birds could move freely here. At this time, birds flew out of Lin Din Yao's immortal aperture from time to time, flying in all directions. Enslavement path was very convenient. Ever since they went deep into the earth trench, Lin Din Yao took on the responsibility of scouting. The inheritance is in that direction, but we cannot go there directly. Our goal is too obvious and we will attract suspicion. Fan Yuan did not change his expression, he was very patient. After a while, Lin Din Yao suddenly said, "There is a Yiksha octopus on the left, but it is injured." Dragon Commander Yi Chao's expression did not change. "Ignore it, we will go around it." Fan Yuan's group of 6 was very strong. A rank 6 Yiksha octopus could not compare to them. But this trip was to go deep underground and find earth shell snails to collect immortal materials. That was their true goal. By then, battles would be very frequent. If they could save immortal essence now, they had to do so. Earth shell snails were very deep in the earth trench. They crawled slowly but were actually very fast. They did not have a fixed residence, they were everywhere. It was hard to track them. The stronger the ferocious beast, the more stubborn its sense of territory would be. In the depths of the earth trench, all sorts of fierce beasts and plants occupied their own territories. Earth shell snails were rare desolate beasts that could cross territories without incurring the enmity of lords. Maybe the earth shell snail's gentle nature had already made other strong beings realize that they were harmless. But Fan Yuan and the rest could not enjoy such good treatment from the earth shell snails. Thus, battles were unavoidable. Chapter 939. Amidst the silence, Fan Yuan and the other immortal zombies had already ventured deep into earth trench. They were 40,000 feet away from the surface. Although they tried their best to avoid fighting, there were enough battles, big and small, to go through 16 battles. The immortal zombies were all injured to some extent. "We cannot go any deeper," Dragon Commander Yi Chao said. "At this depth, the earth shell snail is active. We need to explore the surroundings." Northern Plains Zombie Alliance could only explore 150,000 feet at most. Right now, they were 10,000 feet away from this limit, but the deeper they went, the more dangerous it would be. There were desolate beasts everywhere. With Fan Yuan and the rest's formation, it would be very difficult to deal with them. No immortal zombies objected to Dragon Commander Yi Chao's suggestion. After choosing a direction, everyone continued to fly in silence. Maybe before leaving, Fan Yuan used time made luck to raise his luck. In any case, not long after, he encountered an earth shell snail. "Very good." Fan Yuan showed an overjoyed expression. "Don't be anxious, let's investigate and see how many dangers are lurking around." Dragon Commander Yi Cha was calm. The immortals used their methods and quickly found out that this territory was guarded by a large group of Yiksha octopuses. I need to deal with the snail's saliva. I need to use starlight. It will most likely alert these Yiksha octopuses. Fan Yuan showed a troubled expression as he looked at Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the rest. Everyone's expressions sank. Why didn't you say so earlier? Landlord Lei Yu said unhappily. Maybe there is a way. We can conceal the commotion, Dr. Yin Xian said. Fan Yuan shook his head. That is impossible. I want to conceal the commotion too, but this is beyond my limit. It's not convenient for me to reveal the exact method. Anyway, it is best to get rid of these Yiksha octopuses first. Fan Yuan had a firm attitude. He had a good reason. The other immortal zombies looked at each other. Dragon Commander Yi Cha had to compromise. Then we will kill these Yiksha octopuses first. Xing Xiangzi will take action. This time, Dragon Commander Yi Cha personally investigated. There were 8 dire beast octopuses and an octopus king among the octopuses that were entrenched here. They had rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength. Lin Din Yao is in charge of the perimeter and mobilizing the flock of birds. Surround the entire octopus school. Let Granny Yuan attract their attention. After that, Pavilion Master Lei Yu and I will take action to kill these octopuses. As for you, Dr. Yin Xian, just stand on the periphery and provide support. Dragon Marshal Yi Cha was soon done with the arrangements. Fan Yuan had nothing to do with it. The Yiksha octopus could be said to have suffered a calamity that descended from the heavens. The immortal zombies sneaked closer and schemed against the unsuspecting. Thus, as soon as the battle erupted, the school of Yiksha octopuses suffered a ferocious blow and fell into panic. The immortal zombies quickly established their advantage and gained the upper hand. After a while, the battle came to an end, and the octopuses were all killed. There were only 2 left. At this time, Dragon Commander Yi Cha suddenly said to Fan Yuan, Xing Xiangzi, you should also make a move. Fan Yuan's eyes flashed. He leisurely stepped onto the stage. Immortal killer move, Star Snake Rope. He first trapped a Yiksha octopus that was in a better state, then used the 6 illusion star body to surround the other one. Swoosh, 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 starlight shined brightly. Fan Yuan's attacks were relentless. Soon, this dying Yiksha octopus was killed. Next, he turned his spear around, dealing with the last one. The Yiksha octopus was half man, half beast. Its upper body was that of a muscular man with bulging muscles. Its skin was black and hard like steel. Its lower body had dozens of octopus tentacles that replaced its legs. This final Yiksha octopus was in a better state. It was ferocious and fought fiercely with Fan Yuan, falling into a stalemate. Fan Yuan used Star Cloud Grindstone to defend, waiting for a chance to attack again and again, cutting off the tentacles of the Yiksha octopus. When he was fighting, the other immortal zombies watched from the sidelines. At most, Lin Din Yao controlled the birds to stall the Yiksha octopus that was trying to escape, allowing Fan Yuan to catch up and continue fighting. Fan Yuan was very patient. He purposely injured the Yiksha octopus, causing pitch black and cold blood to flow out. Enough, stop. Eventually, Dragon Commander Yi Cha could not stand it anymore. He personally captured this Yiksha octopus. The previous few were all killed because they couldn't hold back during the battle. This Yiksha octopus was captured alive by Dragon Commander Yi Cha. He was going to raise it in his immortal aperture. This time, the other immortal zombies understood Fan Yuan's battle strength. Fan Yuan only exposed his star path methods, but even so, his battle strength was at the level of a rank 6 expert. Landlord Lei Yu, who was dissatisfied with Fan Yuan and had been criticizing him, became silent. The latter estimated that if he fought against Fan Yuan alone, he might not be Fan Yuan's match. In the Gu immortal world, strength ruled supreme. No matter how dissatisfied Landlord Lei Yu was, he did not show it on his face. Next, Fan Yuan started to collect the Star Night mucus. He asked the immortal zombies to retreat several li, and not to use investigative methods to steal his unique method. The immortal zombies were naturally unhappy. They scolded Fan Yuan for being narrow-minded, but they had no choice but to agree. The commotion of using the starlight to deal with the mucus was not small. Soon, the earth shell snail stopped squirming, its entire body shrunk into its shell. Once it sensed danger, the earth shell snail would react like this. Its shell was extremely thick, even though it was only a desolate beast. Most rank 6 goo immortals were helpless against it. Even rank 7 goo immortals would need to spend some effort to break its shell. Moreover, the earth shell snail was as large as a whale, it was heavier than a mountain. Once it shrunk into its shell, it would need to hide for a year or two. If there was a huge commotion outside, this time would be several times longer. If they moved it away, as long as it was outside the range of the earth shell snail, even if it was still in earth trench, if it was 5 or 6 li away, the earth shell snail would die on the spot. This way, the immortal zombies could only abandon this one and move elsewhere. In earth trench, there were not only the Yiksha octopus. There were bad desolate beasts, wall-climbing demon apes, earth milk grass, and other desolate beasts and desolate plants. In the following journey, the immortal zombies encountered 3 more earth shell snails. 2 of them. Fan Yuan made good use of them. He collected as much star night mucus as he could. The last one moved in the territory of the ancient desolate beast Scarlet Flame Snake. This monster's body was filled with dark path, fire path, and earth path Dao marks. It was extremely difficult to deal with. It was skilled at digging holes and moving through the cliffs of earth trench. It was very fast. Once they fought, the commotion could not be concealed. Thus, Fan Yuan and the rest could only give up. Under Fan Yuan's intentional guidance, the immortal zombies got closer to Fan Yuan's destination. There are a large number of Yiksha octopuses ahead. Stop advancing, there are many Yiksha octopuses, there are at least 30 of them. Lin Din Yao suddenly reported anxiously. Then let's leave this place. Turn around. Dragon Commander Yi Cha immediately ordered. 30 desolate beasts were equivalent to 30 rank 6 goo immortal battle strength. With such a large group, there had to be at least 3 ancient Yiksha octopuses controlling them. Even though Fan Yuan was unwilling, he could not refute it, he could only remember this place. The immortal zombies turned around and flew towards the southeast. A moment later, they found the 4th earth shell snail. This snail looked a little old. It carried a brown shell, its soft white body was moving along the cliffs of earth trench. Its speed was very slow. Luck is here. After inspecting, Lin Din Yao laughed. There is actually no danger in this area. Sir Xing Xiangzi, you can use your methods freely. Fan Yuan nodded, he observed carefully. Suddenly, his eyes shined with bright light, he recognized the danger of this place. It turned out that this place looked safe, but it was filled with earth path Dao marks. Once one got too close, they would be sucked to the cliffs. The larger the body, the stronger the suction force. Desolate beasts are mostly huge. They are very heavy. Once they fall here, they will not be able to move, they will starve to death. Earth shell snails are as heavy as mountains, but this snail can actually move slowly. It seems that it is not old, it is an ancient desolate beast level earth shell snail. Realizing this, Fan Yuan's mind became active. He flew over and purposely got sucked in, he screamed in shock. Oh no, it is a heavy earth zone. This is clearly a dangerous terrain after 50,000 feet, but it is actually here. Be careful. In this heavy earth zone, there are often mouth earthworms. At once, the immortal zombies shouted in shock. The closer they got to the heavy earth zone, the stronger the suction force. Fan Yuan's speed increased. With a loud sound, Fan Yuan fell onto the cliffs, his legs were stuck in the soil, he had a panicked expression. Immortal killer move, Starfire escape. Fan Yuan used this movement killer move. Immediately, his body burned with starfire as he flew up. Don't fly! Dragon Commander Yi Cha shouted. But by the time he spoke, it was already too late. With a loud bang, a huge mouth hose suddenly sprang out of the soil. With a swoosh, the earth shell snail shrunk back into its shell, motionless. Large amounts of soil and rocks flew, the mouth earthworm opened its huge mouth, it could swallow 4 to 5 earth shell snails at the same time. Fan Yuan shouted, Someone save me! The moment he said that, he was swallowed by the mouth earthworm. Be careful! The mouth earthworm's body is filled with sharp teeth. They are extremely sharp. Hold on for a while, we will definitely save you. The immortal zombies panicked. They attacked at the same time. If anything happened to Fan Yuan, how would they explain it to Blazing Heaven Demonis? Their attacks were extremely fierce. The mouth earthworm was sent back into the heavy earth zone. This strange ancient desolate beast's body was extremely large when it hunted for food. Once it swallowed its prey, its body would be like a leaking balloon. It would shrink rapidly. The densely packed sharp teeth on the walls of the body would spin continuously, mincing the prey into mincemeat and blood. But once Fan Yuan entered its stomach, he used a Star Path killer move to stop the walls from shrinking. Next, he activated Fixed Immortal Travel. He had memorized the scene earlier. After 3 breaths of time, Fixed Immortal Travel brought him out of danger, and he escaped. Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the rest thought that Fan Yuan was still trapped in the mouth earthworm. They attacked furiously. Fan Yuan got away from Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the other immortal zombies, but Fixed Immortal Travel's commotion also alerted the large group of Yiksha octopuses. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. He turned into a Yiksha octopus and attacked furiously. A moment later, he successfully lured the furious Yiksha octopuses and led them back to Dragon Commander Yi Cha. Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the rest could not see through Fan Yuan's transformation. They thought that the Yiksha octopuses were fighting among themselves and chasing out their weakest members. They felt unlucky, but Xing Xiangzi was trapped in the mouth earthworm's stomach. He could not leave. Thus, the battle between the Yiksha octopuses, Northern Plains immortal zombies, and the mouth earthworm began. Chapter 940. In the chaotic battle, Fan Yuan quietly escaped. He returned to the habitat of the Yiksha octopuses. There were still half of them left. Fan Yuan used the same trick, luring the remaining Yiksha octopuses away. Oh no! Another ancient Yiksha octopus and 10 desolate beast octopuses had arrived. They seemed to have come out in full force. Dragon Commander Yi Cha was trapped in the chaotic battle. Seeing the reinforcements of the Yiksha octopuses, he felt miserable. What enmity was this? What grudge was this? The other immortal zombies felt wrong. What was going on? But they had to save Xing Xiangzi first. Persevere! Dragon Commander Yi Cha shouted. He was no longer stingy with his immortal essence, crazily expending it. Blazing Heaven Demonis was very powerful. The immortal zombies did not dare to disobey her orders. They could only grit their teeth and persevere in the chaotic battle. What made them rejoice was that this Coho did not hide under the heavy soil belt. Instead it went berserk. Its enormous body twisted and turned, creating waves of wind. The immortal zombies did not dare to fight it head-on. They could only attack from afar. As time went by, the Coho's flesh was torn. Originally, the situation was very clear. Even though the Coho was an ancient desolate beast, it was not Dragon Commander Yi Cha and company's match. But the Yiksha octopuses came to disrupt the situation. It became a 3-way battle. You fight me, I fight you. They restrained each other. The situation was chaotic. The Yiksha octopuses had the most numbers. They surrounded the immortal zombies and the Coho, forming a thick layer of encirclement. Xing Xiangzi, you must persevere! You must hold on no matter what. Landlord Thunder Rain shouted. Even though he was very unhappy with Fan Yuan, but thinking about Fan Yuan dying here, he broke out in cold sweat. Fan Yuan's safety. The immortal zombies were worried. At the same time, the person in question, Fan Yuan, was sneaking into the camp of the Yiksha octopuses. The Yiksha octopuses usually lived on the cliffs on both sides of the earth trench. On the cliff in front of him, there was a huge protruding mountain rock. This large group of Yiksha octopuses dug out caves on this mountain rock, turning it into their home. Fan Yuan hid himself. He crawled into a relatively large hole. The entrance of the cave was very wide. After all, it was for the Yiksha octopus to enter and exit. A desolate beast Yiksha octopus. Its size was already enormous, much less the ancient desolate beast Yiksha octopus. As soon as Fan Yuan entered the cave, a strong oily smell assailed his nostrils. The underground cave stretched forward. Looking into the cave, there was only darkness. However, Fan Yuan's investigative methods were extremely rich. This bit of darkness was not a problem for him. He reached out and touched the walls of the cave. The walls of the cave were covered in black oil, which was extremely sticky and slippery. Why would there be black oil in a cave that was originally dry? This had to be explained from the habits of the Yiksha octopus. The Yiksha octopus was a ferocious beast that liked to play and hunt in the earth trench's black oil river. So on them. It was covered in sticky black oil all year round. When they entered and exited these underground caves, the black oil rubbed off their bodies and onto the cave walls. It was the oily smell that Fan Yuan had smelled earlier. It was emitted from this black oil. In the black oil, there were many strange weeds or thorny rotten trees. They were rooted in the cave walls, and the black oil provided them with sufficient nutrients. Gulp, gulp. Just as Fan Yuan touched it and pulled out a long string of black oil, a voice suddenly rang out. Not far from his hand, the surface of the black oil stuck to the cave walls. Suddenly, bubbles appeared. Then, dozens of little ladybugs smaller than a pinky flew out of the bubbles one after another. They were alarmed by Fan Yuan's actions and flew out, landing in the black oil on the ceiling of the cave. The black oil was like a gel. It was extremely viscous and stuck to the walls of the cave. Not only were there rotten plants, there were also large numbers of insects. The size of the insect group was so huge, there were bound to be some wild goo worms. Fan Yuan only took a glance and found that there were at least 4 wild goo worms around him. 2 earth path goo worms, 1 dark path goo worm, and 1 water path goo worm. Of course, these were all mortal goo. Fan Yuan had no interest in taking them. Dragon Commander Yi Cha can raise large numbers of Yiksha octopuses. Is his immortal aperture an imitation of this structure? Fan Yuan's thoughts wandered as he thought about it. Dragon Commander Yi Cha's cultivation secret also made Fan Yuan curious. After all, an immortal zombie's immortal aperture was dead. It was filled with death energy. It was not suitable for raising living creatures. How did Dragon Commander Yi Cha do it? Maybe by researching this environment, he could find out some of Dragon Commander Yi Cha's secrets. But now was not the time to investigate. Fan Yuan discarded these thoughts and continued to move forward. After half a cup of tea's time. Howl! Before the beast died, it let out a painful cry. But this cry only resounded in a small area. It quickly vanished. The culprit who killed it was Fan Yuan. He had used goo worms to restrict the sound of the cry. This was deep inside the Yiksha octopus nest. Not only was the black oil on the walls 7 to 8 inches thick, there were also some fierce beasts living in the cracks and corners. These wild beasts were mostly black stomach hounds. Black stomach hounds mainly ate rotten meat and bones. When the Yiksha octopuses returned from hunting, they only ate fresh meat. They would not eat bones or rotten meat. These black stomach hounds ate the leftover food waste of the Yiksha octopuses. The Yiksha octopuses were happy to do this. There were cleaners to clean their nest. This was the wondrous coexistence of nature's creatures. The first time Fan Yuan discovered the relationship between the black stomach hounds and the Yiksha octopuses, he turned into a black stomach hound and explored deeper. But these black stomach hounds had their own territories. Their territorial awareness was even stronger than the Yiksha octopuses. Fan Yuan was attacked by the black stomach hounds. He could not fight in his human form. If the cave was split into 2, from top to bottom, then Fan Yuan's current position was already in the upper half. He was in the lower half. However, the clues regarding the inheritance had not appeared yet. There were forks at every set distance in the cave. These were the residences of the Yiksha octopus group's members. They were all connected to each other through the cave. Underground, these countless caves formed a path that extended in all directions. Fan Yuan continued to move forward. He started to discover the Yiksha octopuses guarding the nest. These octopuses were only desolate beasts. If Fan Yuan used his true strength, he would definitely be able to take them down. But Fan Yuan bypassed them one by one, even if it was a waste of time. He did not fight the Yiksha octopuses. He could use mortal goo to kill the black stomach hounds. He could conceal the commotion without anyone noticing. But against desolate beasts, He needed a battlefield killer move to conceal the commotion of the battle. He lured most of the Yaksha octopuses away. But there was still an ancient level Yaksha octopus left. Several desolate beast Yaksha octopus. If Yaksha octopus was alerted, it would be terrible. Time passed, but there were still no clues. Fan Yuan started to feel anxious. If he missed this chance, he would have to go through a lot of trouble the next time. Even though he had fixed immortal travel, he could not use it openly in Dark Flow Giant City. After all, the commotion caused by activating an immortal goo was not small. Within the detection range of a goo immortal. It was not just some light effects, the aura of the immortal goo was as obvious as a torch in the dark night. And during this period of time, Fan Yuan had to stay in Dark Flow Giant City to refine goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness would not let him go. He could not leave her sight. Fixed immortal travel could not be exposed. Once it was exposed, the whole situation would be affected. The truth of Fan Yuan destroying 88 Jinyang Tower would soon be known. Fan Yuan did not know that Central Continent's investigation team had already left. If there is no other way, I can only give up. Time is limited, if the battle over there stops. If the mouth earthworm is dismembered, Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the rest do not see me. That would be hard to explain. Fan Yuan calculated inwardly. Time was limited, he only had 30 minutes at most. Right now, he had already used up 80% of his time, but there was no result. Fan Yuan had to make use of his time and increase his speed. Finally, he arrived at the deepest part of the cave. Here, there was a Yaksha octopus. It was snoring like thunder, evidently it was in deep sleep. Immortal goo aura! Fan Yuan's heart shook. He sensed the aura of a wild immortal goo from this Yaksha octopus. It turned out that this cave had existed for a long time, and this Yaksha octopus was the oldest. After a long time of accumulation, a wild immortal goo was born from the parasitic goo worms on its body. The joy in his heart had just faded when Fan Yuan felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, he did not lure out this Yaksha octopus when he caused trouble earlier. If this Yaksha octopus appeared, those immortal zombies would go crazy from excitement. Capturing wild immortal goo would make them go crazy with killing intent. They would disregard their own safety. But there was only one immortal goo, no matter what the outcome was, they would definitely come back to explore the cave. Maybe this was the reason why Northern Plains Zombie Alliance found this inheritance in my previous life? Fan Yuan had a flash of inspiration. After hesitating for a while, Fan Yuan decided to take a gamble. He turned into a black belly hound, carefully approaching Yaksha octopus. If the wild immortal goo on this Yaksha octopus could coincidentally expose Fan Yuan's identity, that would be terrible. But this possibility was not high. Fan Yuan decided to take a gamble. The cave is huge, there are countless caves, but this is the deepest part of the cave, it is most likely to be here. Right at this time, the Yaksha octopus king's tentacles that were intertwined with each other suddenly untied. The Yaksha octopus king's eyes opened a slit, and in its amber pupils, Fan Yuan's black stomach hound form was reflected. Fan Yuan did not seem to notice it. He walked around Yaksha octopus's body, walking behind it naturally. Behind Yaksha octopus was a pile of white bones. There was still rotten flesh on the bones. The octopus king closed its eyes again, continuing to sleep. Fan Yuan's mind shook. It is here! The down marks here are leaking, this is a sign of a goo formation. Countless goo worms were activated in his immortal aperture. Immortal essence was expended rapidly to unravel this goo formation. Soon, Fan Yuan found out that this was a giant space path goo formation. Because it had not been maintained for a long time, there were traces of it. It is very likely that the treasure I am looking for is inside this giant goo formation. But to unravel this goo formation, I need to use goo worms. There will be a huge commotion. It seems that I can only take a risk. Fan Yuan made up his mind. He picked up a bone and moved away from Yaksha octopus. He quickly returned and stopped at a certain place, activating his immortal goo and attacking a nearby desolate beast Yaksha octopus. The intense battle was like poking a hornet's nest. The Yaksha octopuses that were guarding their homes swarmed over. Fan Yuan retreated as he fought. When he was about to reach the exit, he found an opportunity and used fixed immortal travel. In 3 breaths of time, he teleported to the deepest part of the cave. Right now, Yiksha Octopus was still at the exit of the cave. Fan Yuan used every second he had to unravel this space path goo formation. The Yiksha Octopuses roamed around the battlefield for a while, but seeing no enemies, they calmed down and started to return. They moved quickly in the cave. Fan Yuan's time was limited. Even worse, when he tried to unravel it, Fan Yuan felt the complexity and ingenuity of this giant goo formation. To completely unravel it, he would need months. Chapter 941. Such a giant goo formation would take at least several months to decipher. If he just tore a hole, it would take about a month. Fan Yuan's fingers moved like flowers as countless goo worms flew around, deciphering the goo formation in front of him. His ears were trembling as he activated his investigative methods to their peak. Yiksha Octopus was about to return. Time waits for no man. Every second counts. This is it. Fan Yuan's eyes suddenly shone with a divine light, and the air in front of him suddenly emitted a dense fog of light. Through the fog of light, he saw a corner of the giant goo formation. Even though his vision was blurry, he could vaguely see the scenery inside the goo formation. Yiksha Octopus had returned. Time was up, he had to retreat. In such a short period of time, he could see the scenery inside the goo formation. This was already the limit of Fan Yuan's abilities. If Fan Yuan had not reached Grand Master Wisdom Path attainment level, he would not be able to do this. This was enough. Fan Yuan let out a sigh of relief as he turned around and retreated. The ancient desolate beast Yiksha Octopus moved like a subway in the underground cave. The slippery black oil of the earth trench allowed it to move like a fish in water. Fan Yuan almost brushed past it. The Yiksha Octopus King returned to its residence and first scanned the place. It felt something was amiss. When Fan Yuan dismantled the goo formation earlier, he left behind a lot of aura of variant humans. The sensitivity of wild beasts made Yiksha Octopus feel something was amiss. It frowned deeply. More than 10 large and flexible octopus tentacles moved its body agilely. It continued to move around in the cave. After a while, it did not find anything suspicious, and the aura left behind by Fan Yuan gradually faded. Yiksha Octopus calmed down and returned to its nest. But this time, it did not sleep. Its eyes were slightly closed. But its eyes were still aslit. From time to time, its ears would listen to the wind in the cave. It trembled, listening for any sound. Seeing this, Fan Yuan's worries slowly dissipated, and he carefully retreated. All the way until it retreated to the upper half of the octopus's nest. This Yiksha Octopus seemed to have the highest status in the beast's lair. If it sensed great danger, it might let out a loud cry and summon the other members of its tribe who were fighting outside. At that time, not mentioning whether the Northern Plains immortal zombies would become suspicious and be lured over, just look at Fan Yuan's actions in the lair. He would be greatly restricted. I'll choose this one. After a while, Fan Yuan carefully selected an inconspicuous corner among the numerous tunnels. He hesitated. He activated fixed immortal travel again. Although that giant goo formation was set up by someone, when Fan Yuan unraveled it, he had already found out that it was an unmanned goo formation and had not been maintained for a long time. The risk of barging in recklessly should not be too great. In order to find a way to get rid of the immortal zombie state. This was a risk that had to be taken. After all, the longer this dragged on, the more danger Fan Yuan would be in. Maybe at the next moment. The matter of him collapsing 88 Jinyang Tower would be exposed. By then, the whole world would chase after him. Who immortal blessed land would definitely be lost. He would have to treat star form blessed land as his only home. In this situation, the earlier he got rid of the immortal zombie body, the more advantageous it would be. After all, an immortal aperture world full of vitality could be carried around. It was safer and more convenient than who immortal blessed land or starform blessed land. Moreover, ordinary goo immortals' immortal apertures could produce immortal essence once in a while. It was very beneficial to Fan Yuan's finances and battle strength. The immortal goo activated, green light blossomed. At the next moment, Fan Yuan vanished on the spot, appearing in the giant goo formation. Outside the goo formation, Yiksha Octopus was lying on the ground. But because of the goo formation, it did not know what was going on. I'm finally here. Fan Yuan was extremely vigilant. He quickly looked around. This was indeed the corner he had explored earlier. Barging into a goo formation was a very dangerous thing. It was normal to be attacked by the goo formation. But Fan Yuan was not attacked. This meant that the goo formation was not being controlled by anyone. He let out a sigh of relief, but was still extremely vigilant. The goo formation without anyone controlling it was still operating. Maybe there was a will left behind by a goo immortal in the core of the goo formation. Like an 88 Jinyang Tower, Giant Sun Immortal had left behind a will. This was a giant goo formation that focused on space path. It was specially created to create a space. In this vast space, there was a ground made of purple sand and an egg-yellow sky. The purple sand seemed to be very fertile. Dense vegetation filled Fan Yuan's vision. It was like he was in a tropical rainforest. Great history grass, plentiful origin peach, immortal bean, blood-tide flower. Fan Yuan took a quick glance and saw dozens of immortal materials. Even someone as steady as him could not help but feel shocked. Most of these immortal materials were rank 6, with a few rank 7 immortal materials, but the density was astonishing. These immortal materials come from the 5 regions. They are not limited to Earth Trench or Northern Plains. What is the origin of the great expert immortal zombie who created this place? To gather such a large amount of immortal materials, how much manpower and resources would it take? Moreover, immortal materials were not cabbages sold on the streets. The gathering of immortal materials was often inseparable from battles and bloodshed. If the collector was not strong enough, they could not do it. Don't forget the 5 regional walls. The stronger the goo immortal, the harder it would be for them to pass through the regional walls. Don't tell me. Fan Yuan had a guess. He had thought that this was the inheritance of a great expert immortal zombie. But now it seemed that such a huge expenditure was not something a single person could make. It needed at least an organization. And this organization had to be huge. Because a small organization with 2 or 3 goo immortals simply did not have so much money and energy. Looking around, as far as his eyes could see, there were countless layers of immortal materials. Fan Yuan's heart pounded with excitement. Such a huge amount of wealth, it is simply unimaginable. It is enough for me to refine immortal goo dozens of times in the future. Over 100 times. Maybe in my previous life, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's branch had obtained this huge amount of cultivation resources and rose to prominence. It even suppressed Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. The immortal materials here were like warehouses, directly stacked together. The total value was hard to estimate. Fan Yuan only knew that this number was huge. Extremely huge. If he relied on his current monthly income of 2,000 immortal yuan stone to accumulate, he might not have such a result even if he spent 1,000 years. After all, he still had to consider the expenditure from his cultivation. The higher the goo immortal's cultivation, the more terrifying the calamities and tribulations. But compared to the countless immortal materials, this huge goo formation's value is even higher. This huge goo formation's value is even higher. Fan Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. He had great ambitions. He was very knowledgeable. After reacting, he realized the value of this huge goo formation. In this goo formation, there were countless immortal materials from the 5 regions. They coexisted harmoniously and did not interfere with each other. Fortunately, I did not rush to dismantle this huge goo formation. Otherwise it would be too late for regrets. With this goo formation, I can plant countless immortal materials. It is even more useful than an immortal aperture. Fan Yuan could not help but feel admiration towards the great expert immortal zombie who set this up. An immortal zombie's immortal aperture was already dead, but this predecessor could actually set up such a goo formation. To a certain extent, it could replace the function of an immortal aperture. However, this goo formation's defense is weak. It cannot be moved, it is far from being as convenient and safe as an immortal aperture. The purple sand here seems to be quite strange. Fan Yuan bent down. He grabbed with his hand, immediately grabbing a large amount of purple sand. This sand was very fine. Some flowed down from the gaps between Fan Yuan's fingers. They looked like they were made of crystals. As they fell, they fluttered and emitted a bright light. But the thing I am looking for, where is the method to revive? Where is the method to regain life? Fan Yuan threw away the purple sand in his hand, thinking about his main objective at all times. He was not in a hurry to collect immortal materials. He started to fly in the air, searching. Time passed minute by minute, the joy on Fan Yuan's face slowly faded, the feeling of uneasiness was getting stronger. Something is wrong. He suddenly stopped, floating in the air, looking at the vast amount of immortal materials below him. After inspecting it again, he found something unnatural. This place is too quiet. There is no wind, no sound at all. It is even quieter than my immortal zombie's dead aperture. And there are many places that are very strange. For example, the immortal bean needs to grow in extremely clear spring water, but it is actually growing in the purple sand here. Also, where the Feng Yuan peach grows, there must be snake-tail monkey groups. Every immortal material has a harsh living environment. But here, there are only immortal material plants, there is not even a worm. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with cold light. He descended and landed on the ground again, trying to collect a stalk of great history grass. At the next moment, Fan Yuan's body shook. When the great history grass was growing in the purple sand, it was fine. But once Fan Yuan pulled it out, it immediately withered, turning into fine sand in the blink of an eye. And this sand was exactly the same as the purple sand under Fan Yuan's feet. How can this be? Fan Yuan squinted, trying to collect other immortal materials. The result was that once the immortal materials left the sand, they would turn into purple sand. These immortal materials were all problematic, they could no longer be used. Strange. Strange. The reason why immortal materials are called immortal materials is because they contain abundant Dao marks. When the Dao marks are destroyed, when these immortal materials wither and turn into purple sand, there is no movement at all, it is completely silent. A chill rose in Fan Yuan's heart. If immortal materials were like this, then the immortal zombie body with Dao marks could also be considered an immortal material. Would it also be assimilated by this vast land of purple sand? Looking at these boundless immortal materials, flowers, and trees, Fan Yuan felt like he was looking at the remains of corpses. From another perspective, this was a corpse sea of immortal materials. The bad feeling in his heart was getting stronger. Fan Yuan immediately flew into the air, maintaining his distance from the purple sand. He looked at the sky again. The giant goo formation that created this place must be very strange. If I don't touch the purple sand, it might not be enough. The changes in the immortal materials should be related to the entire goo formation. Before I understand this place, I need to move quickly and find a way to get rid of the immortal zombie body, then quickly leave. Chapter 942. Swoosh! Fan Yuan was like an arrow that had left the bow, creating a huge shockwave in the air as he flew forward rapidly. Below him were immortal materials as far as the eye could see, but Fan Yuan did not even look at them. These dead immortal materials were worthless. Suddenly, Fan Yuan's eyes narrowed. A desolate beast suddenly appeared on the horizon. This wild beast was as big as a hill. It lay motionlessly on the ground. It was a scripture turtle. Fan Yuan was no stranger to this wild beast. Not long ago, he had successfully captured one in the central continent's starry sky grotto heaven fragment world. Slowing down, Fan Yuan bent his body slightly and flew toward the scripture turtle. When he got closer, Fan Yuan found that it was a scripture turtle that had been dead for a long time. It lay on the ground with its head hanging down. A small part of its head was almost buried in the soft purple sand. The scripture turtle's state of death was as if its spine had been broken. Looking at its limbs, one could clearly see that its flesh was extremely loose. But when it died, its expression was very calm, even serene. Fan Yuan could not help but feel a trace of strangeness. Among the countless dead immortal materials, there's a wild beast's corpse. Fan Yuan tried to collect the scripture turtle's body. A moment later, his heart sank. He looked at the hard corner of the turtle's shell turn into purple sand in his hand and sprinkled down with the wind. Fan Yuan's eyes flickered. After a few breaths, he left and continued to explore in the air. Soon, he saw a second wild beast. This was an earth chief. It had a human body and a snake's tail. Its face was like a bat's with a pointed nose and ears. Its body was pitch black and covered in flesh armor. There were 50 to 60 flesh whips on the earth chief's chest, each more than 6 feet long. The surface of the flesh whips was densely packed with suckers. At the front of each flesh whips, there were also chrysanthemum-like holes that sprayed out milky white liquid at critical moments. The liquid was extremely corrosive and contained many parasitic worms. It could directly drill into a person's pores and enter the body to cause destruction. The Earth Chief's corpse was extremely lifelike and well preserved. But when Fan Yuan tried to collect the immortal materials from the Earth Chief's body, the scene from before happened again. Fan Yuan was no longer surprised. He only muttered, "The hidden essence turtle is a desolate beast of central continent, while the Earth Chief appears in northern plains. Let's leave this place and continue exploring." Fan Yuan soon made a new discovery. "It's sandalwood holy elephants, and there are 3 of them." Fan Yuan sighed. The sandalwood sacred elephant was a level higher than the scripture-concealing turtle and the desolate beast Earth Chief. Because it was an ancient desolate beast, a mature sandalwood sacred elephant's battle strength could rival rank 7 Gu immortals. A long time ago, in the auction that Qin Baixing organized that involved almost all of Northern Plains' Gu immortal world, someone bid for a sandalwood sacred elephant egg. It caused quite a commotion. In the 5 regions, sandalwood elephants were already quite rare, and it was very difficult to see one. But now, in front of Fan Yuan, there were 3 sandalwood elephant corpses. Next, Fan Yuan found even more desolate beast and ancient desolate beast corpses. They were lying on the ground in 2s and 3s, surrounded by countless beautiful or lush immortal material plants. Howling moon heavenly wolf, star desolate hound, golden sand dark centipede, ice spike divine ape, white hoof-inked dragon, 9 palace crane, iron crown eagle, dragonfish, sharp tusk boar, flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water, they could all be seen here. It was like an exhibition of strange specimens. The closer he got to the center, the more corpses Fan Yuan found, the more they were in shocking numbers. Northern Plains unique coiling mountain goat king, southern borders phoenix feather lava crocodile, central continent's diamond bear, eastern seas magnificent smoke turtle, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts from the 5 regions. It could be said to have everything. This is a ruined bat. Fan Yuan could not help but slow down. This ruined bat was a rare space path desolate beast. It could not compare to the immemorial ruined bat that Fan Yuan saw in Northern Plains Taichio. Half Moon Qilin! Fan Yuan's body froze. In the current Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, there was a living Half Moon Qilin. It was raised as a treasure by the entire Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. This ancient desolate beast seems to be Remnant Heavenly Hound? Fan Yuan confirmed it. He confirmed this answer. He had not seen Remnant Heavenly Hound personally, he had only seen its appearance in records. This ancient desolate beast was a fierce beast that only appeared during the day. The more he saw, the more Fan Yuan became numb to it. He could be considered knowledgeable, but he did not recognize many ancient desolate beasts and desolate plants. And the space here is so vast. I have been flying for so long, but I have yet to see the edge of the Gu formation. This was out of Fan Yuan's expectations. He had tried to decipher this giant Gu formation before. He knew that this was a giant Gu formation that focused on space path. Fan Yuan had estimated the size of the space inside, but now it seemed that he had underestimated the power of this Gu formation. It seems that my deductions and decipherments have not reached the true core of the Gu formation. Who is the one who created this place? This is simply shocking. There are so many immortal materials, it is simply a vast amount. Is it the work of an immortal venerable or a demon venerable? Fan Yuan inwardly guessed. Even rank 8 Gu immortals did not have the ability to set up this alone. Because of the 5 regional walls, rank 8 Gu immortals were isolated from the other regions. This was also the reason why Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects only sent rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals for the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Of course, at rank 9, they were invincible and could look down on everything. The 5 regional walls could not obstruct them. If it is not a rank 9 venerable, then it must be a super organization that set up this place. This organization is spread across the 5 regions, only then can they gather these immortal materials. Even though there was jewel yellow skies, and Gu immortals could use jewel yellow skies to transact. But such a scale could not be made by jewel yellow skies. Because such transactions were not only huge in scale, they were also continuous, they would definitely be recorded in the history of Gu masters. But as far as Fan Yuan knew, there were no records of such transactions. Even though he went deep into the Gu formation and explored for a long time, this place that he had been looking forward to was shrouded in a mysterious fog that was getting thicker and thicker. Fan Yuan did not have a deep understanding of this place. In his previous life, he had attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land, but he had never set foot in this place. This was only something he had heard in his previous life. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance suddenly became stronger. It even suppressed Eastern Sea's headquarters. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's explanation was that this was the Earth Trench inheritance. They said that it was left behind by an immortal zombie great expert, and contained the method for immortal zombies to revive. Because of this, many members of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance turned into living humans. They had all turned into living humans, attracting countless wild immortal zombies to join them. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's force was growing. But this did not last long. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's prosperity was destroyed by Ma Hongyun. Fan Yuan was not familiar with this place. What he saw made him even more curious. My direction of exploration should be correct, because the immortal materials I am seeing are getting higher in rank. Who was the one who set up this place? It is simply too terrifying. Even the Celestial Court might not be able to do such a thing, right? The Celestial Court was an organization of Central Continent. It firmly occupied Central Continent, and did not have many spies in the other 4 regions. In his previous life, during the 500 years of turmoil, all sorts of monsters appeared. Fan Yuan knew this. Or rather, every super-organization had their own development strategy. The Celestial Court's strategy. It was to firmly control Central Continent, open and above board, supreme and supreme. If the one who set up this place is an organization, then this organization has spread across the 5 regions, hiding in the dark and stealthily. That is... Fan Yuan suddenly discovered that far away, there was a patch of purple. This was a barren land. It was all purple sand, there were no immortal materials like before. The barren sandy land formed a giant, regular circle. It was at least 3,000 square kilometers. There was no wind or sound, it was deathly silent. Fan Yuan was secretly shocked. This is the center of the Gu formation. A terrifying explosion had occurred here before. It was this explosion that created 3,000 square kilometers of barren land. This had been here before. It should have been filled with immortal materials, but now there was nothing here. As he got closer to the edge of the barren land, a flash of light on the sand attracted Fan Yuan's attention. Fan Yuan landed on the ground and found a thin wing stuck in the sand. This was not the wing of a bird. Because it had no feathers and was translucent, it should be the wing of a dragonfly or a cicada. This cicada wing emitted an aura that made Fan Yuan swallow his saliva. This was the aura of an immemorial desolate beast. Even though it was only a remnant, it was truly shocking. This cicada wing was already in tatters, but under the light, it was as smooth as a gem. Occasionally, under the light, it would shine with a dark golden light. This is the light of Metal Path Dao marks. The main body of this cicada wing definitely had an extremely terrifying foundation of Dao marks when it was alive. Only the accumulation of quasi-rank 9 Dao marks would be visible to the naked eye. In other words, it emitted the light of Dao marks. Wait, this might be the wing of a tiger-striped bee. Fan Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He had a guess. This guess caused his mind to shake. Tiger-striped bee, this was a creature recorded in the legends of Renzu. They were all the size of a leopard. The markings on their bodies were like tiger stripes, gold with black spots. They were extremely powerful. Even verdant great sun was not its match. And the honey wine made from it was sweet but not greasy. It was fragrant and delicious. It was an absolute delicacy in the world. If it was a leopard-sized bee, this wing would be perfect. Fan Yuan thought of this and smiled bitterly. He was not sure. His past knowledge was extremely narrow and shallow in this place. He casually picked up the wasp wing or cicada wing. An unexpected scene occurred. This cicada wing left the purple sand and was undamaged. It did not turn into purple sand like the other immortal materials. At once, Fan Yuan was surprised and happy. This was an immemorial desolate beast's body part. It was a rank 8 Gu refinement immortal material. It could even emit the light of Dao marks. More accurately speaking, this was a quasi-rank 9 immortal Gu immortal material. Chapter 943. Fan Yuan restrained his excitement. The immortal material in his hand was of such high quality that even in his previous life, he had never seen anything like it. A quasi-rank 9 Gu refinement immortal material had a lot of Dao marks. The light it emitted could even be seen with the naked eye. Even though Fan Yuan was not a grand master in Gu refinement, he understood one thing. The reason why immortal materials could be refined into immortal Gu was because they contained abundant Dao marks. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. Gu were the carriers of the great Tao. Why did they have power? That was because these tiny Gu worms contained even more Tao marks. Tao marks were the traces of the great Tao of heaven and earth, thus, activating Gu worms would have all sorts of mystical abilities. The more Tao marks a Gu worm had, the higher its rank, the more mystical and vast its power would be. To refine an immortal Gu, it was to extract the required Tao marks from countless mortal Gu and immortal materials, then gather them in one place. Right now, the immortal material in Fan Yuan's hand had a lot of Tao marks. In theory, it was enough to refine a rank 8 immortal Gu. In fact, even a small fragment could be used to refine a rank 6 immortal Gu. Rank 8 immortal Gu had tens of thousands of times more Tao marks than rank 6 immortal Gu. Of course, this is the wing of a tiger-striped bee. It mainly contains metal path Tao marks. If I want to refine metal path immortal Gu, this will be very useful. Unfortunately, it is not very useful for refining star thought immortal Gu now. Fan Yuan stored this precious immortal material. He could not use it now, but that did not mean he would not use it in the future. Even if he could not use it in the future, such a high-quality immortal material could be placed in jewel-yellow skies. It would definitely be a treasure that would shock people. He would not have to worry about not being able to sell it. Since entering this Gu formation, I finally have some gains. Fan Yuan's mind started to move. He had an idea. He did not rush to the center. Instead, he started to search in this desolate purple sand. As expected, after a while, he found something while flying in the air. In the purple sand, there was a white veil that looked like a handkerchief, entering his eyes. He quickly landed and observed. Joy surged in his heart. The aura could not be faked. This was another rank 8 immortal material. It was just that the quality was lower than the previous bee wings. It was slightly inferior, and did not produce a halo of Tao marks. Fan Yuan picked it up. Indeed, after this immortal material left the purple sand, it was not damaged. Looks like an immortal material of this level isn't something that the violet sand can assimilate and decompose. Fan Yuan used his hand to pinch it, and discovered that this immortal material's texture was extremely soft, and he could knead it and change its shape at will. So this isn't Shawan. It's a cloud? Fan Yuan observed carefully, and was greatly surprised. This looked like a fragment of a cloud, but it contained a huge amount of cloud path Tao marks. Could this be? Fan Yuan's heart moved as he activated his goo worm. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of ordinary water mist. This piece of immortal material was shrouded in mist. Instantly it floated away from Fan Yuan's palm. It floated in the air and turned into a small cloud in the shape of a phoenix. The phoenix wings fluttered slightly. The white clouds fluttered leisurely. Fan Yuan's body shook, and then he was overjoyed. As expected! This is a fragment of the immemorial desolate beast Cloud Phoenix. Fan Yuan's heart was pounding. This Cloud Phoenix was not a creature of the 5 regions, it was a mystical species that only existed in White Heaven, one of the immemorial 9 heavens. It was not born with the Phoenix bloodline, it was an ancient white cloud that had not been destroyed in White Heaven for tens of thousands of years. After being tainted by the aura or blood of the Phoenix, it gradually turned from a white cloud into a living being. Thus, its body was very special. It was not made of ordinary flesh and blood, it was like a cloud but not a cloud, like flesh but not a flesh. The Cloud Phoenix fragment that Fan Yuan obtained was probably not even 1/10,000th of the Cloud Phoenix's true body, but the Cloud Path Down marks contained in it could be used as the main material to refine rank 6 Cloud Path Immortal Goo more than 10 times. The discovery of the Cloud Phoenix fragment confirmed Fan Yuan's earlier guess. He continued to search. After a while, he had almost circled the entire Purple Sand Desolate Land. His gains were huge. After counting them, he found a total of 18 such immortal materials. The down marks covered most of the goo paths. Among them, there were 3 immortal materials that contained rich Star Path and Wisdom Path down marks. They were very helpful in refining Star Thought Immortal Goo. It could be said that with these 3 immortal materials, Fan Yuan could completely abandon Blazing Heaven Demonis and refine Goo on his own. Of course, because of the change in immortal materials, Star Thought Immortal Goo's recipe would also have to change drastically. But Fan Yuan was not afraid of this. He had the Light of Wisdom Path to use. He was also a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. Deductions were not difficult. These immortal materials that I have collected, even though they are extremely precious, they are only a portion of the main body. The Goo Immortal who set up this place actually used so many precious immortal materials. Is he trying to refine a rank 9 Immortal Goo? Fan Yuan could not help but guess. In the process of collecting immortal materials, he gradually discovered some clues. In this Purple Sand Desolate Land, there was once an extremely profound refinement path Goo formation. Combined with these fragments of immortal materials, it was very likely that the Goo Immortal here had a huge scheme. He wanted to refine an extremely powerful immortal Goo. But unfortunately, the Goo refinement failed. There was a huge explosion. Not only did the refinement path Goo formation crumble, only leaving behind some remains, most of the immortal materials used for the Goo refinement were destroyed. Only these fragments were left. No matter who it was, or which organization it was that set up this place, they are likely to have died from the explosion. If not for that, this huge Goo formation would not have fallen into disrepair for so long. The fragments of the immortal materials would not have been scattered all over the place. Nobody would have picked them up. Even though they were the remnants of some immortal materials after the explosion, their value was huge. When it came to rank 8 or quasi-rank 9 immortal materials, even rank 8 Goo Immortals would be moved. If old ancestor Shui who knew that Fan Yuan had so many precious immortal materials, he would definitely throw away his pride and rush over to find trouble with Fan Yuan. In order to refine rank 8 Fortune Immortal Goo, even though Ma Hong was the main refinement material, old ancestor Shui whose demand for other supplementary immortal materials had already reached an extreme level. If not for that, he would not have disregarded his status as a rank 8 great expert and personally went to Zombie Alliance's graveyard to steal immortal zombie bodies to replace the other immortal materials. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan's worries eased slightly. Since this mysterious and powerful Goo Immortal, or perhaps Goo Immortal organization, was already dead, the risk of this trip had undoubtedly decreased greatly. Fan Yuan looked into the distance. Looking at the Purple Sand Desolate Land in front of him, he had a new feeling. Sigh. In the long river of time, who knows how many historical truths have been concealed? How many world-shaking figures have fallen in obscurity just like that, unknown to anyone? The wind dissipated, the legend was gone. After collecting his thoughts, Fan Yuan arrived at the center of the purple sand desolate land. This was the only place in the entire desolate land that he had not explored yet. Even though there were so many immortal materials, Fan Yuan was still a little disappointed. In the rumors of his previous life, he had not found the method that could allow him to get rid of the immortal zombie body and revive. Fan Yuan had an intuition: the center of this desolate land should be the center of the Gu formation. If there were no gains here, there would be no other places. Looking around, there was only fine purple sand at the center of the purple sand desolate land. This was the center of the explosion. The purple sand was much finer than the surrounding area. There were no immortal materials here. At first glance, there was nothing here. But under Fa Yuan's various investigative methods, some remnants of Gu formations deep under the purple sand were discovered one after another. This is indeed the core of the entire space. Amazing, so it is a multi-layered compound Gu formation, such an exquisite arrangement. It must be the work of a formation path great grandmaster. Fan Yuan inspected and was inwardly shocked. It turned out that the entire space was mainly made up of refinement path Gu formations, and the space path formation that created this space was only a supplementary formation outside the refinement path Gu formation. Other than the space path Gu formation, Fan Yuan also found many defensive Gu formations, some food path Gu formations, and even phantom path Gu formations. Food path had never been strong, it was even rarer now. Fan Yuan did not know much about this, he only heard that food path was best at feeding Gu worms. The supplementary food path Gu formation here should be used to feed these Gu worms. After all, a Gu formation required countless Gu worms to combine together to form. There are still 2 or 3 food path Gu formations here that are still active. It is hard to imagine that after the explosion, there were still Gu formations operating here. Precisely so, the outermost space path Gu formation is still active. This discovery solved one of Fan Yuan's mysteries. This is a phantom path Gu formation. As he continued to observe, Fan Yuan made a new discovery. This phantom path Gu formation was already destroyed, but there were 2 or 3 mortal Gu left. They were buried deep in the purple sand, motionless and on the verge of death. They were only relying on the food path Gu formation to survive. Fan Yuan did not know much about phantom path. But during the Battle of Taichio, Dongfang Naganori had set up a phantom formation on the ruined bat corpse. If not for this, Fan Yuan would not have been able to recognize this Gu formation immediately. The phantom formation turns the entire Gu formation into a phantom form, to prevent external attacks from destroying the Gu formation. Maybe it is because of this phantom formation that these Gu formations survived the explosion. Refinement path Gu immortals with deep attainment have their own refinement path Gu formations. They also set up many supplementary Gu formations on top of the refinement path Gu formation. Using these Gu formations, refining Gu worms is much easier. It saves a lot of time and energy. For example, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land has an exquisite refinement path Gu formation. It is said to be the #1 Gu refinement formation of Northern Plains demonic path. It is said that this Gu formation is a compound Gu formation with a total of 12 different Gu formations. Fan Yuan's thoughts wandered. He could also set up some refinement path Gu formations. But these Gu formations were very superficial. After all, they involved formation path cultivation. Fan Yuan's formation path attainment level was very low. A person's energy was limited, time was even more limited. Fan Yuan had some accomplishments in some aspects, but in other aspects, he would definitely be mediocre. Chapter 944. The Gu formation in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was not set up by old ancestor Shui Hu. Copy web address. Even though he was a rank 8 great expert, he could not set up such a Gu formation. In order to set up this Gu formation, old ancestor Shui Hu personally invited the #1 formation path Gu immortal in Northern Plains, Sun Minglu. Sun Minglu was a righteous path Gu immortal. He had a strong personality. He did not want to be a part of this evil. Old ancestor Shui, who knew that he could not be forced, he put down his pride and invited him several times. After a total of 7 invitations, the last time, old ancestor Shui who used Lady Wan Shou to convince Sun Minglu. Although Sun Minglu had an unyielding character, he valued friendship very much. Old ancestor Shui who set up a refinement path gu formation for his beloved wife, he was deeply moved by his sincerity, thus he took action. This matter had caused a huge commotion in Northern Plains Gu immortal world back then. In Fan Yuan's previous life, Sun Minglu fought intensely with the Central Continent Gu immortals. He set up a Gu formation and prevented the Central Continent Gu immortals from advancing for several days. But eventually, the Gu formation was broken and Sun Minglu died. After his death, someone wrote his biography. Biography of Sun Minglu had detailed records of old ancestors Shui whose invitations. According to the remains of the Gu formation, this Gu formation in front of me has at least 30 layers. That Sun Minglu had set up 12 layers of compound Gu formations. He was publicly recognized as the #1 formation path grandmaster in Northern Plains. The Gu immortal who created this place was definitely a great grandmaster. There is even a possibility that he is a Supreme Martial Grandmaster. Supreme Martial Grandmaster. The realm above Great Grandmaster was transcendent. For example, the 3 Supreme Grandmasters of Refinement Path, Long Hair Ancestor, Old Immortal Kong Ju, and Old Eccentric Tian Nan. Every single one of them was unique. They had achieved something that no one had ever achieved before, and perhaps no one would be able to achieve in the future. Food Path Gu Formation, Phantom Path Gu Formation, Metal Path Gu Formation, Strength Path Gu Formation. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with divine light. His gaze pierced through the purple sand and saw all the traces of the Gu formations inside. His heart gradually sank. From the beginning to the end, he had never forgotten his original purpose. Based on the current situation, the chances of obtaining the rebirth technique were getting smaller and smaller. And inside these Gu formations, they were on the verge of death. Mortal Gu that were struggling at death's door, there was not a single immortal Gu. Maybe it was because the wind blew, the explosion destroyed the immortal Gu. Or maybe these 2 or 3 food path Gu formations could not feed the immortal Gu. In the following period of time, the immortal Gu starved to death. Finally, Fan Yuan was in the deepest part of the ground. He found a damaged Wisdom Path Gu formation. This was the 7th Wisdom Path Gu formation he had found. The Gu formation was already very damaged. This made Fan Yuan even less hopeful. But who knew that when Fan Yuan looked carefully, he had an unexpected harvest in this Gu formation. In this Gu formation that was on the verge of breaking, there were actually some thoughts preserved. These thoughts were in a state of absolute stillness. It should be the effect of this Wisdom Path Gu formation. As long as they had a thought, they could naturally communicate. Fan Yuan breathed in deeply. He used all his strength and started to unravel this Wisdom Path Gu formation. He was very careful, because this Wisdom Path Gu formation was like a building that was about to collapse. Fan Yuan had to move slowly. Fortunately, he was already a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. His attainment level was high. A moment later, he understood this simple Wisdom Path Gu formation and successfully infiltrated it, gaining control of this small Gu formation. Next, he let out thoughts into the Gu formation to communicate with these still thoughts. After more than 80 years, this Gu formation is finally completed today. In the next few hundred years, or even 1,000 years, I will be refining Gu here. After becoming an immortal zombie, even though I got rid of the limitation of lifespan, but his brain was not working very well. Thus, I asked Yellow to add this small Gu formation to store my thoughts and help me think. This Gu formation is really useful. Not only can it help me refine Gu, it can also block Providence's senses. I only used 200 years to refine 8 Soul Path Immortal Gu. There are 6 rank 7s and 2 rank 8s. They come here to me every year. Large amounts of immortal materials were delivered. It's hard to imagine that I still have a time when immortal materials can't be used up. I have countless immortal materials. I am truly too blessed. Maybe I should try those incomplete immortal Gu recipes. There was an accident when I was refining goo today. I tried to fill in the incomplete Devour Soul Immortal Goo recipe, but I refined an immortal goo with unknown effects. Although it is also a Soul Path Immortal Goo, I think I should leave the testing to someone else. The goo refinement failed. 3 of my defensive goo formations were destroyed, even the main refinement path goo formation was damaged. That swindler of jewel yellow skies, that unscrupulous merchant. He actually used tampered immortal materials to deceive me. I will pull out his tendons and skin him alive to vent my anger. That unscrupulous merchant has already been punished. Azure is really good. These days, yellow came to fix all the goo formations. I can refine goo now. Purple came to inform me to be careful. Azure is in trouble. So that unscrupulous merchant goo immortal who deceived me was actually a pawn of the celestial court. Fate. It still exists. Red Lotus Demon Venerable was not able to destroy it. It is the accomplice of this wretched heaven. I will destroy it sooner or later. Azure's trouble is getting bigger. There are 7 of us. Sacrificing any one of us will be a huge loss to each other. I harmed him, but he has already made up his mind. Maybe I should try that aspect. Before leaving, he took away that Soul Path Immortal Goo. So this is the effect of an Immortal Goo. I hope it can be of help to him. Azure failed. His outcome is extremely tragic. He is only a step away from death. Yellow barely managed to keep him alive. His injuries cannot be healed. They can only be healed over time. This time will be hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. Our greatest battle strength has been lost. Azure's failure made me understand that the previous path was impossible. We are born with flaws. Heaven and earth cannot tolerate us. It seems that as green, I need to understand the profundity of life and death. No one is more suitable than me for this task. Only by truly reviving and having an immortal aperture that is filled with vitality can I start anew. Sensing this, Fan Yuan's heart shook. He showed some excitement on his face. Currently, this is a mysterious and powerful organization. The members are called by their code names. Among them are yellow, azure, purple, green, a total of 7 members. Their code names should be the 7 colors of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, right? Let's call this organization 7 Rainbows. Fan Yuan stopped his deductions. He continued to send his thoughts into the goo formation, communicating with the thoughts that were still in the goo formation. The following thoughts were empty. They were no longer as coherent as before. It was as if there was a long time between each thought. I've succeeded. Today, I've found another rebirth technique. However, to me, what's the point of such an ordinary rebirth technique? I don't need it. Blue obtained a goo immortal inheritance. It was actually left behind by old immortal Kong Ju in Central Continent. He had deep research into the 10 extreme physiques. I gained a lot. No, a lot. Yellow and purple worked together to obtain an inheritance of Limitless Demon Venerable. As expected of Limitless Demon Venerable, his achievement in Rule Path can be said to be unprecedented. Even I am inferior to him. Limitless Demon Venerable was right. With life comes death. With death comes life. Life and death can be transformed into each other. But under normal circumstances, turning from life to death is very natural. It is like flowing with the current. But turning from death to life is extremely difficult. It is like rowing a boat against the current. And immortal zombies exist between life and death. They are the descriptions of the profundities of life and death. Life has its benefits, death has its uses. An immortal zombie's immortal aperture is a dead aperture disaster land. It can avoid calamities and tribulations. This is the huge advantage of death. Limitless Demon Venerable's direction is correct. I should move forward in this direction. I feel that I will definitely have an astonishing harvest. I succeeded. This is an unimaginable result. Limitless Demon Venerable had amazing talent. He was actually only a few steps away from success. An immortal zombie's calamity aperture death land is extremely precious and useful. If this result were to be known, it would shake the entire goo immortal world. Even I myself was shocked by it. Next, Fan Yuan became more and more shocked as he read. His eyes shined with bright light and his face was filled with shock. According to the records in these thoughts, when goo immortals cultivate, they should first become immortal zombies and obtain their own dead immortal aperture. After that, they would revive and obtain the life and death immortal aperture. This immortal aperture was divided into 2 layers. One layer was life, one layer was death. Life and death were interchangeable. It was immeasurably helpful to the goo immortals' cultivation and tribulations. Ordinary living goo immortals were filled with life force, they could not control death. Ordinary immortal zombies had death energy in their dead aperture, they had no life and only the profundities of death. The former had too much life force, they had too many blessings and attracted the wrath of heaven. Thus, every once in a while, heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities would descend and cause severe losses to the goo immortal. The latter was filled with death energy, there were no tribulations or calamities, it was constantly breaking apart, and could not store any cultivation resources. The immortal aperture that Fan Yuan obtained during his goo immortal ascension had already collapsed by more than half. In time, it would completely dissipate and the entire immortal aperture would vanish. By then, Fan Yuan would only have a mortal dead aperture left. But according to the cultivation method recorded in these thoughts, I can use the dead aperture as the core and fuse life and death during the revival process, condensing them into one aperture and forming a life and death immortal aperture. I can control life and death to a certain extent. With this life and death immortal aperture, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities I face in the future will be reduced by half. Most importantly, the Tao marks I obtain after the calamity will not be reduced at all. Fan Yuan's heart thumped with excitement. Any goo immortal would be extremely moved. If this method is real, then it will indeed shake the entire goo immortal world, it will be an earth-shattering event. Chapter 945. There was a buzzing sound. In a certain corner of the Yiksha octopus's nest, a jade-green light shined, as the surrounding darkness faded. The jade light flashed, and at the next moment, a figure appeared at the empty place. It was Fan Yuan, who had just escaped from the goo formation space. He was using fixed immortal travel. And this place was specially set up when he explored the Yiksha octopus's nest. He had set up many mortal goo here, forming a simple goo formation. There was no helping it, Fan Yuan's formation path attainment was not high, he could only set up a goo formation of this level. The goo formation could only conceal most of the commotion, but fixed immortal travel was an immortal goo. With Fan Yuan's arrival, this mortal goo formation broke apart, but aura still leaked out. Fan Yuan quickly worked, trying to get rid of these traces. But soon, there was a roar of a desolate beast, the Yiksha octopus's movements could be heard from the cave. The nearby Yiksha octopus has returned? Fan Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He moved quickly, before the Yiksha octopus arrived, he got rid of the immortal goo's aura and quickly left. The Yiksha octopus sensed the immortal goo's aura and came over, but by the time it arrived, it was already gone. It simply searched twice, and the hesitation on its face completely disappeared. It then turned back. If it were a goo immortal, it would not be so easily deceived. The desolate beast's intelligence was not high, it was easily dealt with by Fan Yuan. A while later, when he returned to the mouth earthworm's battlefield, it was a mess. Most of the Yiksha octopuses had retreated, while the northern plains immortal zombies were nowhere to be seen. There was a huge ravine. It was like a terrifying wound on the wall of an earth trench, it was in Fan Yuan's vision. Fan Yuan's lips curled up, he smiled silently. He knew that this ravine was created by the mouth earthworm. The mouth earthworm was a type of underground creature. It hid underground all year round, only when it hunted would it come out. After swallowing its prey in an instant, it would shrink back into the soil at lightning speed. It did not move. At the same time, its body would shrink to a shocking size. It was as if he had suddenly become as thin as a bamboo pole from a fatty who weighed a few 100 pounds. At this time, the thick walls of its flesh would tightly squeeze together. The unique organs growing on the flesh walls were countless steel bones and sharp teeth. It spun unceasingly, grinding its prey into blood and bones. This mouth devoured me, but I immediately used fixed immortal travel to escape while I was inside its body. It had failed its hunt, and with an empty stomach, it would definitely be enraged and fight against the Northern Plains immortal zombies. The mouth serpent was not a match for the combined strength of the immortal zombies. It had no intelligence. It would definitely lose. However, this kind of beast's instinct to escape was also very strong. Once the injury reached a certain limit, it will burrow back into the ground and quickly escape the battlefield. A glint flashed across Fan Yuan's eyes. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have chosen to make use of verbal abuse. He escaped from the vision of the immortal zombies. The information he had gathered in Dark Flow Giant City showed that Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the rest did not have an effective method to deal with the burrowing mouth serpent. Their investigative methods could not surpass the abundant earth path down marks on the mouth serpent's body. Thus, Fan Yuan dared to use fixed immortal travel inside its body. Thus, Northern Plains immortal zombies had many people and strong battle strength. But they might not be able to deal with the mouth serpent in a short period of time. Especially when the mouth serpent did not want to fight, it only burrowed into the ground to escape. Battle strength did not mean everything. For example, old ancestor Shui, who had rank 8 cultivation level, he could fight against 2, forcing Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu to retreat. His battle strength could be considered very strong. But in order to set up the Gu formation, he had to invite Sun Ming Lu 7 times. Even rank 9 venerables were the same. In the history of Gu immortals, Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had invited Long Hair Ancestor to refine Gu. Gu cultivation paths blossomed in all directions. They were brilliant and varied. It also meant that each path had its own specialization. Even if one path was cultivated to rank 9, the other paths were still different. After all, one's energy was limited. Unless one had a lot of time, or had a fortuitous encounter. The mouth serpent burrowed into the ground to escape. The Northern Plains immortal zombies chased it relentlessly, thus the traces of the battle continued to extend. Along the way, many places could be seen, deep craters caused by intense explosions. There was a lot of blood in the ravines. It should be the blood of the mouth serpent. Other than that, there were also the corpses of the earth trench creatures that were caught in the crossfire. The mouth serpent risked its life to survive. It was a great help in concealing Fan Yuan's tracks. One side escaped, the other chased. This was a long battlefield. Looking at the traces of the intense battle that disappeared into the horizon, Fan Yuan smiled lightly. The mouth serpent is escaping. It must be panicking and will lead the Northern Plains immortal zombies to the territories of other fierce beasts. Very good, the more chaotic the situation is, the more advantageous it is for me. This is one of the situations that I expected. Next, Fan Yuan followed the traces of the intense battle and flew rapidly, his figure soon fading into the darkness. The Northern Plains immortal zombies were flying slowly with dejected expressions. Their injuries were not light. They were in a sorry state. They had defeated expressions. What should we do now? Xing Xiangzi lost his life. How can we answer to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness? Sigh, we have already tried our best. We chased after the mouth serpent. We passed through 5 fierce beast territories. 3 of them were occupied by ancient desolate beasts. This is Earth Trench after all. I have never been as crazy as I am today. It is a pity that we failed at the last moment. That mouth serpent fell into the acid swamp moss and completely dissolved. Xing Xiangzi has no chance of survival. We cannot lose our lives for him. In my opinion, Xing Xiangzi was too careless. He was so careless in Earth Trench, he was simply courting death. The immortal zombies discussed softly. Only the leader, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, was silent. He had the highest status in this group. He was the leader. Xing Xiangzi's death was his greatest responsibility. Thinking about how he would have to face Blazing Heaven Demoness when he returned, Dragon Commander Yi Cha's heart was extremely heavy. Everyone, we finally meet. Fan Yuan turned into Xing Xiangzi, appearing in front of the immortal zombies. At once, the Northern Plains immortal zombies were stunned. Xing Xiangzi? Dr. Yin Xian raised his voice, his gaze filled with joy. The other immortal zombies were the same. Even Landlord Lei Yu felt that this old man was very pleasing to the eye when he looked at Fan Yuan. How did you escape? Soon, an immortal zombie asked. This question was also on everyone's mind. Several gazes gathered on Fan Yuan's face. Fan Yuan was prepared. He explained the reason. I am ashamed. After I fell into the mouth serpent's stomach, the surrounding flesh walls pressed down on me. Countless sharp fangs followed closely behind. In a moment of desperation, I quickly used an immortal goo to activate an immortal killer move, sealing myself inside the star ice. This is my strongest defense. It is not a problem to defend against the sharp teeth. But there are many drawbacks. Firstly, I cannot move, not just my body, even my thoughts cannot move, I cannot think. The star ice can only exist for a moment, but I believe everyone will help me. But when the star ice melted and I regained my freedom, I found that I was buried under a pile of rocks. So that's it. Dr. Yin Xian realized at once. It must have been when we were chasing the mouth serpent. During the chaotic battle, the mouth serpent's body was destroyed, and Xing Xiangzi escaped through the hole. South close. South close. Xing Xiangzi, you can be considered to be blessed with great fortune. The immortal zombies did not doubt him. Dragon Commander Yi Cha also let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Do we continue to search for Star Knight mucus? Fan Yuan's expression changed. He showed a hesitant expression. Forget it. Our luck was bad this time. We will go back and reorganize. We will come again after we rest. The immortal zombies looked at each other. They were laughing at Xing Xiangzi's cowardice. But after such an intense battle, their condition was not good. Thus, they agreed to return to Dark Flow Giant City to rest. As for the missing Star Knight mucus, they could only worry about it later. Several days later. Dark Flow Giant City. In the secret room, the refinement path goo formation was operating, emitting a bright radiance. The radiance shone on Fan Yuan's face, but he seemed to be absent-minded at this moment. This can work, this can work. Fan Yuan thought in his mind. On the surface, he was using the goo formation to process the goo refinement materials, but he was actually inside his death immortal aperture, controlling all sorts of goo worms and experimenting. He was a vigilant person, even though he obtained the revival method in Earth Trench. Its origin was mysterious. Fan Yuan had to test it first to verify its authenticity. The results of the test proved that this revival method was indeed feasible. Fan Yuan was both excited and moved. Looking back, in order to collect the revival method, ever since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, Fan Yuan had been working tirelessly. He first collected the Time Path Revival Method, manas before Immortal Goo, and used it with Time Anchor Immortal Goo to revive. But even though this method had great prospects, it was only an idea. To complete it, he needed to cooperate with Shark Demon and the rest. It would take too much time and effort. Next, Fan Yuan obtained the possession method from Dongfang Naganori's soul. He could use this method to get rid of his immortal zombie body. But if he used this method, not to mention whether the body and soul could adapt to each other, or the aptitude of the body, just the second immortal aperture that Fan Yuan had painstakingly obtained would go to waste. Next, Fan Yuan learned from Feng Kim Hong in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention that using the 10 extreme physiques to undergo immortal ascension could get rid of the immortal zombie body. This method was even less feasible. It was most suitable for mortal goo masters. Fan Yuan was already an immortal zombie. If he used his first mortal aperture to undergo immortal ascension, he did not have the aptitude of the 10 extreme physiques. Even though he had blood skull goo, he had down marks and could not be raised by mortal goo. Finally, in the fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, Feng Kim Hong told Fan Yuan about a revival method. Using the principles of transformation path and eternal goo, he could achieve a permanent transformation. He could also revive. But how to refine eternal goo? Fan Yuan did not know. If someone else had eternal goo, it would be even worse. And transformation path was not something Fan Yuan was proficient in. Even though these methods could succeed, They all had their flaws and were difficult to achieve. But heaven would not disappoint those who worked hard. Fan Yuan worked hard and experienced many setbacks. He finally found the most suitable method in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench. Chapter 946. Since the creator did not name it, Fan Yuan named it Life and Death Immortal Aperture Rebirth Method. The value of this method was absolutely immeasurable. Once word of this got out, it would definitely shock the entire cultivation world and change the situation of the world. Countless Gu immortals, be they secluded cultivators or rank 8s, would immediately research and cultivate it. Once it was truly grasped by most Gu immortals, then from now on, the number of Gu immortals in the 5 regions would rise sharply. It would be an unprecedented situation. Because the Life and Death Immortal Aperture contained the profundity of life and death, it could reduce the power of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Furthermore, the degree of reduction was as high as 50%. What did that mean? Gu immortal cultivation had always faced 2 obstacles. One was lifespan, the other was calamity. Higher cultivation level could not increase lifespan. Gu immortals could only find other methods to extend their lifespan. Not to mention it. The main point was the calamity. Gu immortals had to undergo calamities and tribulations once in a while. Heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations were like blades hovering above the Gu immortal's head. During peaceful times, most Gu immortals died from calamities and tribulations. Countless historical facts and real examples around them constantly reminded Gu immortals how terrifying and fatal this threat was. Not only were the calamities and tribulations hard to predict, but their power wasn't the same. Instead, it was gradually increasing. To undergo tribulation, Gu immortals had to cultivate and raise their strength continuously. Cultivation was not just empty talk. It required real cultivation resources. For example, immortal materials, immortal Gu, immortal killer moves, immortal Gu houses, and so on. Immortal apertures were the best places to nurture immortal materials. Because the environment here was unique. He had many down marks and could nurture immortal materials suitable for the Gu immortal according to the Gu immortal's situation. And in the immortal aperture, time passed very quickly, much faster than in the 5 regions. The number of times immortal materials matured was also much higher. Another point was to nurture cultivation resources in the immortal aperture. It was more convenient to carry and safer. Put it outside. It was too unsafe. Not only could it be easily seized by others, but it could also be destroyed by experts like the blazing heaven demonists even if they couldn't obtain it. However, but every heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would have a huge negative impact on the immortal aperture. It was not easy for Gu immortals to pass calamities and tribulations. It was almost impossible to protect the immortal aperture. The cultivation resources stored in the immortal aperture would often be greatly damaged. If Gu immortals wanted to continue cultivating, they would need to accumulate cultivation resources again. Some even had to start from scratch. In this way, a vicious cycle was formed. Accumulate resources. Cultivating, growing in strength, transcending the tribulation, accumulating resources once more. Cultivating, slowly growing in strength, transcending even stronger tribulations. The calamities and tribulations were getting heavier, but resources needed to be accumulated again. This greatly delayed the growth of Gu immortals' strength. Many Gu immortals did not have enough strength growth. They were stagnant. How could they deal with the increasingly terrifying calamities? Thus, since ancient times, countless Gu immortals had lost to heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations. He died and his Tao vanished. Fox Immortal was a classic example. She had survived the first 4 calamities, but on the 5th one, she encountered the blue charmed shadow and perished. The obsession formed a land spirit and left behind Hu Immortal Blessed Land, which was eventually obtained by Fang Yuan. Of course, there was also a way, and that was to transfer the cultivation resources in advance. That was what Fang Yuan had done before. But in fact, very few Gu immortals would do this. Of course, they were not idiots. But why? The reason was that heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities had specific targets. For example, A woodpath Gu immortal might move all his woodpath resources away before undergoing tribulation, but it attracted a fire path calamity and tribulation. After passing the tribulation, the immortal aperture would be greatly affected, many fire path down marks would appear, and the terrain and temperature would change drastically. When the woodpath Gu immortal moves the cultivation resources back, many of the resources would not be able to adapt to the new environment of the immortal aperture. They could not be nurtured. On the contrary, if the woodpath resources were left in the blessed land, they would attract a woodpath calamity and tribulation. In the end, the woodpath down marks in the immortal aperture would increase, and although the resources would be greatly damaged, the environment of the immortal aperture would become better. Countless examples of success and failure, as well as the experiences of countless predecessors, all pointed to one point: leaving behind resources to undergo tribulation was more sensible than moving them away. It was more beneficial to the Gu immortal's cultivation. Fan Yuan's previous actions caused a blood path calamity, and it was not beneficial to the nurturing of the original resources. But Hu immortal blessed land was not compatible with his path. It was not a big problem. Afterwards, even though Tai Bai Yinxing knew that he would lose a lot of resources, he still wanted to undergo tribulation in the immortal aperture. Because the immortal aperture that he underwent tribulation in was his fundamental immortal aperture. Only by understanding all of this could one truly understand the terrifying value of the life and death immortal aperture. Even though Gu immortals were high and mighty, calamities and tribulations were hanging over their heads, they needed to cultivate continuously. They had to improve greatly at every stage. They had to improve more and more each time to continue surviving. But with the life and death immortal aperture, everything was different. The might of the calamities and tribulations would be reduced by 50%. The might of the calamities and tribulations would be reduced, the loss of cultivation resources would be reduced, but the gain of down marks would not change. All of this was enough for the Gu immortal's cultivation to form a virtuous cycle. Accumulate resources, cultivate, increase in strength, undergo tribulation, on the original foundation, continue to accumulate resources, cultivate faster, increase in strength, and undergo slightly stronger calamities and tribulations. With a living immortal aperture, the calamities and tribulations would become stronger and stronger, the Gu immortal would struggle to endure. The higher their cultivation level, the more difficult it would be. With a dead immortal aperture, the immortal aperture would continue to collapse, resources could not be accumulated quickly, there was no hope of progress, it was a fate worse than death. With a life and death immortal aperture, it would form a virtuous cycle, the Gu immortal's strength would snowball, the more it rolled, the more confident they would be in passing the tribulation. Undeniably, this was an achievement that transcended the era. It could change the Gu immortal world, it could change the entire world, it could change the history of Gu masters in the future. Don't look at it as a small revival method, it had such magical power. More accurately speaking, it was no longer a simple revival method, it was a cultivation method. On the previous foundation, after modification, it was no doubt more superior than the traditional cultivation methods that had been passed down for countless years. This was a groundbreaking achievement. Using Earth's history as an analogy, it was like the great significance of the invention of the steam engine, electricity, and computers. Traditional Gu master cultivation methods had been passed down since Renzu's era, there were almost no changes. Once the life and death immortal aperture revival method was used, it was like Einstein's general theory of relativity, overturning Newton's first law. If it were any other Gu immortal, they might find it hard to accept, they might even think it was wishful thinking, it was disgraceful. After all, immortal zombies had low status, but this method favored the dead immortal aperture. But Fan Yuan's foundation was his soul. He came from Earth, he was open-minded, traditional cultivation methods did not form a deep-rooted authority in his mind. At this moment, he was filled with emotions. The current of human path is surging forward, history is always rising in a spiral fashion. Gu cultivation can be seen as an alternative science, it develops with time. Continuous improvement. In the past, in ancient times, there were indeed countless talented people. They created dazzling and glorious achievements. But later generations stood on the shoulders of their predecessors. Using this foundation, they could create even more dazzling and glorious achievements. Like this mysterious immortal zombie great expert who invented the life and death immortal aperture revival method, he also stood on the shoulders of old immortal Kong Ju. He used rule path limitless demon venerable's achievements, and combined with his own talent. Only then could he obtain this improved immortal cultivation method. Fan Yuan continued to ponder. The more he dug, the more he felt that this revival method was profound and unfathomable. It was extremely brilliant. In this short period of time, Fan Yuan could only know how, but not know why. He knew that following this method was correct, the result was good. But he did not know what principles were involved in this. The life and death immortal aperture might seem simple, but Fan Yuan could not understand the principles contained within. The life and death immortal aperture revival method was not simple, it was very complex. Because every goo cultivation path had different rebirth methods, they needed to refine different goo worms. For example, Fan Yuan's strength path revival method needed a vast number of exert strength goo, countless disappointment goo, and all sorts of supplementary goo to construct a multilayered goo formation. Fan Yuan thought about it carefully, he felt it was very interesting. When mortals started cultivating, they needed hope goo to open their aperture. This method needed disappointment goo, and also exertion goo. Without hope, where would disappointment come from? Without disappointment, where would hope come from? Disappointment and hope, these two concepts were opposites, but they coexisted. They were like the concepts of life and death. Without either, there would be no meaning in the existence of the other. Fan Yuan planned in his mind. Disappointment goo and exertion goo only require mortal goo, they are not hard to collect. There are also corresponding goo recipes here. I can order the hairy men in the blessed land to refine them day and night. Even if the requirement is too high, I can complete it in 3 months. Once I complete it, I can immediately reincarnate and obtain a life and death immortal aperture. But the life and death immortal aperture obtained this way was not satisfactory. Because Fan Yuan's strength path immortal aperture had already collapsed by more than half. If he used the remaining dead aperture as the foundation, the life and death immortal aperture would naturally be weaker. Be it the area, environment, or foundation, they would all be worse. Especially when Fan Yuan was forced to undergo immortal ascension in northern plains, his immortal aperture's foundation was not high to begin with, it had 5,180,000 km2 of land, compared to the 5 regions time flow, it was 1 to 16. Low-grade blessed land had an area of 3 million km2, it could only produce 10 or so beads of immortal essence every year from the tributary of the river of time, it was poor in resources. Middle-grade blessed land had an area of 4 to 6 million km2, it could produce 20 or so beads of immortal essence every year from the tributary of the river of time, it was rich in resources. Fan Yuan's previous strength path immortal aperture was only a middle-grade blessed land. If he directly reincarnated this time, it would definitely be a low-grade blessed land, and most likely, it would be the lowest grade of low grade. Undoubtedly, this would be disadvantageous to Fan Yuan's future cultivation. And in this life and death immortal aperture revival method, there was a paragraph that moved Fan Yuan greatly. During the revival process, he could use the corpses of other strength path immortal zombies as immortal materials and refine them in the goo formation. The grade of the life and death immortal aperture would rise. It was not a problem to return to middle grade from a low grade blessed land. As long as there were enough strength path immortal zombies, it was possible to become a high grade blessed land. After the immortal zombie's dead aperture perishes, the down marks in the immortal aperture would land on the immortal zombie body. Thus, immortal zombie bodies that were rich in Dao marks were unique immortal materials. If not for this, old ancestor Shui Hu would not have sneaked into the immortal zombie graveyard to steal corpses. At the end of this paragraph, it was clearly recorded, if he collected the immortal zombie body of the great strength true martial physique and used it during the revival process, the life and death immortal aperture would surpass a high-grade blessed land and become a super-grade blessed land. And after the immortal zombie is reborn, it would also transform into the great strength true martial physique. Because He Luan had ascended to Gu Immortal with the great strength true martial physique and had a super-grade blessed land, Fan Yuan had a lot of understanding of this. Super-grade blessed land has a huge area of more than 5 million km2. Every year, it produces over 50 beads of immortal essence. Time passes very quickly, and the precious resources can be harvested very quickly. And the great strength true martial physique can increase my strength path battle strength by several times. Fan Yuan's heart palpitated with excitement. From this point, the life and death immortal aperture revival method was also a superb method to raise a Gu immortal's aptitude. 10 extreme physiques, although they were powerful, the drawbacks were even greater. Because time passed quickly, calamities and tribulations would come even faster, more frequently, and their might would be even greater and more terrifying. This was a huge taboo for Gu immortal cultivation. Looking at history, it was known that none of the 10 venerables had 10 extreme physiques. Even among rank 8 Gu immortals, it was extremely rare to find one with 10 extreme physiques. In other words, the 10 extreme physiques could be invincible in the same rank, and could even challenge those of higher ranks, but without the potential to develop, they could not survive for long under the attacks of calamities and tribulations. But this biggest drawback did not exist for Fan Yuan. There was only one reason: he had the life and death immortal aperture revival method. And the calamities and tribulations that the life and death immortal aperture faced would be reduced by half. This was completely acceptable, it was a virtuous cycle. If I collect ordinary strength path immortal zombie bodies, I can at most obtain a high-grade blessed land. But if I can collect an immortal zombie with one of the 10 extreme physiques, I can obtain the great strength true martial physique and obtain a super-grade blessed land, and the calamities and tribulations will only have half of their power. As long as I have enough time to cultivate, my strength will continue to grow, and I will be able to ascend to that rank 9 throne. Fan Yuan's eyes were burning with fire. Rank 9 venerables were invincible in the world, this was a publicly acknowledged fact. If he could become a venerable with one of the 10 extreme physiques that had never appeared since ancient times, wouldn't that mean he would be the number 1 among rank 9 venerables? The number 1 in the world since ancient times? Don't forget that I still have my first mortal aperture. If my revival is successful, I will use this method to walk on time path and transform my first mortal aperture into a super-grade blessed land. By then, not only will I have the great strength true martial physique, I will also have the Guyua desolate in physique. 2 of the 10 extreme physiques. In time, a venerable with 2 of the 10 extreme physiques? Thinking of this, Fan Yuan almost shed tears. In the 500 years of his previous life, in this life, he wandered from place to place, taking risks between life and death. Finally, today, at this moment, he found a bright path that led to eternal life. Eternal life was an illusory goal, but without sufficient strength, it was even more impossible to pursue. There are very few strength path immortal zombies to begin with. I have also joined Zombie Alliance. I cannot deal with my allies. How can I find a great strength true martial physique immortal zombie? Humph. There is only one ideal target in front of me. That is He Lulan. At this moment, Fan Yuan's eyes shined with sharp light. Even though I only managed to escape Imperial Court blessed land by cooperating with you, and gained many benefits afterwards, it is quite pleasant. But for the ambition in my heart, I will sacrifice you. A silent smile appeared on Fan Yuan's face. Heartless. Cruel. Chapter 947. Since he had obtained the life and death immortal aperture revival method, Fan Yuan naturally wanted to do his best. Be it his previous life or this life, cultivation aptitude had always been a regret in Fan Yuan's heart. Now that he could make up for this regret, Fan Yuan was extremely happy. Most importantly, the life and death immortal aperture of one of the 10 extreme physiques was truly tempting. It had a huge advantage in assisting cultivation. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain a great strength true martial immortal zombie. Firstly, the 10 extreme physiques were extremely rare. Even if they appeared, they were not easy to cultivate. Great strength, true martial physiques that cultivated to Gu immortal level were even rarer. And in this case, after becoming an immortal zombie, there were none who still had a body left in the current era. Fan Yuan searched through records and memories, but did not find any clues. Thus, He Lulon was currently the easiest and most suitable target for him to obtain. It could also be said that she was his only target. However, the troubles in front of Fan Yuan were not few. Firstly, He Lulon was a formidable character. She was skilled in both the pen and the sword. She had left a deep mark in the history of his previous life. Such a person was not easy to deal with. She could risk her life and scheme. She was not so easy to trap. Secondly, He Lulon was not alone. She had Fairy Li Shan, a rank 7 helper. The two had deep feelings for each other. They could not be separated. If Fan Yuan wanted to deal with He Lulon, he had to get rid of Fairy Li Shan. Thirdly, Fan Yuan had signed an alliance agreement with He Lulon and Fairy Li Shan. Finally, and also the most vexing thing for Fan Yuan, He Lulon knew the truth about Imperial Court Blessed Land. If it was not handled well, she would spread the truth far and wide. By then, Fan Yuan would be chased by all the Gu immortals in the world. The attraction of Giant Sun Immortals' inheritance. It was enough to make countless greedy Gu immortals come wave after wave, forming a tsunami. It would drown Fan Yuan. In conclusion, He Lulon was like a hedgehog. If one tried to attack her, not only would she not be hurt, but she would also easily bite back. He Lulon, if it weren't for the fact that you have the great strength, true martial physique and can help me in my cultivation, I wouldn't want to do anything to you. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart. In the following days, Fan Yuan was prepared for both scenarios. On the one hand, he racked his brains to come up with a way to frame He Lulon. On the other hand, he was refining Star-Thought Immortal Gu. He communicated with Fairy Li Shan through letters, discussing how to go against the agreement. But as the days passed, no matter what, progress was slow. Ever since He Lulon understood her flaws, he calmed down and focused on managing his immortal aperture. Although the great snow mountain Blessed Land could no longer hide, she hid outside, her whereabouts unknown. After Fan Yuan returned to Dark Flow Giant City. Then, he pretended to go down to the Earth Trench and collected all the Starry Night mucus. Next, he used the Starry Night mucus as a supplementary material. The refinement of Star-Thought Immortal Gu failed again. Fairy Li Shan cultivated Earth Path in her early years. After that, she mainly cultivated Information Path, while cultivating Wood Path on the side. She had Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. Her Information Path attainment was definitely higher than Fan Yuan's. Earlier, she took the initiative to deal with Dongfang tribe. It was a violation of the agreement. But she was still alive and well. It could be seen that she was not only skilled in establishing agreements, she was also skilled in breaking them. Things like agreements were the specialty of Information Paths. For example, it was like a lock, a shackle that restricted both parties. Fairy Li Shan was like a locksmith. Since she was skilled in making locks, she was also skilled in unlocking them. Even though Fan Yuan, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulon had an alliance agreement, the time limit was approaching. Thus, this alliance agreement was not a huge problem. Fan Yuan's reason for asking Fairy Li Shan was that he needed to resolve the agreement to join Zombie Alliance. Fan Yuan had joined Zombie Alliance's headquarters in Eastern Sea, thus he was restricted by the Zombie Alliance agreement. If I cannot resolve this with He Lulon, then I can only settle for the next best thing, to gather a large number of Strength Path Immortal Zombies and create a high-grade Blessed Land. At that time, I will need to resolve the Zombie Alliance agreement, to make it easier for me to steal corpses from the Zombie Alliance graveyard. The vigilant Fan Yuan naturally would not put all his eggs in one basket. He always had a backup plan. Thus, these last days, Fan Yuan often asked Fairy Li Shan for Information Path methods. However, the results were minimal. Firstly, Fairy Li Shan was on guard against Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's development was too rapid. This third leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was already wary of him. Even though Fan Yuan offered a high price, she always used the excuse of gathering immortal materials as an excuse, rejecting him many times. Secondly, Fan Yuan did not have much understanding of information path. His attainment was very low. He could not learn anything in a short period of time. Thirdly, how could Zombie Alliance's agreement be easy? Hoping that Fan Yuan could resolve it after learning for a period of time was simply delusional. Even though he did not make any progress in the information path, through his interactions with Fairy Li Shan, Fan Yuan combined with Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's situation, he had a clear understanding of the battle between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Blazing Heaven Demoness' strategy was indeed very wise. These last days she had led the immortal zombies to attack everywhere, attacking the demonic path Gu immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Many demonic path Gu immortals had bad luck to begin with. It was not easy for them to gather precious immortal materials. Now, with the interference of the immortal zombies, it was one disaster after another. They suffered many setbacks. Old Ancestor Shui, who was helpless. There was no other reason. Even though he was a rank 8 great expert, he was alone. On Blazing Heaven Demoness' side, there were 3 rank 8 immortal zombies. If Blazing Heaven Demoness led everyone to attack Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, with Old Ancestor Shui whose battle strength, it was hard to tell who would emerge victorious. But Blazing Heaven Demoness avoided the main point. She focused on Old Ancestor Shui whose weakness. This made Old Ancestor Shui whose days very difficult. If he attacked easily, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land would be defenseless. The strongest Gu immortal left behind was only rank 7. The second leader, Lady Wan Shou, was skilled in refinement path, while the third leader, Fairy Li Shan, cultivated information path. They did not have high battle strength. If Old Ancestor Shui who attacked and was held back by an expert of the same rank, and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was raided by another rank 8 immortal zombie, that would be the laughing stock of Northern Plains righteous path Gu immortals. Especially Blazing Heaven Demoness. This person's bottom line was very low back then. She even destroyed a 9 Heavens fragment world. It was a hopeless situation. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was only pieced together. Its defense was even lower than the original Blessed Land. Old Ancestor Shui who had to defend against it. Thus, even though Old Ancestor Shui who had high battle strength, in the process of fighting against Zombie Alliance, he was always at a disadvantage. He had never raised his head. Battle strength did not mean everything. Blazing Heaven Demoness was shrewd and scheming. Old Ancestor Shui who had been suffering losses, but he could not retaliate effectively. Fan Yuan had no other choice. He could only be patient, and put most of his effort into refining Exert Strength Gu and Disappointment Gu. The Fan Yuan stone nest that he created had already reached a certain scale. Large numbers of hairy man slaves were refining diligently. The quantity of Exert Strength Gu and Disappointment Gu was increasing rapidly, but it was still far from the required amount. Even though Fan Yuan obtained those rare rank 8 immortal materials, he was not in a hurry to sell them. He kept them for himself. He refined Star Thought Immortal Gu. With Blazing Heaven Demoness' help, Fan Yuan's monthly profits, other than using them to refine Gu worms, were mainly used to feed Immortal Gu and to construct Starform Blessed Land. He purchased a large amount of cloud soil and ordered Starform Land Spirit to construct it step by step. He planned to create a 3-dimensional river system in Starform Blessed Land, using the space to nurture Star Fragment Grass. This was a huge prospect. If he succeeded, the profits would not be lower than the Guts Gu transaction. But the initial investment was huge. Fan Yuan could only take it step by step. If he wanted to deal with He Lulan, the fact that he had committed a crime might be exposed. After all, it was too easy for He Lulan to expose the truth. Even though there was an alliance agreement, if she wanted to break it. But with Fairy Li Shan's help, she had a greater advantage than Fan Yuan. All along, Fan Yuan had been worried in his heart. The Central Continent Gu Immortals were investigating. It was impossible for there to be no progress. Maybe tomorrow, Central Continent Gu Immortals would attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land could not be defended. Once it was lost, Starform Blessed Land would be Fan Yuan's path of retreat. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. not to mention old demon Fan Yuan. On this day, Fan Yuan was activating the refinement path goo formation, processing a certain immortal material. In the immortal zombie's dead aperture, moving perspective cup goo activated, bringing Fairy Li Shan's letter. Fan Yuan felt strange. Fairy Li Shan was contacting him on her own initiative. When he opened it, it was a letter asking for help. It turned out that Fairy Li Shan had discovered He Cheng's whereabouts. He Cheng was He Lulan's father. He was also the target that He Lulan had to kill in order to take revenge for her mother. Fairy Li Shan's letter invited Fan Yuan to kill He Cheng together. He Cheng's situation was not good. As the leader of a superforce, He tribe, he had mysteriously disappeared for a long time, participating in the 100 Days battle. When he reappeared, he was in a pathetic state, and was even being secretly pursued by He tribe. It turned out that in order to preserve his life, He Cheng did not hesitate to give up the rank 6 immortal goo house dark prison. This was the symbol of He tribe's strength. It was also their trump card, but he actually lost it. Even though He Cheng had a high status and authority, in this situation, he was still punished by the tribe. The immortal goo house dark prison was not his. The core immortal goo that formed it came from He tribe's 4 supreme elders. After the central continent goo immortals divided dark prison, they brought the immortal goo back to the sect. One of them had already been forcefully refined. Thus, He tribe's supreme elders knew that He Cheng had made a huge mistake. He needed to be punished. He Cheng naturally did not want to be punished. When he joined the Shadow Sect's operation, he had made an alliance agreement with the Shadow Sect. He could not leak any information about the Shadow Sect. This alliance had a very strong binding force. He Cheng could not explain it to the tribe, he could only escape. He tribe was not willing to give up. The immortal goo house was extremely important. It had the ability to threaten others. They had to get it back. And the clue was on He Cheng. Thus, He tribe sent goo immortals to chase after He Cheng. Both sides fought several times. He Cheng barely escaped. As the commotion grew, Fairy Li Shan found out about it. She and He Lulan discussed it. They felt that He Cheng was deserted. It was the best time to take revenge. To kill a goo immortal, they needed numbers. It was safer. Thus, Fairy Li Shan immediately contacted Fan Yuan. She wanted to make use of the alliance agreement that was nearing its end. Ignoring the fact that Fairy Li Shan's compensation was very generous, Fan Yuan thought of his unspeakable motive. This might be a good opportunity. He Lulan usually stayed in seclusion. Only during chaotic battles would Fan Yuan have the chance to make a move. Chapter 948. Escape. 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 A dark shadow, like a flying snake, rapidly passed through the wormwood. A moment later, the dark shadow dissipated with a loud sound. He Cheng fell from the sky, landing in the weeds. A clear stream gurgled past, right in front of him. He Cheng breathed heavily. Lying on the ground, he did not even have the strength to turn around. His current condition was extremely bad. There were countless injuries all over his body. Some were deep to the bone, some were still bleeding. Pain assaulted his entire body, but He Cheng was already numb to it. These injuries were from the intense battle with He tribe's pursuers. If not for He tribe wanting to capture He Cheng alive, with He Cheng's ability, he would not have been able to escape so many times. I am almost at my limit. He Cheng felt gloomy. He gritted his teeth and got up. Looking at his reflection in the stream, he smiled bitterly. Originally, he was suave and handsome, but now, his face was pale, his lips were blue, his body was covered in blood. He was a fugitive. Suddenly, He Cheng's pupils shrunk to pin size. Like a startled venomous snake, he curled up his body at lightning speed. Who is it? He Cheng's eyes shined with a sharp light. He shouted towards a certain direction in the weeds. At the next moment, with a loud sound, air currents surged, countless weeds were uprooted, a path appeared. He Lulan wore a mask. She walked out with large strides. Her eerie black eyes shone with bone-deep hatred. It's you! He Cheng was shocked. He quickly stood up, but his head was dizzy, his body shook intensely. He couldn't help but fall down again. Thankfully, he did not fall to the ground. He stabilized his body and squatted down, his muscles tensed. He had a fierce expression, but he could not conceal the anxiety in his heart. If he was captured alive by He tribe's Gu immortals, He Qing might have a chance to live, although the chances were slim. But if he fell into He Lulan's hands, He Qing would die for sure. His outcome would be unimaginably tragic. He Qing, to think you would have such a day! He Lulan stood in front of He Qing. Her body was straight like a spear, separated by a stream. She looked down at him from above. Fate was truly unpredictable. Who could have thought that He Qing would actually fall to such a state today? Of course, He Lulan did not expect this. Therefore, when the peerless opportunity for revenge was placed in front of her, besides hatred and rage, there was also a trace of pity in her heart. The father and daughter looked at each other. Gratitude and grudges, love and hatred, all at this moment. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. "Don't look at me like that!" He Qing roared, struggling to stand up. He could accept the hatred and anger in He Lulan's eyes. However, he could not accept that trace of compassion. "I, the dignified He Qing, don't need anyone's pity." "Who?" A gust of wind blew, and the dark clouds in the sky flew swiftly. The surrounding wormwood swayed. The stream rippled. Fairy Li Shan's voice came from the wind. "Good wind, good scenery, this nameless place is the perfect place for you, He Qing, to die." He Qing sneered. He could naturally hear the hatred and killing intent in Fairy Li Shan's words. He reluctantly turned his head and scanned the surroundings. "A tiger that has fallen to the plains will be bullied by dogs. What about the last one? Why is he not coming out?" Fan Yuan was quietly hiding not far away, not moving. He was silent, as if he could not hear He Qing's words. "You are a tiger? You are just a defeated dog that is struggling on the line of life and death. Scoundrel, die!" He Lulan could no longer suppress her anger. She took a huge step forward and punched. At that instant, there was a thunderous explosion in the air. An intense fist wind blew. Fan Yuan's heart jumped. He felt a sense of desire. This is only a mortal killer move, but after being amplified by the large number of strength path Dao marks in the great strength true martial physique, its power has risen to such a level. Before this punch even hit He Qing, the latter already felt an intense sense of suffocation. An incomparable sense of danger filled his body and mind. If this punch landed, He Qing would definitely die on the spot. Escape. He Qing gritted his teeth, activating countless goo worms. With a swoosh, he turned into a shadow snake again, escaping towards the left. He Lulan's punch missed. She quickly chased after him. But He Qing was extremely fast. In just a few breaths of time, he was already more than 100 feet away from He Lulan. As it turned out, even though He Qing lost the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison, he had Immortal Gu Dark Arrow. During the 100 Days battle, Shadow Sect had specially designed an Immortal Killer move for He Qing to increase his strength. This Immortal Killer move used Dark Arrow Immortal Gu as the core. Right now, He Qing turned into a shadow snake and escaped. It was one of the Immortal Killer moves he used. "He Qing, stay here!" Fairy Li Shan jumped out. The surrounding grass grew rapidly. Countless flowers bloomed in the air. Battlefield Killer move, Pear Orchard. He Qing's body paused for a moment, but he quickly escaped out of the pear orchard, changing directions and escaping towards the west. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless strength path phantoms shot out from the grass, blocking He Qing. Fan Yuan had never exposed Xing Xiangzi's identity in front of Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. He was currently using strength path battle strength. Fan Yuan secretly used wisdom path methods to deduce 3 locations. He secretly arranged strength path phantoms to guard them. As He Qing escaped, he bumped into them, but was obstructed by Fan Yuan's strength path phantoms. But even so, He Lulan was still far from He Qing. Seeing that He Qing was about to escape, Fairy Li Shan was anxious. She transmitted to Fan Yuan. "Quickly stop him!" Fan Yuan immediately revealed himself. The true solid bat wings on his back flapped as he charged towards He Qing. Fairy Li Shan frowned. She could see clearly that with Fan Yuan's speed, he would not be able to stop He Qing. The truth was, Fan Yuan did not want to stop He Qing. He had fought with He Qing before, but times had changed, the situation was different now. He Qing was undoubtedly He Lulan's weakness. As long as he was alive, he could make use of He Qing. He could plot against He Lulan instead. Fan Yuan had wanted to use this chance to see if there was a possibility of capturing He Lulan. But when he saw He Qing's severe injuries, Fan Yuan knew that the possibility was close to zero. If there was a possibility, Fan Yuan wanted to let He Qing go and let him escape. But due to the alliance agreement, he could not go overboard. He Qing got rid of the surrounding obstacles. He looked back at Fan Yuan, snorting coldly. "You finally came out? It is a pity you can't catch me." Saying so, he was about to use his immortal killer move again to escape. But at this time, an eagle cry resounded, almost bursting his eardrums. It was the illusion of a huge iron-crowned eagle. It appeared in the sky behind Fan Yuan. Iron-crowned eagle strength activated, Fan Yuan's speed rose rapidly, he flew like lightning, instantly closing the distance between him and He Qing. He Qing was shocked. He did not dare to stay any longer, he quickly escaped. Fan Yuan sighed internally. Even though he had the rank 6 immortal goo recipe of all-out effort goo, he only had rank 5 mortal goo. Fan Yuan's Iron Crown Eagle strength was created by an immortal goo, it could only be activated with a certain chance. In the past, Fan Yuan had never used Iron Crown Eagle strength. Today, he encountered such a good thing, but it went against his will. "It seems that using time assistance luck to increase my luck before coming here was not appropriate. If I knew He Qing was in such a state, I would not have had the chance." Fan Yuan sighed inwardly, he moved like an eagle. He pounced towards He Qing. He Qing was extremely slippery, he turned into a dark shadow snake that moved in different directions amidst the weeds. Fan Yuan attacked him several times, but he actually managed to escape by a hair's breadth. But Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan were no longer anxious, they had excited expressions. With Fan Yuan harassing him, He Qing could not escape anymore. After a few breaths of time, Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan got close. Finally, the three surrounded He Qing. He Qing's expression was dark, he had a ruthless expression. He shouted with disheveled hair, "You want me to die? Don't think of having an easy time." An intense battle erupted. Rumble, thunder rumbled, shadows shot out, flowers and trees flew, strength rampaged, soil splattered everywhere. Without a doubt, He Qing was suppressed, Fan Yuan and the rest had the upper hand. "It is a pity that I can only keep 10 to 20% of it, that is my limit. If I keep any more, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan will see through it, they will lose trust and become suspicious." Seeing that He Qing, this excellent chess piece, was about to die, Fan Yuan felt some regret. Including this time, Fan Yuan had already fought He Qing 3 times. The battle strength that Fan Yuan and the rest displayed was actually not much higher than the previous time. But He Qing's condition was too bad, he had gone through 100 days of battle. His life's immortal essence was completely expended. These days, he had been escaping and fighting with He tribe's Gu immortals. Thus, at this moment, under the combined attacks of Fan Yuan and the rest, He Qing was heavily injured, he spat out blood, his defeat was imminent. "Stop!" Suddenly, an angry shout resounded in heaven and earth. A grand and piercing green light shone on this battlefield. Space tore open, a huge bronze hand grabbed at He Qing from all directions. Fan Yuan and the rest reacted quickly, but the bronze hand actually affected time. It grabbed He Qing at a seemingly slow speed. "Green City Rampage!" He Qing looked like he had lost his parents, he could not move, he cried out in shock. He Lulan and the rest retreated. Green City Rampage was a powerful battle formation of the olden antiquity era. It was ranked 3rd in the world back then. It was only below Heavenly Sage Jin Fan and Heavenly Giant Sola. He tribe had information about Green City Rampage. Everyone in Northern Plains Gu Immortal World knew about it. At this moment, Green City Rampage appeared. It meant that the 4 strongest Supreme Elders of He tribe had arrived. "Our He tribe's members have to be dealt with by us, How can you kill them as you wish? Hey Lulon, the tribe nurtured you, but you betrayed the tribe and joined the demonic path. You have committed a heinous crime. Surrender now. At the next moment, a bronze giant tore through space, stepping on the ground. A divine light shot out from the vertical eye between his brows and shone on He Lulon. At that moment, He Lulon could not move. Strength Path Giant Hand. Fan Yuan retreated, using his rank 7 battle strength. Boom! With a loud sound, the Strength Path Giant Hand and the Bronze Giant Hand collided. The Strength Path Giant Hand broke apart. Petty tricks! The Bronze Giant snickered. But at the next moment, a small fire bird flew to the Bronze Giant's chest. Boom! An intense explosion occurred. The Bronze Giant was pushed backwards. He almost fell down. Blazing Heaven Demoness? The 4 supreme elders of He tribe, who were inside the Bronze Giant, shouted in shock and anger. Angry Bird, this was Blazing Heaven Demoness' signature killer move. Everyone in Northern Plains knew about it. Why did Blazing Heaven Demoness appear at this moment? Chapter 949. The rank 8 aura was not concealed at all, it spread out wantonly. The Blazing Heaven Demoness was bathed in flames. She crossed her arms and stood proudly in the sky. Blazing Heaven Demoness shouted, Hey tribe's 4 elders, your ancient battle formation Green City Rampage is badly damaged. How dare you take it out? 100 years ago, because you were practicing this battle formation, you couldn't stay more than 10 feet away from each other. Now that you are willing to come out, who will guard your blessed land headquarters? The Bronze Giant raised his head and stared at the Blazing Heaven Demoness. An ancient voice could be heard from the Bronze Giant's body. Sky-scorching Demoness! Since you know that this is the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage, you should know that its strength can rival rank 8. He Qing and He Luan are members of our He tribe. Our He tribe is handling our own matters. An outsider like you cannot interfere. Don't forget that the Grand Zombie Alliance also belong to the righteous path. You are the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. You have a heavy responsibility. You need to be careful. Then another voice said, Heaven Blazing Demoness, are you not going to deal with old ancestor Shui Hu? What are you doing here? Causing trouble? Ha ha! Blazing Heaven Demoness threw her head back and laughed. At this moment, Fairy Lishan said, Old ancestor Shui Hu's matter is not something you 4 He tribe elders can worry about. Besides, this is your family's matter, isn't it our family's matter? What do you mean? The shocked voices of the 4 He tribe elders came from inside the Bronze Giant. At this moment, Fan Yuan had a strong sense of foreboding. Big sister! Fairy Lishan suddenly shouted. The tacit understanding between siblings. There was no need to use too many words to express it. The Blazing Heaven Demoness' laughter came to a stop as she stared at the Bronze Giant. A ball of flame ignited on the Bronze Giant's body, instantly turning into a raging inferno. It burned all over the Bronze Giant's body. In the blink of an eye, the Bronze Giant that was the size of a hill had become a giant orange torch. Immortal killer move, Fire Prison! Amidst the flames, the Bronze Giant found it difficult to move, as if it had fallen into extremely viscous black oil. The 4 He tribe elders that formed the Bronze Giant were astonished. When did you get hit? This killer move is actually so powerful. Even our unstoppable Qing Qing couldn't break free for a while. The key is this move. There was no warning at all. It's impossible to guard against. However, the 4 old men were extremely experienced in battle. They only took a few breaths of time to understand. They recalled the angry bird attack that had struck the Bronze Giant's chest. And the place where the fire prison had just burned was the Bronze Giant's chest. This was an immortal combo move. The so-called consecutive immortal killer moves were formed when 2 or more immortal killer moves were used consecutively, increasing their power. Or effect resonance. Angry Bird and Fire Prison, these 2 immortal killer moves could form an immortal combo. The Blazing Sky Demoness first used the Angry Bird to bombard the Bronze Giant before using Fire Prison, immediately trapping Qing Qing unhindered. If a certain amount of time was exceeded, or if she activated the Fire Prison first, Blazing Heaven Demoness would need to prepare her killer move for a while. During this time, it would be easy for the four elders to dodge. Moreover, the power of the fire prison wasn't as great as it was now. The principle behind this was simple. They were Tao marks. Immortal killer moves were powerful methods that used immortal goo as the core. The reason why it was so powerful was because it had formed temporary Tao marks. The angry bird landed on the bronze giant's chest, leaving behind fire path Tao marks for a short period of time. Blazing Heaven Demoness used these fire path Tao marks as a foundation. She activated Fire Prison, raising its power by a level, trapping the bronze giant temporarily. A goo immortal who can think of an immortal combo move has to be a great grandmaster. So Blazing Heaven Demoness Fire Path attainment level has already reached such a high level. Fan Yuan was deeply shocked. Fire Path Great Grandmaster. This attainment level was not something ordinary goo immortals could reach. Roar! The bronze giant roared angrily towards the sky. Large amounts of green mist gushed out of its body. Wherever the green fog went, the flames were extinguished. Evidently, this mysterious green fog was a powerful immortal killer move. Blazing Heaven Demoness immortal combo move could not last more than 10 breaths of time. It was close to collapsing. However, it was still a waste of time. Taking advantage of this chance, Fairy Li Shan had already finished preparing and used her trump card. Immortal battlefield killer move, Pear Garden in Mountain. The ground started to shake. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, muffled sounds that made one's heart palpitate could be heard from deep underground. The ground started to bulge, the terrain changed rapidly. The originally flat grassland started to bulge, a mound started to rise. Soon, this mound started to rise, becoming taller and taller. On both sides of the mound, mountains started to rise as well. Eventually, the mound stopped rising, as a ring of mountains surrounded the bronze giant from all directions. The trembling of the ground finally stopped. The terrain of the surrounding 1,000 li, because of Fairy Li Shan's immortal battlefield killer move, had completely changed. Such a grand effect, it was not an exaggeration to say that the world was changing. A ring of mountains surrounded the bronze giant. It was like a huge bowl or a cage, blocking the four elders of He tribe. In the blink of an eye, the bronze giant was like a turtle trapped in a jar. Fan Yuan's heart jumped, even though he knew that Fairy Li Shan had such a trump card. But looking at this scene, he was inwardly shocked. In his previous life, when Fairy Li Shan used this move, it was not this powerful. How could there be such a huge improvement in this life? Don't tell me, it is because of minuscule mountain? Fan Yuan suddenly had a thought. That should be the case. Fairy Li Shan's Pear Garden in Mountain is similar to Hataru. It has extraordinary power, but the price is also huge. Every time it is used, the Goo Immortal's Tao marks are permanently expended. Thus, in history, Fairy Li Shan has rarely used this immortal battlefield killer move. In other words, this was an unconventional method. It was a forbidden move. If it was used frequently, one's foundation and cultivation level would fall sharply. Minuscule Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. The legends of Rinzhu recorded that the mountain was filled with abundant Tao marks. Fairy Li Shan placed it in her immortal aperture, and the Tao marks on Minuscule Mountain became her foundation. They were used and expended by her. Thus, Pear Garden in Mountain's power was so terrifying, it far surpassed Fan Yuan's knowledge in his previous life. The four elders of He tribe were rank 7 Goo Immortals. Their ancient battle formation Green City Rampage was ranked 3rd in the world. But Fairy Li Shan used Minuscule Mountain to use Pear Garden in Mountain. Even the bronze giant that was comparable to rank 8 was imprisoned. She controlled the situation immediately. Fan Yuan and the rest were already floating in the air, looking down. The bronze giant was tall, but it was still shorter than the surrounding mountain peaks. Fairy Li Shan had already stopped controlling it. But the transformation of Pear Garden in Mountain was still continuing. In the valley formed by the mountains, vegetation grew rapidly. Countless pear trees stood tall. The tree roots were like countless green snakes, crawling and spreading rapidly. At the same time, pear blossoms bloomed, drifting with the wind like snow. Behind the bronze giant, a pair of thick and huge bronze wings grew. One of the 4 elders of He tribe cultivated transformation path, thus, the bronze giant had such a transformation. This was the specialty of an ancient battle formation. Once an immortal Gu house was refined, its methods would be fixed. And ancient battle formations had different battle methods according to the abilities of the Gu immortals who used them. The 4 elders of He tribe wanted to fly out of the cage. However, countless thick roots had already bound the bronze giant's legs tightly. Humph! The bronze giant let out a cold snort. Suddenly, the luster on its body changed. It was like a fire was burning in the deepest part of its body. Its originally moss-covered bronze body had now turned into a dark red bronze body. Dark Path and Fire Path dual immortal killer move, Dark Ember. Boom! A huge explosion occurred, deafening to the ears. A dark red, translucent shockwave. It burst out from the bronze giant's body, spreading in all directions. Wherever the shockwave went, the thick tree roots that were entangled together were like burning paper, turning into ashes. Boom! 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 The bronze giant shook 3 times. 3 powerful shockwaves swept away all the surrounding restraints. At once, dust clouds rumbled, the mountain shook, countless rocks fell. The powerful and ferocious aura caused Fairy Li Shan to take a small step back. He Lulan did not seem to feel it. Her fierce gaze was fixed on one of the bronze giant's hands. In this giant hand, her father, He Qing, was imprisoned. Fan Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart sank. He had gradually figured it out. It was clear that Fairy Li Shan, He Lulan, and Blazing Heaven Demoness were in cahoots. Today's plan was to kill He Qing, and it was also targeted at him, Fan Yuan. I wanted to kill He Lulan, but I was tricked by them first. Fan Yuan looked at Blazing Heaven Demoness. Before this, he had never thought that the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance would have such a close relationship with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. Blazing Heaven Demoness sensed Fan Yuan's gaze and looked at him with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Fan Yuan snorted inwardly, turning his gaze away. He was in danger now. If he wanted to escape, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan would bring him trouble, while Blazing Heaven Demoness was an obstacle he could not overcome. Fan Yuan had fixed immortal travel. Blazing Heaven Demoness definitely knew about it. Now is not the time to act rashly. Since they did not attack me directly, there is still room for discussion. Moreover, even if I escape, it is useless. I have joined Zombie Alliance now, and Blazing Heaven Demoness is the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Most importantly, there is also the Information Path Gu Immortal, Fairy Li Shan. It was laughable that Fan Yuan had asked Fairy Li Shan for advice on how to get out of the Zombie Alliance agreement. This means that my identity as Xing Xiangzi has been exposed. Since He Lulan already knows that I have Star Path cultivation, with her intelligence she must have guessed that I have already taken Star Form Blessed Land for myself. He Lulan called Fairy Li Shan Little Ant. I thought it was just an affectionate nickname, like Big Brother or Little Brother. To think that it was really Little Ant, there is still Great Ant above Little Ant. And to think that He Lulan's Great Ant has such a huge origin. Chapter 950. Blazing Heaven Demoness was actually He Lulan's aunt. This was out of Fan Yuan's expectations. Fan Yuan's battle strength was at most rank 7. Against He Lulan, Fan Yuan had the advantage, but she had the great strength true martial physique. He needed to be on guard against her counterattack. Against Fairy Li Shan, they could only be evenly matched. Once Fairy Li Shan's immortal battlefield killer move was used, Fan Yuan would be at a disadvantage. He could not afford to be hit by this move. Against Blazing Heaven Demoness, he was at a huge disadvantage. Even though Fan Yuan had many immortal Gu, his bottom to rank 6 cultivation level could not compare to his rank 8 cultivation level. Even a rank 7 Gu immortal could not fight against a rank 8. Feng Jioge was an exception. He was the only one in Central Continent in the past 1,000 years. It was impossible for Fan Yuan to deal with Blazing Heaven Demoness. The enemy was so strong, Fan Yuan was in an absolute disadvantage. The only thing I can rely on now is the alliance agreement I made with Fairy Li Shan and He Lulon back then. Allies can't kill each other. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly to himself. Earlier, he had felt that this alliance agreement was a hindrance, but now, he had to rely on it. However, Fairy Li Shan is an information path Gu immortal. This alliance agreement might not be reliable. Blazing Heaven Demoness has the strength to suppress me, but she has not done anything yet. If Fairy Li Shan really wanted to kill me, she would not have set up this situation. Also, Blazing Heaven Demoness knows my identity. Why did she sponsor me to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu? This shows that they do not want to take my life, they have other motives. As for what they were after, Fan Yuan had a vague understanding. Overall, Fan Yuan's current situation was not life-threatening. This was also the reason why he did not move and did not try to escape. Right when Fan Yuan was thinking about his safety, the trapped bronze giant in the pear orchard raised its head and roared. After a few killer moves in Ember, countless pear trees in the valley were reduced to ashes. Although they continued to grow from the soil, it would take some time for them to reach the feet of the bronze giant. Seizing this opportunity, another 2 pairs of bronze wings sprouted from the bronze giant's back. At the same time, the bronze giant's entire body changed. Its originally wide head turned into the head of an eagle, and its entire body became tall and slender. His hands and feet turned into sharp claws. Hoo! The 3 pairs of giant wings flapped in unison. At the same time, the bronze giant bent its knees, stomped on the ground, and soared into the sky. The ground trembled, and a huge pit appeared. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, mixed with countless ashes. This time, the bronze giant was no longer entangled by the tree roots, but it had just risen into the air. The 4 elders of He tribe felt a strong suction force pulling the bronze giant, not letting it go far away. This is... He tribe's 4 elders were shocked. Every time the bronze giant ascended, it would exert a powerful suction force. It would skyrocket by 10 times. The bronze giant was gradually losing ground. No matter how hard the 3 pairs of wings flapped, the speed of the giant's ascent became slower and slower, until it slowly climbed up. It was like a snail. At its limit, it could not go more than 30 meters above the ground. Boom! Another sound. The bronze giant landed on the ground again. He tribe's 4 elders were silent. Needless to say, anyone could guess it. Their expressions were ashen right now. This was the true power of Pear Orchard in the mountain. Fairy Li Shan mainly cultivated Information Path, while Dual cultivating Earth and Wood Path. Pear Orchard in the mountain was a battlefield killer move that combined Earth Path and Wood Path. Pear blossoms were like snow, entangling tree roots, but that was only one aspect of Wood Path. And the pulling force of gravity was the true manifestation of Earth Path. Of course, this was also because Fairy Li Shan used minuscule mountain in her body. Otherwise, if she used the original Pear Orchard in the mountain with her own strength, the bronze giant might break through it. After all, this was the ancient battlefield Green City Rampage, even though it was incomplete, but the 4 rank 7 Gu immortals had battle strength that could rival rank 8. The bronze giant could not get out, it landed on the ground. In the valley, countless tree roots coiled around the bronze giant like a group of pythons, restraining it. At this time, a phoenix cry exploded in the sky, almost piercing everyone's eardrums. 3 angry birds fused into one in the sky, turning into a fire phoenix of average size. The phoenix cried loudly, flapping its wings at an extremely fast speed, drawing a beautiful rainbow in the sky as it landed on the bronze giant's arm, before vanishing completely. The bronze giant displayed strong defense, only a deep pit was left on its arm. Next, green fog coiled around it, the deep pit swelled up like it was made of glue, rapidly recovering. However, Blazing Heaven Demoness attacks did not stop. She stood proudly in the sky, slowly raising her arm, aiming at the bronze giant below her as she slashed down from above. Fire Path Killer Move, Phoenix Feather Triple Wing Blade. 3 flames took shape in an instant. The feathers looked like the wings of a phoenix, curved and pointed, but also like sharp scimitars. Whoosh! 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 3 flaming blades tore through the sky, burning fiercely as they created a huge sound of wind. The 3 blades slashed at the same location. Combined with the angry birds from earlier, they created a combo effect again. The bronze giant's arm was actually cut off by these 3 blades. Hey Tribe's 4 old-timers shouted angrily, but it was too late. The bronze giant was formed from an ancient battle formation. After the arm left the main body, it was like the goo formation was sliced off. Without the 4 old-timers' immortal essence supply, the arm quickly turned into nothingness. Countless goo worms flew around, flying towards the bronze giant. Hei Qing, who was in her hands, lost his restraints and fell to the ground. The bronze giant wanted to grab him again, but was stopped by blazing heaven demonis. Hei Qing wanted to escape, but the situation was different now. He was in the pear garden. Soon, he was entangled by countless vines and tree roots. He was pushed away and landed in Fairy Li Shan's hands. Let him go! Hei Tribe's 4 old-timers were furious. Several killer moves, Dark Ember, erupted. Dragon markings appeared on the bronze giant's chest and back. Like they were floating out of the water, they turned into a bronze giant dragon. They flew everywhere. This was Hei Tribe's first Supreme Elder's famous killer move, 9-layer dragon protection. It combined offense and defense. With the amplification of the ancient battle formation, it displayed terrifying might. At once, 9 dragons flew with unstoppable momentum. The mountain collapsed. Pear blossoms fell, grass and trees flew everywhere. Fairy Li Shan's expression changed. Quick, we can't hold on any longer! The bronze giant erupted with his peak battle strength. It was not easy for the pear garden to last until now. Go! Blazing Heaven Demonis was even more decisive. She threw out a long flame chain, binding Fang Yuan, Hei Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and Hei Qing. Next, she activated her killer move, turning into a streak of light. Pulling everyone along, she flew away. The moment he was bound by the flame chain, Fang Yuan subconsciously wanted to resist, but he restrained himself. Blazing Heaven Demonis was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she vanished into the horizon with everyone. 10 breaths of time later, the pear garden was completely destroyed. A terrifying landslide ravaged the entire battlefield. The bronze giant successfully flew into the sky, roaring at the sky, his voice shaking heaven and earth. Blazing Heaven Demonis movement killer move. It was extremely fast. Hei Tribe's 4 old-timers had to spend a lot of effort to catch up. Even if they caught up and fought, it would be hard to determine the victor. But Hei Tribe's 4 old-timers could not back down. They had to chase. Hei Qing was acting as Hei Tribe's 4 supreme elders. After handling Hei Tribe's matters for so many years, he knew many secrets. Furthermore, as a superforce, their Gu Immortal was kidnapped by someone else. Hei Tribe's 4 supreme elders had lost all their face, if they did not teach Blazing Heaven Demonis a lesson. In the future they would have to face other superforces, the righteous path, and the demonic path. They could not even raise their heads. Hei Tribe's immortal Gu House Dark Prison was already lost. If Hei Qing was kidnapped, Hei Tribe's reputation would plummet. As the saying goes, everyone kicks a falling wall. Hei Tribe was so weak, they would definitely be suppressed by other forces. They would be forced to give up many of Northern Plains' cultivation resources. Green City Rampage was an ancient battle formation. Hei Tribe's 4 supreme elders did not lack movement killer moves. Right now, if they used them together, their speed would be several times faster than Blazing Heaven Demonis. But just as the bronze giant was about to chase, a request for reinforcements arrived in front of Hei Tribe's 4 old-timers. What? Someone infiltrated the Blessed Land's headquarters. Most of the resources were stolen. We suffered huge losses. Hei Tribe's Gu Immortals who stayed behind are all heavily injured. The old man is extremely strong. His rank 8 aura is undoubtedly leaking. Hei Tribe's 4 old-timers were furious. This was definitely a scheme. Right now, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance has 3 rank 8s, including Blazing Heaven Demonis. Damn it! Our headquarters cannot be lost. The Blessed Land's defenses are not enough to begin with. We were all schemed against by Blazing Heaven Demonis. Go! We can only go back and defend. The bronze giant roared, the muscles on his arms bulged as he pulled, creating a huge black hole in the space in front of him. The bronze giant entered the black hole and vanished, only leaving behind a messy battlefield. Hey tribe is not chasing us, we are safe. Blazing Heaven Demoness landed on the ground with everyone. She put away the fire chains that were binding them. Next, with a wave of her hand, the surrounding Tenli was covered in a layer of dark red light. The battle had calmed down, but Fan Yuan was even more vigilant. He moved his shoulders and wrists, saying to Fairy Li Shan with a calm expression. So you are on the same side, you two really hid it from me. Same here. Fairy Li Shan smiled with deep meaning in her words. Evidently, she already knew that Fan Yuan had occupied Star-form Blessed Land and was disguised as Xing Xiangzi. Spare me! Spare my life! I am willing to serve you. I am willing to do anything for you. Keeping me alive is more useful to you. He Qing struggled to get up. He had an anxious expression as he shouted. Blazing Heaven Demoness removed the fire chains from the others. Only He Qing was tied up. The change in the situation was not only out of Fan Yuan's imagination, it was out of his imagination as well. Fairy Li Shan stared with wide eyes, pointing at He Qing as she scolded. Scoundrel, my third sister loved you so much, but you harmed her life. If that's not enough, you even want to kill your own woman. He Qing knelt on the ground, raising his head and begging. I am willing to do anything for you. I am willing to tell you all of He tribe's secrets. Among them is rank 8 old ancestor He Fan's time path inheritance. Didn't Su Xian get close to me for this inheritance? Didn't all of you want this inheritance? I will tell you everything I know. I will not hide anything. But Fairy Li Shan was unmoved. He Qing turned to Blazing Heaven Demoness. I have no intention of offending you. Back then, if I had found out that you were behind Su Xian, I would not have killed her no matter what. This is all a misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. He tribe was a superforce, it had a long history, their ancestors had been rich before. During He Fan's era, He tribe had rank 8 Gu immortals, they were a powerful force in northern plains. However, their lifespan was limited. After He Fan died, He tribe weakened. Some of the other superpowers prospered. This was the norm in the Gu immortal world. Rise and fall, it was like the ebb and flow of the tide. After you sing, I will appear. He Qing begged. He knew that this was his only chance of survival. Against rank 8 Blazing Heaven Demoness, against He Lulan who had deep hatred for him, using He tribe as a threat was useless. Thankfully, he had He Fan's inheritance. He tribe could not inherit it. A rank 8 Gu immortal's inheritance was extremely attractive to any Gu immortal. But Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled coldly. Looking at He Lulan, she said in a gentle tone. Your life is not mine. Whether you can survive or not depends on Little Lan. Little Lan, do whatever you want. Little Lan, do whatever you want. I have already restrained He Qing. He is as weak as a mortal now. Little Lan, listen to me. He Qing knelt on the ground, rubbing his knees against the ground. He hurriedly crawled towards He Lulan. You are my biological daughter, and I am your biological father. You have He tribe's bloodline in you. You have the huge advantage of inheriting He Fan's inheritance. If your mother was still alive, she would not want us to be related. Am I right? If your mother saw that you could inherit He Fan's inheritance, she would be extremely happy. Also, you have one of the 10 extreme physiques. You were able to live until now because I asked Jian Yu to protect you. You cannot deny this. He Lulan looked down at He Qing. Seeing his panicked expression, she frowned and showed extreme disgust. Then, she fiercely kicked He Qing. I will only ask you one question. He Lulan's expression was cold as ice. Ask me. I will tell you everything I know. He Qing seemed to see hope in living. He Lulan took a deep breath. Her eyes were red as she said with a trembling voice. Mother loved you so much, she trusted you so much, she knew that you wanted to harm her, but she still believed that you would repent and stop because of love. Facing someone who loved you so much, how could you do it in the end? He Qing was stunned. He was originally on the ground, tied up. He was using his elbows to support his body, trying to sit up. But he was stopped by He Lulan's question. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a statue. A gust of wind blew, blowing He Qing's muddy hair. His eyes turned red. The scenes of him and Su Xian loving each other appeared in his mind. Regret, pain, sorrow, all sorts of emotions filled his chest. He choked, then wailed. How could I not know that your mother loved me, but I'm afraid of death. I'm afraid of death. Sob, 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 sob. After answering, He Qing no longer had the strength to support his body. He fell to the ground. He was like an old dog, or a rotten prawn, curled up, sobbing in the dirty soil. His snot and tears mixed together, flowing down his cheeks. His silk robe was already tattered, covered in blood. His handsomeness, his past elegance, was like a dried mud mask. In the face of death, this layer of mask collapsed and dispersed. He Lulan and the rest fell into silence. The scene became silent. Only the sound of wind could be heard from time to time, as well as He Qing's intermittent sobbing. He Qing's performance made everyone here sigh endlessly. Between life and death, there was a great terror. Facing life and death, even a rank 9 venerable was extremely weak. Eternal life. Was it possible? Fan Yuan only knew, since ancient times, no one had reached this level. Let him go. At this time, emotion surged out of He Lulan's body, turning into a translucent female immortal. Su Xian, He Lulan's mother. Fan Yuan's gaze flickered. Back then, before Su Xian died, she left He Lulan a sum of immortal essence, as well as this familial love. Because of familial love and the help of immortal essence, He Lulan was able to activate immortal goo even as a mortal. Third sister. Seeing this emotion, Fairy Li Shan could not help but shed tears. Blazing Heaven Demoness eyes were also red. She showed guilt and regret on her face. He Lulan lowered her head, looking at He Qing indifferently, as if she was in deep thought. Su Xian's figure floated behind He Lulan. She stretched out her arms and hugged her daughter, urging warmly. Let him go, look at how pitiful he is. After killing me, he has already experienced the pain of regret for the rest of his life. Is he really happy? No, even though he is living an ignoble life, he is living in fear and guilt. He is only a slave of death. Even though he is alive, he is already dead. Let him go. Letting him go is letting yourself go. Shaolan, don't live in hatred, don't live in the past, you should have a new life. Don't carry the sin of killing your father, it is very heavy. Believe me, revenge never leads to salvation, it leads to destruction. I hope you can live a better life. Mother, I know you are doing this for my own good. He Lulan said as she walked towards He Qing. Next, she raised her foot. She stomped down. Like what Blazing Heaven Demoness had said, He Qing was as weak as a mortal. Thus, under He Lulan's foot, his head smashed into the ground like a watermelon, his brain juice and blood, his skull and teeth, they were all smashed into pieces. The high and mighty He Qing, a rank 7 Gu immortal, a hero of his generation, lost his life here. Su Xian was stunned. Next, she looked at He Lulan as she turned around, saying, There is nothing that I cannot bear, mother. Just like how you knew back then, but still allowed him to harm you, I have my own determination. If I do this, I will die. I am not that weak. Shaolan. Fairy Li Shan took a step forward, holding He Lulan's hand worriedly. Shaolan. Blazing Heaven Demoness muttered. She wanted to walk towards He Lulan, but she did not do so in the end. So that's it, I think I understand. Fan Yuan had been observing their expressions. Chapter 951. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. There were many mountain peaks, clouds and mist covered the sky. In the depths of a bamboo forest, a waterfall that resembled white silk hung down from the sky. Feng Kim Hong sat quietly on the branch of a pine tree, looking at the waterfall in front of her as tears fell silently. During this period of time, The Gu immortals that Central Continent sent to Northern Plains to investigate had already returned. But there was no news of Feng Jioge. To Feng Kim-hong, there was no news of her father. He was trapped in an outer region. It was likely that he was in trouble. These last days, Feng Kim-hong did not want to eat or drink. She was not in the right state of cultivation. She wiped her face with tears. She was getting thinner and thinner. Life and death. This heavy word, at an unexpected time, fiercely struck Feng Kim-hong's fragile heart. It was not that Feng Kim-hong had never seen death before. It was just that when her loved ones faced such a situation, she lost all her indifference and calmness. But she was still strong. The bad news did not break her down completely. Only when there was no one around would she secretly wipe her tears. On the surface, she was cultivating as usual, but she did not know what she had been cultivating recently. A silhouette, like an ink painting, quietly descended behind Feng Jin-huang from faint to thick. "Daughter!" A familiar voice called out from behind. Feng Kim-hong turned around and saw that the person was her mother, Fairy Bai Qing. "Mother!" Feng Kim-hong could not hold it in any more. She threw herself into Fairy Bai Qing's embrace and started sobbing loudly. Fairy Bai Qing consoled her for a while. Feng Kim-hong gradually stopped sobbing. "Mother, father is so powerful, he must be fine, right?" Feng Kim-hong raised her head, looking at her mother with hope and expectation. But Fairy Bai Qing did not say anything about this. She directly consoled her. She shook her head. "Even the strongest rank 9 Gu immortal will die one day. Not to mention your father? Huanger, don't cry. Let me tell you a story." This was a story from the legends of Renzu. It was said that Renzu wanted to rely on the Featherman's abilities to save his daughter who was trapped in the ordinary abyss. But the freedom of the Feathermen will not be bound. Renzu thought of a plan. If the spell failed, the Feathermen would rather die than go against their freedom. Renzu fell into a daze. He could not find a good way to save his children. His eldest son, Verdant Great Sun, was like this. His daughter, Boundless Forest Samsara, was also like this. At this time, Self-Gu in Renzu's heart spoke. "O human, you want to save your son, Verdant Great Sunday. I have a way." Renzu wanted to save as many as he could, so he quickly asked, "Oh? What method?" Self-Gu laughed. "All living beings in the world will die. This is because Fate Gu entered the door of life and death and visited Fairness Gu. Humans, when you enter the gate of life and death and walk the path of life and death, as long as you don't walk on the path of fate and tread on a path that belongs to you alone. When you walk into the gate of life and death and walk out again, a brand new road will be formed. That way, you will be halfway to success. Next, you only need to bring your son Verdant Great Sun onto your path and leave the gate of life and death. You will be able to return to the human world, to a place where the sun shines. Your son Verdant Great Sun will be able to escape death and obtain a new life." Renzu listened to Self-Gu's method. He was hesitant, but there was no better way. Thus, he decided to let Boundless Forest Samsara stay in ordinary abyss for a while, and use Self-Gu's method to save his son Verdant Great Sunday. Renzu moved towards the gate of life and death. As he walked, he met a beastman. This beastman was very strong. His muscles were like rocks, his fangs were sharper than swords. He took huge steps as he ran in the wilderness, screaming, "Don't come over! Don't come over! I'm scared!" Renzu felt strange. He asked, "Oh beastman, what are you afraid of?" The beastman said, "I am afraid of my own shadow. It is always following me. I cannot get rid of it. I am so scared that I can only run around. I am tired, thirsty, and hungry. I cannot hold on any longer." Renzu felt it was funny. "Oh beastman, you have such a strong body, but you are afraid of a harmless shadow. Are you a coward? What is there to be afraid of?" At this time, a goo worm came out of the beastman's heart, laughing at Renzu. "Oh human, don't talk big. You are not afraid because you have not met my Fear Gu, he. Fear Gu?" Renzu took a step back, his expression changing. Once Fear Gu appeared, Renzu felt fear in his heart. He felt fear. Fear Gu laughed even more arrogantly, before saying to the beastman, I will let you off for now, little beast man, you pitiful worm. The beast man was freed. He collapsed on the ground, crying tears of joy. Fear Gu turned around, facing Renzu. "O human, you dared to look down on my Fear Gu, now I will let you suffer the torture of fear." Saying so, the Fear Gu directly entered Renzu's heart. Renzu felt boundless fear. He was afraid of this, and afraid of that. Fear Gu made him afraid of wind. Every time there was wind, Renzu would scream in fear. Fear Gu made him afraid of sunlight. Renzu could only travel at night, often getting lost. During the day, he would go into caves, or hide under the shade of trees. Fear Gu made Renzu afraid of leaves, thus Renzu left the forest. Any tree could make him scream. Fear Gu made Renzu afraid of snakes. In the end, Renzu did not even use the grass rope he weaved. Next, Fear Gu made Renzu afraid of rain. Every time it rained, Renzu could only hide like a turtle and look at the raindrops in the sky timidly. He was extremely frightened. Renzu wanted to go to the door of life and death, but after being poisoned by Fear Gu, he could not move far. When Fear Gu understood Renzu's goal, it made Renzu afraid of death. Renzu did not dare to go to the door of life and death. Because entering the door of life and death, it was walking from life to death. Renzu was afraid he would die, so he could only stay where he was. Self-Gu sighed. "O human, death is not scary. What is scary is the fear in your heart." "That's right." Fear Gu heard this and said proudly. "Only my fear itself is worth being afraid of." After Fairy Bai Qing finished her story, Feng Kim Hong, who was in her arms, was silent for a long time. Fairy Bai Qing looked at her daughter lovingly, saying, "Huang Er, no matter what the result is, please be strong and face death. Death is not scary. Everyone will die. Even rank 9 Gu immortals are not exempted. Your father might be dead, he might not be dead. One day, I will die, you will also face death. Don't be defeated by the fear in your heart." Feng Kim Huang's body shuddered. She struggled lightly, getting out of her mother's warm embrace. Her eyes were still filled with tears, but at this moment, she showed determination. She looked at Fairy Bai Qing. She gritted her teeth. "Mother, I understand. I am going to cultivate. I will no longer have fear in my heart. No matter what happens to father, I will not be afraid. I will face it, face anything that might happen. I am Feng Kim Hong, how can I embarrass my parents? He, such a good child." Fairy Bai Qing concealed the worry in her eyes, showing a gratified smile on her face. Actually, she was panicking inwardly. Feng Jioga's disappearance. The influence was huge. Spirit Affinity House recruited Feng Jioga and became the leader of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. The other 9 sects were more or less suppressed. This was the characteristic of a society with a cultivation strength system. Expanding one's personal influence to the maximum. Now that Feng Jioga was not around, Spirit Affinity House's power had fallen drastically. The other 9 sects were getting restless. Central Continent was filled with turbulent undercurrents. There would definitely be intense turbulence in the future. It was the same outside the sect. Inside the sect, Fairy Bai Qing's days were also not good. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. Where there were sects, there would be internal strife. Feng Jioji's disappearance caused the group of forces that had been suppressed to the lowest level to suddenly raise their heads. Feng Jioga was truly too domineering, to the point that Fairy Bai Qing almost forgot that there were many people in the sect who opposed her. These last days, these people had worked together to ostracize Fairy Bai Qing. Fairy Bai Qing loved Feng Jioga deeply. She naturally wanted to go to Northern Plains to save him. But she painstakingly endured and suppressed this strong impulse. She had a child. Feng Jioga was so powerful, but there was no news of him. She could not act rashly. If she went, what would happen to Feng Kim Hong? She is still a child. This was Fairy Bai Qing's inner thoughts. In the eyes of almost every parent, their child would always be a child. Northern Plains. He Qing's headless corpse was still lying on the muddy ground. His soul was wailing, unable to escape from He Lolan's grasp. He Lulan killed He Qing and crushed her own father's head, but that was not enough. Right now, He Qing's soul was also captured. He would definitely be tortured and interrogated by He Lulan in the future. Meanwhile, Blazing Heaven Demoness squatted on the ground, activating an immortal killer move. A small fiery hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbing at He Qing's abdomen. The fiery hand easily entered He Qing's corpse. After fiddling around for a while, it flew out with a bead in its hand. This is He Qing's immortal aperture. I will take it out temporarily. Little Lan, this is for you. It can only last for 7 days and nights. Once the time is up, my immortal killer move will break apart, and the immortal aperture will fuse with heaven and earth, forming a blessed land. It is a pity that the goo worms in the immortal aperture, be they mortal or immortal, have all been destroyed. Blazing Heaven Demoness said as she handed this fire bead to He Lulan. He Lulan received it silently. Fan Yuan and Fairy Li Shan were inwardly shocked at Blazing Heaven Demoness' method. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled. Don't look at me like that. He, this aperture-taking method is not my ability. It is because when I was in Eastern Sea, I accidentally found old immortal Kong Ju's inheritance. I learned his aperture-taking method and created this fire path immortal killer move. Blazing Heaven Demoness was an extremely rare great grandmaster. At this attainment level, it was very easy to comprehend by analogy. Her methods were extremely comprehensive and rich. Alright, let's talk about your matters now, Fan Yuan. Fairy Li Shan looked at Fan Yuan with a cold smile. Chapter 952. Alright, let's talk about your matters now, Fan Yuan. Fairy Li Shan looked at Fan Yuan with a cold smile. Fan Yuan's heart shook. But Blazing Heaven Demoness said, No rush, I am waiting for someone. Oh? Who? Fairy Li Shan was surprised. It's me. A voice suddenly resounded. Everyone's pupils shrunk, they turned around at lightning speed, facing the person. This person had extraordinary strength. If he did not speak, they would not have sensed that someone was so close to them. But when they saw the person's appearance, they felt that it was only natural. Old Ancestor Shui Hu! He Lulan shouted in a deep voice. First leader. Fairy Li Shan's voice was dry, she had a surprised expression. The person had an old face, but he was in good spirits, his snow-white beard was very thick, it reached his feet. Right now, his aura was concealed, there was no aura left, he was like an ordinary farmer. But no one was worried, they were extremely vigilant. Because he was the #1 demonic path immortal in Northern Plains, the controller of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, after the Battle of Rank 8s, he was even called the strongest Rank 8 Gu immortal, Old Ancestor Shui Hu. Facing Old Ancestor Shui Hu, only Blazing Heaven Demoness had a calm expression. Shui Hu, your gains were good, right? Old Ancestor Shui Hu nodded, saying slowly. Even though He tribe has been weak these years, it is still a super force with deep foundations. This time, we infiltrated Iron Eagle Blessed Land and gained a lot. So it turned out. He tribe's 4 old-timers used the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage to chase after He Qing, causing their headquarters to be empty. Old Ancestor Shui Hu sneaked into Iron Eagle Blessed Land to collect Gu refinement materials. He plundered wantonly. When He tribe's 4 old-timers hurried back, he had already succeeded in his mission and retreated. Snowy Mountain and Zombie Alliance are fighting intensely, they are in constant conflict. But this time, Blazing Heaven Demoness actually allied with Old Ancestor Shui Hu to deal with He tribe? Fan Yuan squinted, looking at Blazing Heaven Demoness in a different light. Blazing Heaven Demoness was domineering, but her true strength was her intelligence. If she had not asked Old Ancestor Shui Hu to act, the 4 elders of He tribe would have chased them relentlessly. The Blazing Heaven Demoness would not be able to escape so easily. As for Old Ancestor Shui Hu, his battle strength could be said to be #1 in Northern Plains, but he was willing to be used by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Ultimately, Blazing Heaven Demoness was targeting Old Ancestor Shui Hu's weakness. Old Ancestor Shui Hu urgently needed Gu refinement immortal materials, even though he knew he was being used, he was willing to do it. Alright, this is the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie and the other immortal zombie bodies. Although I used a few of them. But most of them were still there. I'll return these to you. Old Ancestor Shwe who waved his hand and tens of immortal zombie corpses appeared on the ground. Among them, there was even a slumbering immortal zombie. It was the blazing glory lightning brilliance. Old Ancestor Shwe who looked at the blazing glory lightning brilliance physique immortal zombie with some regret. He knew that the blazing glory lightning brilliance had some immortal goo. But these last days, even though he tried his best, he could not extract these immortal goo. This blazing glory lightning brilliance physique immortal zombie had many methods. It used an unknown immortal killer move to fall into slumber. Old Ancestor Shwe whose actions were slightly bigger. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie showed signs of self-detonation. The immortal goo in his immortal aperture also showed signs of self-detonation. Blazing Heaven Demoness kept these immortal zombies as she nodded solemnly. Old Ancestor Shwe who is a trustworthy person, then according to the agreement, I promise that Zombie Alliance will stop the all-out war against Snowy Mountain. Both sides will stop fighting. Old Ancestor Shwe whose eyes shined as he sized up Blazing Heaven Demoness. He smiled. Demoness, it seems that you have made great gains in Eastern Sea. Your strength has increased greatly. But your time path injuries are still there, now that Hay Tribe's 4 elders are guarding Iron Eagle Blessed Land again. After this matter, they will not move out easily. Demoness, if you want to obtain Hay Fan's time path inheritance in the Blessed Land to resolve your injuries, it will be extremely difficult. In the future, if you want to attack Hay Tribe's headquarters, I can help. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed loudly, clapping. Good! I am also looking forward to working with you again. Old Ancestor Shwe who nodded, his figure gradually dissipated. After a few breaths of time, he vanished on the spot like fog under the sunlight. From start to finish, Old Ancestor Shwe who did not even glance at Hei Cheng's headless corpse on the ground. Earlier, Blazing Heaven Demoness and Old Ancestor Shwe who were still locked in battle, but now, they were actually talking about working together again. Being able to summon clouds and rain with a flip of the hand, this was the method of these rank 8 great experts. Old Ancestor Shwe who was known as the #1 Gu Immortal in Northern Plains, his battle strength surpassed Blazing Heaven Demoness, but this time, he actually admitted defeat and returned the immortal zombie captives and corpses. He did not even care about his reputation as the #1 expert. However, Fan Yuan was not surprised. Reputation was a very secondary thing. There was one thing that could move almost everyone in the world. That was benefits. Gu Immortals were also humans, they cared about benefits. In fact, Gu Immortals making compromises with each other was normal in cultivation. It was not easy to cultivate to this stage. Why would they fight to the death? If there were no special reasons, Gu Immortals would not do this. Gu Immortals wanted to develop themselves well, because there was a sharp blade hanging above their heads. Every once in a while, the sharp blade would descend and slash at their necks. If they could not endure it, they would die. If they could endure it, their vitality would be greatly injured. This sharp blade was a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. The stronger the Gu Immortals' cultivation level, the more terrifying the calamities and tribulations, the difficulty of surviving them would increase, and the chances of survival would be even slimmer. Rank 8s like Old Ancestors Shwe Hu and Blazing Heaven Demoness could be said to be treading on thin ice. They were in grave danger. If they were careless, they would die under the calamities and tribulations. Thus, rank 8 Gu Immortals were very vigilant. Earlier, when Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu worked together to fight against Old Ancestors Shwe Hu, did they really use their full strength and trump cards? No. Both sides were only probing each other. But the result was that Old Ancestors Shwe Hu won. Thus, Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu stopped. Because if they continued, the battle would escalate, and they would lose control of the situation. They would be in danger. Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain Blessed Lands battle was in full swing. But there were few casualties. It was all talk and no action. Because be it Old Ancestors Shwe Hu or Blazing Heaven Demoness, they knew their limits. This time, both sides cooperated. It seemed sudden, but that was not the case. Be it blazing heaven Demonis or old ancestor Shui Hu, they achieved their goals. The former saved the blazing glory lightning brilliance physique immortal zombie body. And the immortal zombie bodies. They completed the mission given by Zombie Alliance's headquarters, and also defended Zombie Alliance's reputation. The latter compromised, but they plundered Hay Tribe's headquarters. Their gains were even greater than losing these immortal zombies. The only one who suffered losses was the Superforce Hay Tribe. Hay Tribe's losses were severe, but who would care about it? One could say, Hay Tribe was the most wronged party. They paid the price for the battle between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain. But who asked the 4 elders of Hay Tribe to fall into their trap? In this world, be it Goo immortals or mortals, there was no question of who was wrong, only who had more strength and methods. The strong preyed on the weak, such a cruel and beautiful rule of the game. After confirming that old ancestor Shui Hu had left, blazing heaven Demonis turned around and faced Fan Yuan. Now let's talk about you, Fan Yuan. She had a slight smile on her face. She called Fan Yuan by his name, and no longer called him Xing Xiangzi. Imperceptibly, the pressure in Fan Yuan's heart surged. Fan Yuan, however, smiled confidently. I am all ears to hear what you 3 have to say. Blazing heaven Demonis frowned. She, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan had plotted for a long time. They set up this trap, not only to take revenge for He Lulan and kill He Qing. Moreover, they schemed against Hay Tribe, resolving the battle between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain, and even forced Fan Yuan to take a step back, so that their plans would succeed. But now, it seemed that Fan Yuan did not care about such strong pressure. He was also like a slippery eel, extremely slippery. Blazing heaven Demonis did not speak, but Fairy Li Shan said solemnly, Fan Yuan, I respect you as a person, but please look at the situation in front of you. Today, whether you live or die, it is all in my hands. So what? Fan Yuan shrugged, looking at Fairy Li Shan provocatively. At most, I will just die. Do you think that I, the great Fan Yuan, am someone who is afraid of death? The atmosphere froze. The situation froze. Ever since the relationship between Blazing Heaven Demonis, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan was exposed, Fan Yuan had many questions in his heart. What did they want to do to him? Since Blazing Heaven Demonis knew Xing Xiangzi's true identity, why did she fund Fan Yuan to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo? With rank 8 battle strength, it would not be hard for her to kill a bottom-tier rank 6 immortal zombie like him. Why did she set up this trap? Next, Fan Yuan observed calmly. His rich life experience allowed him to see the true relationship between Blazing Heaven Demonis, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan. On the surface, these 3 female immortals looked like a family. They had a close relationship. But in reality? The relationship between the 3 was really subtle. They were not completely united. When Fan Yuan understood this, many of his doubts were resolved. Thus, he had some confidence. He used a relatively tough stance to negotiate with Blazing Heaven Demonis and the others. Of course, he was paying attention to Spring-Autumn Cicada at all times. If the situation turned sour, he could only rely on this unreliable trump card. However, every time he used Spring-Autumn Cicada, there was a chance of failure. Unless he had no other choice, Fan Yuan would not use it. Currently, the situation was not so bad that he had to use Spring-Autumn Cicada. In silence, Blazing Heaven Demonis' brows furrowed even tighter. Fan Yuan's attitude was giving her a headache. She understood that Fan Yuan probably knew her true motive. That was self-strength immortal goo. Blazing Heaven Demonis' bottom line was very low back then. She could not obtain the fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens. She directly exploded it. No one gained anything. What she was afraid of was that Fan Yuan would destroy self-strength immortal goo like him. Self-strength immortal goo was already refined by Fan Yuan. He only needed a thought to destroy it. Chapter 953. Back then, Blazing Heaven Demonis had a time path injury. She heard about He Fan's time path inheritance, and placed her hopes on it. Thus, Blazing Heaven Demoness started to plot and control Su tribe. She made her third sister change her name to Su Xian Er and purposely got close to He Qing before entering He tribe. He Qing and Su Xian Er fell in love and became Gu immortals. Su Xian Er's night elopement also became a legend. Su Xian Er did not forget her mission. She investigated the truth and He Fan's inheritance. She was gradually exposed in the process. He tribe investigated and found out about Fairy Li Shan. They thought it was Snowy Mountain's scheme. Su Xian Er fell in love with He Qing. She did not leave He tribe. Next, He Qing secretly killed Su Xian Er to prolong his lifespan. After learning about their third sister's death, Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Li Shan were extremely sad. Fairy Li Shan blamed Blazing Heaven Demoness. She felt that it was her fault that caused their third sister's death. Next, Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness fell out completely. Blazing Heaven Demoness was filled with guilt and regret, but she was heavily injured and could not take revenge. She was also the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. She had no choice but to go to Eastern Sea. She passed through the regional wall and almost died. In Eastern Sea, she followed the clues she found in Northern Plains and found some fortuitous encounters. For example, a portion of old immortal Kong Ju's inheritance gave Blazing Heaven Demoness a method to seize other people's immortal apertures. These fortuitous encounters were of great help to Blazing Heaven Demoness. They healed her injuries. For a long time, Fairy Li Shan did not contact Blazing Heaven Demoness. But when Fairy Li Shan accepted He Lulan, she taught and supported her cultivation, and watched He Lulan grow. Fairy Li Shan gradually let go of the hatred in her heart. She hoped that He Lulan could receive better care. Recently, Fairy Li Shan calmed down completely. She used information path methods to contact Blazing Heaven Demoness. They started to communicate. Blazing Heaven Demoness thus learned of Xing Xiangzi's identity. She started to plot. Fan Yuan was about to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu. Blazing Heaven Demoness made a contract with Fan Yuan. When she borrowed the power of Zombie Alliance to return to Northern Plains, the guilt and remorse that had accumulated in her heart for countless years was finally vented on He Lulan. She wanted to do everything she could to make it up to He Lulan. She wanted to make up for the mistakes she had made all those years ago. She put herself in He Lulan's shoes and supported He Lulan. What was more important to He Lulan? Undoubtedly, it was self-strength immortal Gu. First, He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique and walked the strength path. Self-strength immortal Gu was a strength path immortal Gu. It was most suitable for He Lulan. Secondly, self-strength immortal Gu was something that Su Xian Er left for He Lulan. To He Lulan, it was not just a simple rank 6 immortal Gu, it had an extremely important commemorative meaning. Therefore, the Blazing Heaven Demoness had to think of a way. He wanted to take back self-strength immortal Gu for He Lulan. But she encountered a problem. From the communication with Fairy Li Shan, Blazing Heaven Demoness had learned about Fan Yuan. She was shocked by Fan Yuan's craftiness, but at the same time, she saw a shadow of herself in Fan Yuan. On one hand, Fan Yuan was skilled in scheming. On the other hand, Fan Yuan was willing to risk his life. He did not fear death. To put it nicely, he was brave and fierce. To put it bluntly, he was ruthless and unruly. If I can't get any benefits, you can't have an easy time either. Fight when you have to. What was the big deal about dying? This personality was the same as Blazing Heaven Demoness who destroyed the immemorial 9 Heavens fragment world. Thus, back then, Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed to fund Fan Yuan's immortal Gu refinement, and made an agreement with him. The immortal materials that she used to fund Fan Yuan were all owed to Blazing Heaven Demoness by Fan Yuan. Regardless of whether Fan Yuan succeeded or failed in refining the immortal Gu, Fan Yuan had to repay the debt. And the longer it dragged on, Blazing Heaven Demoness would collect interest. If Fan Yuan refined the immortal Gu but did not repay the debt within 100 years, then Blazing Heaven Demoness would take any immortal Gu from Fan Yuan as compensation. The any immortal Gu was crucial. Blazing Heaven Demoness was after the self-strength immortal Gu in Fan Yuan's possession. At this moment, seeing Fan Yuan's attitude, Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her eyebrows. She said frankly, "That's right, I want the self-strength immortal goo in your possession. Return the immortal goo to Little Lon, it is hers to begin with." If she could snatch it directly, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have done so long ago. It would not be so troublesome. But even as a Fire Path Great Grandmaster, she could not snatch the immortal goo. The goo worm was already refined by Fan Yuan, he only needed to think about it, and it would self-destruct. Like old ancestor Shui Hu, his ice path attainment level was not low, but he could not take away the mysterious immortal goo in the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie's body. Unless a wisdom path goo immortal made a move and suppressed Fan Yuan, to the point where Fan Yuan could not even think about it. Or Theft Path had great accomplishment. Theft Path was the path that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created. His signature immortal killer move, Formless Hand, was a headache for countless goo immortals. Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan, and Hei Lu Lan did not have wisdom path methods. Theft Path had always been non-mainstream, even though Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was the one who created it. Other than him, the other cultivators had never been able to use it. If Blazing Heaven Demoness and the other two immortals had Theft Path methods, they could directly steal the immortal goo in Fan Yuan's aperture. The possibility of that was very small. Especially when Fan Yuan had wisdom path attainment to begin with, Blazing Heaven Demoness was even more wary of him. Blazing Heaven Demoness directly asked for self-strength immortal goo. Fan Yuan was silent. Blazing Heaven Demoness' reason was not a reason. Fan Yuan's method of obtaining self-strength immortal goo was very appropriate. If not for Fan Yuan saving Hei Lulan, she would have been trapped in the dream realm and lost her life. One could say, Fan Yuan was Hei Lulan's benefactor. But Fan Yuan did not want to talk about these reasons. There was no point in talking about it. There was no need to talk about kindness between heroes. Furthermore, back then, when Fan Yuan saved Hei Lulan, he did not do it out of goodwill. If he talked about this, Blazing Heaven Demoness and Hei Lulan would look down on him. Having a bigger fist is the best reason to be strong. If I get stronger, I would not be afraid of Blazing Heaven Demoness extorting me. Unfortunately, I can't even escape right now. My cultivation level is stagnant, my strength is too low. Fan Yuan knew his own limits. He knew that it was impossible for him to not hand over self-strength immortal goo. In this current situation, the enemy was strong while he was weak. He was like meat on a chopping board. But it was not like he did not have any cards. The first card. It is the alliance agreement from before. The agreement states that both sides cannot harm each other. But Fairy Li Shan is an information path goo immortal. When she snatched Dong Fong Blessed Land earlier, she went against the agreement. This card is rather small. The second card is that immortal goo are not easy to snatch. Precisely because of this, Blazing Heaven Demoness and the rest plotted against me. However, this card could only be regarded as an average card, and its use could not be overestimated. Blazing Heaven Demoness has the ability to capture me alive. If we fall out, she can directly capture me alive. Wouldn't I be like that blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie who fell into old ancestor Shui Hu's hands? The third card is Zishan Makoto. Hei Lulan and the rest do not know that this is just a lie. Back then, I used this lie to deceive Tai Bai Yunxing. But to think that at this moment, it has become my greatest trump card. Fan Yuan was not wrong at all. After Blazing Heaven Demoness learned of Zishan Makoto's existence, she placed a lot of importance on it. Zishan Makoto's mysteriousness made Blazing Heaven Demoness feel some wariness. If Zishan Makoto was a rank 8 goo immortal, capturing his beloved disciple would cause a lot of trouble. Blazing Heaven Demoness had just found trouble with old ancestor Shui Hu. She did not want to become the second old ancestor Shui Hu. Even if Zishan Makoto was only rank 7, he still had a disciple. And a sect. Fan Yuan called himself a junior disciple. He had a senior brother above him. Especially when this Zishan Makoto had great abilities, he could arrange for his beloved disciple to enter Crane Gate. But how could there be a Zishan Makoto? Hei Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were completely kept in the dark. The blazing heaven demoness had obtained information from them, and had also been led into a huge pit. Fan Yuan was silent. This made the blazing heaven demoness a little impatient, and she urged, Fan Yuan, if you have any requests, you can tell me. We can talk about it slowly. Fan Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He had already calculated in his heart. But next, he did not answer blazing heaven demoness' question. Instead, he asked, Did you tamper with the goo refinement immortal materials you gave me to refine star thought immortal goo? Blazing heaven demoness smiled. Of course. She actually admitted it. Furthermore, there wasn't even a trace of embarrassment on his face. Fan Yuan frowned. To be honest, it's not like I didn't suspect that. But every time I refine goo, I will carefully inspect the immortal materials. Why do I not find anything wrong with them? Blazing heaven demoness answered. That's because your fire path attainment has not reached the great grandmaster level. I added a trace of fire path down marks on every fire path immortal material. There were very few down marks added. But every immortal material that accumulates will have a qualitative change during the refinement. It will destroy the refinement. Blazing heaven demoness naturally had to do this. If Fan Yuan succeeded, how could she threaten Fan Yuan? Fan Yuan did not linger on this topic. He nodded and continued. I can return self-strength immortal goo, but I have a few conditions. Hearing this, Fairy Li Shan and He Lolan's spirits rose. Blazing heaven demoness looked at Fan Yuan with slight surprise. She clapped. Now I understand why my sister always wants to suppress you. Tell me, what are your requests? First, I want to sign a new alliance agreement, Fan Yuan said. This alliance agreement was to ensure his safety. Even though Fairy Li Shan was an information path goo immortal and had unknown methods to break the agreement, she had to make preparations before breaking the agreement. At least, during this period of time, Fan Yuan would be able to escape safely. That is a must. Blazing heaven demoness agreed. Fan Yuan continued. Secondly, we will write off the immortal material debt you gave me earlier. As long as you return self-strength immortal goo, this is not a problem. Blazing heaven demoness was very straightforward. I want to leave Zombie Alliance and dissolve the Zombie Alliance agreement. Sure. Finally, I want the strength path immortal zombie corpses. You have to promise me that you will do your best to get me as many strength path immortal zombie corpses as possible. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Chapter 954. He Lulan was protected by the blazing heaven demoness, so Fan Yuan could no longer have any designs on her. If a special grade blessed land was not enough, a high grade blessed land was also very good. For this, Fan Yuan needed large numbers of ordinary strength path immortal zombie corpses. And in Northern Plains, who could be more capable than blazing heaven demoness in obtaining immortal zombie bodies? Of course, Fan Yuan's excuse was also very dignified. If I give you self-strength immortal goo, I will not have any useful strength path immortal goo anymore. He had to refine a new strength path immortal goo to replace it. And this immortal goo recipe needs a large number of strength path immortal zombie corpses. This excuse perfectly concealed the life and death immortal aperture revival method. It also prevented blazing heaven demoness from refusing. The blazing heaven demoness frowned. If she agreed, the price she would have to pay would be huge. Among the immortal zombies that old ancestors Shui who had returned, there were many strength path immortal zombie bodies. However, if all of this was handed over to Fan Yuan, then blazing heaven demoness' contribution to Zombie Alliance would be greatly reduced. Immortal zombies cared a lot about the preservation of their bodies after they died. This was the last bit of dignity they had left. Old ancestors Shui who made a move against the immortal zombie graveyard, against a rank 8 enemy. Zombie Alliance was going to go all out. They seemed to be going crazy at all costs. It was because the immortal zombie body was the bottom line of Zombie Alliance. No matter who violated it, they would be suppressed by Zombie Alliance. Old ancestor Shui who also understood this. After knowing that the matter had been exposed, even though he had obtained many immortal zombie bodies, he purposely kept them and didn't use them. It was for the sake of having a way out. Blazing Heaven Demoness thought to herself. I can give all of my strength path immortal zombie bodies to Fan Yuan. This matter could be pushed to old ancestor Shui Hu, no one would suspect it. But the difficulty is that Fan Yuan wants to use a strength path immortal zombie to refine immortal goo. Immortal goo were hard to refine, failure was normal. Blazing Heaven Demoness shook her head, saying to Fan Yuan, Fan Yuan, if your goo refinement keeps failing, you won't be able to refine it. Then wouldn't I have to keep supplying strength path immortal zombies to you? This was impossible. As the leader of a branch of Zombie Alliance, I embezzled what was supposed to be mine. The consequences would be dire. How about this, you name a number? If it's feasible, I'll consider it. Fan Yuan thought for a moment, and gave a number. Blazing Heaven Demoness immediately rejected it. This number was too big. Even for her, it was very risky to obtain a strength path immortal zombie body. Then, the two sides haggled and finally reached an agreement with great difficulty. The number of strength path immortal zombies obtained by Fan Yuan. It had already far exceeded the standard of a high-grade blessed land. But on the surface, he was still somewhat dissatisfied. This amount is barely enough for me to refine goo 3 times. Fairy Li Shan snorted coldly. Fan Yuan, I advise you not to push your luck. Fan Yuan chuckled and looked at Fairy Li Shan. Back then, when He Lulan was trapped in the dream realm, why didn't you have this attitude? These words made Fairy Li Shan feel extremely awkward. Her skin was obviously not as thick as that of the Blazing Heaven Demoness. There's no point in talking more. Let's sign a new contract now. Once it is done, I will return self-strength immortal goo to you on the spot. Fan Yuan continued. Wait. Blazing Heaven Demoness waved her hand. Earlier, you were the one who made the requests. Now, it's time to state my conditions. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew that Blazing Heaven Demoness would not be so easily dealt with. But Blazing Heaven Demoness' next words surprised Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. I am willing to sponsor you again. I will not tamper with the immortal materials this time to refine Star-Thought immortal goo. Fan Yuan heard this and felt no joy. He squinted and became extremely vigilant. Seeing Fan Yuan's vigilant expression, Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed heartily and said, Fan Yuan, I know you have been searching for a revival method to get rid of your immortal zombie body. Take a look at this first. The moment she said that, Blazing Heaven Demoness' body started to shake. She started to burn in flames. This orange-yellow flame covered Blazing Heaven Demoness' entire body. But the strange thing was, it was not hot, but filled with vitality, giving people a feeling of warmth and hope. Even though it looked harmless, Fan Yuan cautiously took a few steps back. Next, his eyes widened as he saw an inconceivable scene. Under the burning of this flame, Blazing Heaven Demoness' immortal zombie body started to transform bit by bit. First, it was her height. The 18 feet tall Blazing Heaven Demoness shrunk to a normal person's height. Next, it was her skin. The rough and dim immortal zombie skin that resembled old tree bark dissipated in the flame, replaced by white and tender skin that resembled a peeled egg. Next, it was her hair. The original immortal zombie hair was like a bunch of messy straw, dark red and flamboyant. But now, it was soft and slender, the bright red color seemed to be brimming with passion. Finally, Blazing Heaven Demoness' entire body underwent a complete transformation. From a malevolent and terrifying tall immortal zombie, she turned into a beautiful woman in red clothes with fair and tender skin, sharp eyebrows, spirited eyes, and fiery red lips. Her chest was huge, almost bursting out. Her legs were long and slender, tall and voluptuous. The most eye-catching thing was her long hair that hung down to her waist. Her hair was like fire, vigorous and dreamy, overflowing with colorful lights. Within this mystical flame, Blazing Heaven Demoness put on a show of transforming into a living person in front of Fan Yuan. She turned from an immortal zombie to a living person. Her aura became even stronger. Like a silently burning flame, the fire became even more intense, emitting loud noises. Other than giving people a lively feeling, she also became even more domineering. Blazing Heaven Demoness' face was red and radiant, but Fairy Li Shan was worried. Big sister, be careful of your injuries. Blazing Heaven Demoness naturally understood that the price of this was not small, but when she saw Fan Yuan's expression of desire and his shining eyes, she felt that this was worth it. Thus, she extinguished the flames on her body and used goo worms to grow taller, turning from a beauty into a monster, turning back into Blazing Heaven Immortal Zombie body. Blazing Heaven Demoness said, "The time path injuries on my body cause my time to accelerate by hundreds of times. There is no other way, I can only turn into an immortal zombie. But you saw it earlier, I can easily revive and switch between an immortal zombie and a normal goo immortal. I am relying on the immortal killer move Nirvana Fire that I activated earlier." Nirvana Fire? Fan Yuan felt a sense of desire. Earlier, he did not care about it, because he already had a peerless revival method. But now that he heard Blazing Heaven Demoness words, Fan Yuan could not help but feel his heart palpitate. If I use the Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method, I will become a normal goo immortal. My remaining lifespan will decrease again. Wisdom goo will not be able to be used. Because even under the light of wisdom, my lifespan will be consumed rapidly. And in every immortal aperture, the Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method can only be used once, it cannot be used repeatedly. But if I obtain this revival method, I can freely switch between an immortal zombie and a normal goo immortal. That would be great. I can use wisdom goo even better. Blazing Heaven Demoness observed Fan Yuan's expression. Seeing that he was moved, she smiled and added more weight to her offer. She took out immortal goo, saying to Fan Yuan, "This is my third request, you have to accept this gift." If it was an ordinary mortal goo, Fan Yuan did not even look at it. But the mortal goo that Blazing Heaven Demoness took out made Fan Yuan's gaze focus. He could not move it away. There was no other reason. This mortal goo had extraordinary value. Even rank 9 venerables pursued it bitterly. This was lifespan goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness continued, "Fan Yuan, I know you do not have much lifespan left. This lifespan goo can increase your lifespan by 60 years. After you return to your human form, you will not become an old man." Fan Yuan heaved a deep sigh. Blazing Heaven Demoness made 3 requests. The first was to continue funding Fan Yuan to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo, and to guarantee that the immortal materials would not be tampered with. The second was to give Fan Yuan a revival method. Most importantly, this method. It could allow Fan Yuan to turn into an immortal zombie, and use wisdom goo freely. The third was a 60-year lifespan goo. It was a treasure that Fan Yuan had been searching for. These 3 requests. Rather than saying that they were Blazing Heaven Demoness conditions, they were alluring Fan Yuan. Facing this huge temptation, while Fan Yuan was moved, his mood was heavy. He understood, Blazing Heaven Demoness had a huge motive for doing this. Thus, he cupped his fist towards Blazing Heaven Demoness, saying solemnly, "I cannot reject Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness' request. Sir, please continue with your request." Fan Yuan could not reject it, because he did not have the strength to do so. "Ha!" Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her head and laughed. Fan Yuan's understanding of the situation made her very happy. She finally made a true request. Blazing Heaven Demoness had 6 true motives. First, she wanted Fan Yuan to give her all of his eerie fire dragon pythons. The second one, she was interested in the Gutsgoo business and wanted to get involved. At the same time, she wanted to become the biggest buyer of Gutsgoo. Thirdly and most importantly, she hoped that Tai Bai Yinxing could cooperate with her and use the latter's man as before and landscape as before immortal goo to try and heal her time path injuries. Fourthly, he hoped to borrow Fan Yuan's fixed immortal travel to return to the East Sea. Fifth, Fan Yuan had to calculate for her once a year for free. The content of the deduction might be the existence of immortal goo, or the deduction of incomplete immortal goo recipes and so on. Sixth, if possible, she hoped to meet with Fan Yuan's master, Zishan Makoto, for a deep discussion. Fan Yuan pondered for a long time, thinking carefully. He could totally let go of the first request. The eerie fire dragon python belonged to the fire path, it might be of great help to Blazing Heaven Demonis, but to Fan Yuan, it was dispensable. Second, Blazing Heaven Demonis wanted to get involved in the Gutsku trade and push Crane Gate and Spirit Affinity House down. Fan Yuan could agree to that. With Blazing Heaven Demonis' help, the Gutsku trade might expand. Third, Fan Yuan could ask Tai Bai Yunxing for help, the latter would not reject it. But man as before and landscape as before could not fall into Blazing Heaven Demonis' hands. Fourth, regarding fixed immortal travel, it was the same. Fan Yuan would not lend immortal goo, at most, he would travel with Blazing Heaven Demonis. Fan Yuan agreed to the fifth request. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.